Chapter 51. Police Reform. The daimyo's envoy delivered the official notice of the 5-cage summit to Konoha. There was no such thing as a dog looking down on others. The daimyo's envoy acted impartially and left Konoha village after completing his mission. Hokage Madara summoned Konoha's top leaders to the conference room and announced the time and place of the 5-cage summit. Madara, have the time and place for the 5-cage summit been determined? Daibashi asked impatiently as soon as he entered the door. Hashirama, you come. Everyone is here, so I don't have to repeat myself over and over again. I will briefly state the official notice from the daimyo. The 5-cage summit will be held in the Land of Iron in 1 month. The talks will last for 3 days and the content of the talks will be the future development of the ninja village. Madara announced. Gone. Said Dazuzi. That's all. Madara said and handed the daimyo's notice to Dazuzi for everyone to circulate. Why was the meeting place chosen in the Iron Country? Dazuzi asked puzzledly. Brother, the Land of Iron is a neutral country and most of its people are samurai, which ensures the smooth progress of the talks. Tobirama explained. Oh, I understand. Dazuzi said suddenly. From a geographical point of view, the Iron Kingdom borders the Fire Kingdom, the Water Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom are close to the Iron Kingdom, and the Wind Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom are far away from the Iron Kingdom. 1 month should be reserved for the Wind Kingdom and the Earth Kingdom. Izuna said. Have the members of the Hokage's escort team been selected? Asked Hokage Madara. This is the list of candidates for the police department. Kamui said and handed the list to Naruto Madara. This is the list of candidates for the task force. After saying this, Banjian also took out a list. I have submitted the list of Anbu members. Izuna said. All the teachers of the ninja school have signed up, so I wrote them all down. It's just the right time to give the kids a holiday. Dazuzi said. The list of Konoha Hospital should be submitted in 2 days. Tobirama said. Hashirama, do you know that there are limited places for the Hokage guard this time? I asked you to choose, but you submitted all of them at once. Do you want me to choose? And what will other departments think of you doing this? Hokage Madara asked reprimandingly. The big pillar is lost again. Hashirama, can't you change your habit of getting depressed all the time? Naruto Madara complained. Haha, those who are capable should do more work. Dazuzi said with a smile. I already have enough documents to deal with every day, and you're adding to my workload. Do you want me to die from overwork? Hokage Madara said madly. Izuna, do a simple investigation on the people on the lists that were handed in. Those who have no problems will be selected for the Hokage guard. If there are vacancies, fill them with people from the Anbu, Hokage Madara ordered. Taking Hokage Madara's order, Izuna left the meeting room and went to the Anbu to arrange personnel for investigation. Does anyone have anything else to report? If not, you can go back. Hokage Madara asked. The police department has a very bad reputation in the village recently. The standards for public security management in the 4 branches of East, West, South and North are very vague. For the same case, the East branch only needs criticism and education, while the South branch requires arrest and imprisonment, the West branch requires a fine, and the North branch requires not only arrest and imprisonment but also a fine. We are in urgent need of formulating a complete set of laws to stipulate the standards for public security management. At the same time, I hope to recruit civilian ninjas into the police department. Shinwei suggested. Kamui, the situation you mentioned is indeed serious. So, you can draft a set of laws yourself to restrain the personnel of the police department. After drafting, submit it for discussion and then promote it. As for recruiting civilian ninjas, you can start now. Does anyone else have any questions? Naruto Madara gave a solution. Since there is no problem, let's all go back to work. After giving the instructions, Hokage Madara left the meeting room and returned to the Hokage's office to process documents. The Ministry of Police still has documents that need me to process. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Shinwei used the Flying Thunder God formation to leave the meeting room. The rest of the people also left the meeting room and returned to their jobs. Kamui returned to the police department office and first announced that the police department would be recruiting new members, and this time the main targets would be civilian ninjas. Some people wanted to persuade Kamui to revoke his decision, but Kamui explained that he did so in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from becoming the target of public criticism. Now the Uchiha clan dominates the police department, and the villagers' resistance to the police department will gradually evolve into resistance to the Uchiha clan. After all, no one wants to be told that his vegetables are not sold to the Uchiha clan when he goes to buy vegetables. After Kamui finished his explanation, the police department staff seemed to be thinking about something, but some people still held the idea that the Uchiha clan monopolized the police department and did not want civilian ninjas to enter the police department. Kamui directly dismissed them and never hired them again, thus suppressing this unhealthy trend. After Shinwei finished all this, he returned to his office and started drafting a first draft of the law, which took him half a month. Kamui racked his brains and finally drafted a law that was suitable for the current situation of Konoha village, and then went directly to the Hokage building to find Hokage Madara for review. Hokage Madara summoned the top leaders of Konoha to the conference room to discuss the new laws of Konoha village. After everyone discussed, revised, and improved each item one by one, the new laws of Konoha village were finally completed. Hokage Madara announced in the Hokage building that the new law would take effect immediately, and the police department must strictly follow the markings on the new law when enforcing public security to prevent the situation where there are 4 branches with 4 different public security standards from happening again. After the new law came into effect, it first triggered a learning craze within the police department. In the future, for those who want to join the police department, the new law will also be added as an assessment item in their entry assessment. After Konoha village implemented the new laws, the police department strictly followed the provisions of the new laws in the law enforcement process. This made the villagers feel better about the police department, and also left a serious impression of the Uchiha clan, but they still kept a respectful distance from the Uchiha clan. Kamui expected that once the damage was shared between ninjas from other families and civilian ninjas within the police department, the villagers would change their attitude towards the Uchiha clan. When Kamui got home from get-off work in the evening, he heard Mito losing his temper. The students of the ninja school are so outrageous. What kind of person is the principal, Hashirama Senju, doing? He can't even manage the students. Mito said angrily. What happened? Shinwei asked. Suzuna was bullied in the ninja school. The students laughed at Suzuna's red hair and called her a freak, Mito explained. Then what? How did the teacher handle it? Shinwei asked. When the teacher came, those students pretended to be good students again. Suzuna went to complain, and those students turned around and the teacher finally chose to believe those students. Mito said angrily. Come here, Suzuna, come here. If any classmates bully you next time, beat him up. Mito taught Suzuna. It's not good to talk about beating people in front of me, the Minister of Police. Shinwei said helplessly. What? Do you have any objections? Mito looked at Kamui with a smile. Of course Kamui didn't dare to object. Not only that, he also supported Mito in doing the right thing. On this day, Naruto Madara summoned Kamui and the Great Pillar to the Hokage's office and said that they were leaving for the Land of Iron to attend the 5-Cage Summit. Hashirama, Kamui, the candidates for the Hokage Guard have been decided. Tomorrow we will set off for the Land of Iron to attend the 5-Cage Summit, said Hokage Madara. Really? That's great. Dazusa said in surprise. How come you, Hashirama, as an entourage, seem happier than me, the Hokage? Madara said helplessly. Recently, a new student came to the ninja school. After she came, she made chaos in the ninja school. Even I, the principal, can't do anything about her. It's a good opportunity for me to take advantage of the 5-Cage Summit to go out and have some peace and quiet. Dazusa said with lingering fear. That student couldn't be Uzumaki Suzuna, Kamui asked casually. Yes, it's her. By the way, Mito and she are from the same tribe. Can you help me talk to Mito and ask her to restrain her people? Dazusa pleaded. What a coincidence. Mito also wanted me to tell you to discipline the students in the ninja school and not to make fun of Uzumaki Suzuna's red hair. Kamui made suggestions to the Great Pillar. Hey? Are you two talking about the same thing? Asked Hokage Madara from the side. It's definitely the same thing, it's just that someone didn't tell the truth. I believe Mito 100%, and I also believe Uzumaki Suzuna. It must be that the students of the ninja school saw that Uzumaki Suzuna had no family in Konoha village and felt that she was easy to bully, so they deliberately laughed at her red hair. Kamui analyzed. Kamui said this with 100% certainty, because in the original work, when Uzumaki Kushina entered the ninja school, she was also ridiculed by other students for her hair color. Impossible, the students in the ninja school are all good students and will not do such a thing. Dazusa denied it flatly. Hashirama, what you see is just what others want you to see. Have you ever secretly observed the students in each class on a daily basis? Kamui asked. No, but I believe in my students. Dazusa said confidently. Since you all believe that you are right, why don't we go to the ninja school now? Without notifying anyone, just the three of us can observe secretly. Hokage Madara suggested. After the Great Pillar and Kamui agreed, they went to the ninja school with Naruto and Madara. There is a practical course in the ninja school today. A large group of students are outside the school, and the teachers are arranging the students to fight. Hokage Madara, Kamui, and Uehashi hid in the dark and watched the students fight. What do you think of the students in the ninja school? They are of pretty good level, aren't they? Dazusa boasted. Why are you in such a hurry? The teacher is still here. You will know after the teacher leaves. Shinwei said calmly. The teacher in charge of the battle announced, the next battle will be between Uzumaki Suzuna. Chapter 52. Uzumaki Suzuna, whose name was called, came on stage. As soon as Uzumaki Suzuna came on the court, the other students booed her, but as soon as her opponent came on the court, there was a chorus of support. Hashirama, doesn't the current situation explain the problem? Kamui asked. It's true that Uzumaki Suzuna has been causing chaos in the ninja school recently, and it's also true that she beat up her classmates, so it's normal for her classmates to exclude her. Daibashi analyzed self-righteously. Hashirama, do you mean to say that Suzuna is a troublemaker? Kamui said calmly. That's about what I mean. Dazusa said after a little thought. Suzuna is a troublemaker, so the students of the ninja school are just a bunch of shit. Kamui mocked without any hesitation. Ha ha. Naruto Madara tried hard to hold back his laughter, but in the end he couldn't help it. Shinwei, you need to apologize to my students. Dazusa said seriously. Stop arguing, something has happened on the field. Naruto Madara stopped him. Uzumaki Suzuna has already gained an absolute advantage on the field, and victory is only a matter of time. Uzumaki Suzuna defeated her opponent and was waiting for the teacher to announce the final result. Her opponent took advantage of her inattention, grabbed a handful of dirt and threw it at her, then quickly took out a kunai from his ninja tool bag, ready to attack Uzumaki Suzuna. Uzumaki Suzuna had already defeated her opponent and had let her guard down a little. She was suddenly blinded by the soil and had no idea that she was in danger. The teacher didn't expect this to happen, and it was too late for him to intervene and stop it. He quickly stopped him and told him to stop immediately. Uzumaki Suzuna's opponent turned a deaf ear and stabbed at Uzumaki Suzuna with a kunai. Hashirama, is this the good student you trained? Kamui asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Kamui subdued Uzumaki Suzuna's opponent. After this happened, Naruto, Madara, and the Great Pillar could no longer hide and appeared. Senju Hashirama, I need you to give me an explanation. If your explanation cannot satisfy me, the police department's prison will become their new classroom in the future. After saying this, Kamui took Uzumaki Suzuna away. The teachers and students greeted the Hokage Madara and the principal Daijutsu. Hokage Madara and Daisuhogi gave lukewarm responses, and then Daisuhogi asked what was going on. The teacher tried to smooth things over by saying it was just a conflict between students. A small conflict? It's going to kill someone, but it's still a small conflict. Dazusa asked. The teacher was speechless. Did you bully the new students? Tell me. Dazusa said angrily. When the students saw that the principal was angry, a few of the braver ones cried and explained what happened. After listening to this, Dazusa felt angry and blamed himself, feeling that he did not care enough about his students. It seems that the ninja school also needs to be reorganized. Hokage Madara sighed and left. Dazusa walked back to the principal's office in a daze, thinking about how to prevent such incidents from happening again. Suddenly, he remembered the laws enforced by the police department, and decided to follow suit and put together a set of school rules. Kamui sent Uzumaki Suzuna home and told her to take a good shower. He then returned to the police department to arrange personnel and took charge of the work of the police department while he attended the 5-Kage summit. I will accompany the Hokage to the 5-Kage summit tomorrow. The work of the police department will be handed over to you while I am away. Kamui said to a member of the police department. After Kamui finished the arrangements, he entered the Hokage building and approached Hokage Madara to propose a plan to formulate a set of school rules for the ninja school. You have seen what happened in the ninja school today. The students in the ninja school have become somewhat lawless. I propose that a set of school rules be formulated for the ninja school to restrain the students' behavior. Shinwei said. It's time to take good care of them. Just leave it to your own devices regarding school rules, said Hokage Madara. Just then Daibashi entered the Hokage's office and said to Naruto Madara, I want to formulate a set of laws to manage students and discipline them well. After Dazusa finished speaking, he apologized to Shinwei, saying that he was not qualified to be the principal and had not educated his students well. It's no use apologizing to me. You should apologize to Uzumaki Suzuna. Kamui said. Dazusa nodded in agreement, then asked Shinwei how to formulate laws to manage students. Hashirama, you came just in time. Just now Kamui said that he wanted to formulate a set of school rules to manage students. You two have the same idea, said Naruto Madara. Let's discuss the formulation of school rules to manage students after the 5-Kage summit is over. Even if we can come up with school rules now, there's no one to supervise their enforcement. Kamui said. Doesn't Tobirama stay in the village? Why don't we let Tobirama make the school rules and then have him supervise their implementation? Dazusa sold his brother without saying a word. Kamui and Madara felt sorry for Tobirama for a second, then agreed with the Great Pilla's idea. The next day, the team participating in the 5-Kage summit gathered at the gate of Konoha village. The 3 people from Konohagakure, led by Izuna, Itama, and Tobirama, came to see them off. The icy face of Tobirama was now covered with a layer of resentment. We are going to attend the 5-Kage summit. You must keep an eye on Konoha village and wait for us to come back. Hokage Madara warned. Don't worry, nothing will happen in the village. Banjian said. I'll leave the matters of the ninja school to you. Daibashi said to Tobirama. Brother, I will take care of the matters concerning the ninja school. But you, remember not to talk nonsense during the 5-Kage summit. Tobirama said. Mito, remember to take care of yourself when I'm not around. Kamui said. Kamui, take care of yourself outside, Mito said. 10,000 words are omitted about the sweet talk between Kamui and Mito. At the command of Hokage Madara, the team to attend the 5-Kage summit set off. The Iron Kingdom borders the Fire Kingdom, and a ninja can get there quickly. Naruto Madara set out early on purpose, not only because he attached great importance to the 5-Kage summit, but also to avoid any accidents that might delay the trip. Naruto Madara walked and stopped on the road, and still arrived at the Land of Iron 3 days ahead of schedule. When Naruto's shadow Madara arrived in the Land of Iron, he did not expect that the Raikage and the Mizukage had arrived earlier than him, and the Wind Kage followed closely behind Naruto's shadow Madara, leaving only the Tsuchikage still on the way. The Iron Kingdom had a special person responsible for receiving Naruto and his companions. After arranging for Naruto and his companions to stay, they were briefly introduced to the taboos of the Iron Kingdom to avoid conflicts. Kamui was bored, so he left his residence and wandered around the streets of the Iron Kingdom. The Iron Country is truly a country of samurai, from the age of 99 to the youngest who can just walk, everyone has a katana hanging around their waist. There are more sword vendors on the streets than restaurants. The swords are all marked with the swordsmith's unique mark. Each mark represents a different school and its own special forging method. Shinwei is not interested in weapons, and if he wants any good sword, he can go to the mall to exchange it. Not only is the quality guaranteed, but most importantly, it is free. As Shinwei was walking, a warrior came towards him, stood in front of Shinwei, and blocked Shinwei's way. Boy, are you a ninja? Asked the samurai. The warrior's words instantly attracted the attention of passers-by on the street, and a large crowd gathered to watch the fun. People around him whispered, he's a street bully who specializes in attacking outsiders. He probably planned to attack because the ninja was just a child. Is there no one to take care of it? Why bother? He is an outsider. He will leave after a few days. After you help him, you still have to live here. Someone helped him before, but that person died later. Whether I am a ninja or not is none of your business. Shinwei said bluntly. I must teach you a lesson today. The warrior said as he drew his sword and slashed at Kamui. Kamui used his speed force to grab the sword, knocked the warrior to the ground, and pointed the sword at the warrior in one go. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes, and the warrior was knocked down and his weapon was taken away, which left them with the impression that Kamui was someone who should not be provoked. Shinwei walked past him with a knife in his hand, took off the scabbard, put the knife back into the sheath and left without looking back. Everyone quickly made way for Shinwei to pass. The warrior got up from the ground, too embarrassed to stay there any longer, so he pushed through the crowd and ran away. The warrior walked into the alley. "My lord, I have completed what you asked me to do." A voice came from the shadows, "You did well." "Then my lord, here is my reward," the warrior reminded. "Don't worry, you will get some benefits." A ninja walked out from the shadows. Just when the samurai thought he could get his reward, the ninja killed the samurai with a sword. "Now you've done better." After saying that, the ninja disappeared into the shadows. The samurai's body was discovered by a passerby and reported to the samurai troops of the Iron Kingdom. Kamui was wandering aimlessly on the street carrying the stolen sword, and happened to meet the team from the Land of Earth attending the 5-Cage Summit. Kamui followed the Earth Kingdom team back to their residence. After Kamui returned to his residence, he threw away the stolen sword and lay on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. 3 days later, the 5-Cage Summit was held as scheduled. Naruto Madara entered the meeting room under the guidance of a special person, followed by Kamui and the Great Pillar. After entering the meeting room, I found that the cages of other ninja villages had already taken their seats, and the Hokage Madara also found a place to sit. The 4 shadows secretly exchanged glances, meaning that the plan was about to begin. "I've heard that the Hokage of Konoha village in the Land of Fire is not very old, and today I see that it is true," said the Mizukage. "Then some people should ask themselves why they are unknown at this age," Naruto Madara retorted. "You." The Mizukage was speechless. "Mizukage, you are so old, don't bother with the younger generation." The Raikage seemed to be persuading him, but in fact he was also mocking the Hokage Madara for his young age. "This must be the Raikage, right?" said the Hokage Madara. "I am the Raikage." "What advice do you have for me, Hokage?" asked the Raikage. "May I ask the Raikage, are you so dark because you were struck by lightning because of your bad mouth?" asked the Hokage Madara. "You little brat, with a sharp tongue," said the Mizukage. "You old bastard, did I ask you to speak?" said Naruto Madara as he released his chakra. The powerful momentum left cracks all over the meeting room. Chapter 53. The powerful aura of Naruto Madara caused cracks in the conference room. The other 4 cages barely withstood the pressure under the momentum of Madara Hokage, and the 4 cages' entourages struggled to hold on under the momentum of Madara Hokage. "Madara, stop!" the big pillar said as he also erupted with chakra, which offset Madara's momentum, making the interview room that had been destroyed by Madara even worse, with the cracks thickening and widening. Seung suddenly felt his body lighten, and his entourage shouted that they were saved. They collapsed to the ground one by one, gasping for breath. "You two, don't make a fool of yourself in other ninja villages," Kamui said as he released his chakra, directly turning the dilapidated meeting room into ruins. The meeting room was in ruins, so the 5-cage meeting could not continue. Before the conference room collapsed, Kamui activated Susanoo to protect Naruto, Madara, and the big pillar, so the collapse of the conference room had no effect on Kamui and others. After the collapse of the meeting room, the other 4 shadows and their entourage looked dusty, and a bit like refugees. The leader of the Iron Kingdom appeared after the collapse of the meeting room. He did not expect such a thing to happen during the 5-cage talks. He immediately arranged another meeting room to continue the 5-cage talks. After the 3 Kamuis exploded with chakra and collapsed the conference room, the attitude of the 4-cage towards Naruto Madara changed. Their original plan to join forces to put pressure on Konoha and obtain more resources ended before it even began. The subsequent talks went very smoothly. As today's meeting was about to end, the Raikage ordered his men to bring up a stone tablet. As soon as Shinwei saw the stone tablet, he remembered that this was the one he left in Yunli Gorge. "I wonder if the Hokage has any impression of the name on this stone tablet?" the Raikage asked indifferently. Hokage Madara looked at the stone tablet which had the words Uchiha Kamui was here written on it, and the Uchiha clan's emblem on the back of the stone tablet. He guessed in his heart that it was most likely Kamui who did it. "I wonder where the Raikage found this stone tablet?" asked Hokage Madara calmly. "A month ago, this stone tablet suddenly appeared in Yunli Gorge in the Land of Lightning," the Raikage replied. Naruto Madara thought to himself that a month ago was the time when Kamui set out to capture the tailed beasts, and with his personality, he was really capable of doing such a thing. After the Hokage Madara guessed what was going on, he did not intend to admit it. When he was about to reply to the Raikage that he did not know, was not clear, and had never seen it, the Great Pillar made the Hokage Madara speechless with just one word. "Hey, Shinwei, isn't this your handwriting?" Dazusa said in surprise. Dazusa's words successfully attracted everyone's attention, and then everyone focused their eyes on Shinwei. "This stone tablet was left by me," Shinwei said helplessly. After hearing Kamui's admission, the Raikage continued, "The 8 tails also disappeared around the time the stone tablet appeared. Uchiha Kamui, can you explain this?" Hokage Madara glared at Daibashi, and Daibashi realized that he had said the wrong thing. "Yes, I was the one who captured the 8 tails," Kamui said indifferently. "Uchiha Kamui, a month ago, the 3 tails and the 6 tails also disappeared in our water country, and the water country also lost a large number of ninjas. Did you do this too?" asked the Mizukage. "Yes, it was me who did it too. They wanted to snatch the tailed beasts I caught, so I killed them all," Kamui said calmly, and his tone was as if he was saying that he had just slapped a fly to death. "Then the one in my Wind Kingdom," Feng Ying said. "Not only the 8 tails in the Land of Thunder, the 3 tails and 6 tails in the Land of Water, the 1 tails in your Land of Wind, the 4 tails in his Land of Earth, the 5 tails in the Land of Soup, the 7 tails in the Land of Taki, but also the 2 tails and the 9 tails in our Land of Fire were all captured by me," Shinwei admitted directly. "The 5-cage summit must be supplemented with one more clause, return the tailed beasts, otherwise there is no need to continue this 5-cage summit," said the Tsuchikage. "Return? I think you are dreaming. Do the tailed beasts belong to you? I caught the tailed beasts with great effort. Why should I hand them over just because of your words? I tell you, it's impossible." Shinwei refused sternly. "If you don't return the tailed beast, then I, the Mizukage, will represent the Hidden Mist village and officially declare war on the Konoha village," the Mizukage threatened. The Mizukage thought that other ninja villages would agree with him and jointly put pressure on Konoha village, but he did not expect that the other 3 shadows remained silent, and the Raikage even looked at him as if he was an idiot. Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God Array and teleported over, grabbed the Mizukage's neck, and said in a cold voice, "Are you sure you want to declare war on Konoha village? Let go of Lord Mizukage." The Mizukage's entourage said as they stepped forward to rescue the Mizukage from the Kamui. Kamui held the Mizukage's neck in his hand and kicked these people away one by one. After the Mizukage was pinched by the neck by Kamui, he finally understood why the 3-cage did not agree with him to declare war on Konoha village. The answer was too cruel. Because the gap in strength was too big, the momentum of the chakra burst alone was enough to give people a sense of oppression. There were at least 3 strong people with such strength in Konoha village. If a war was broken out, except for the ninjas dying in vain, Konoha village would not be harmed at all. "Shinwei, stop it!" Dazusa stepped forward to stop him. Kamui gave the great pillar face and let the Mizukage go. Before leaving, he asked, "Do you still want the tailed beast?" Kamui's words seemed to be addressed to the Mizukage, but in fact they were addressed to the 4-cage. "No, no," the Mizukage said timidly, but in his heart he hated the Kamui for embarrassing himself in front of so many people. He also hated that no one among the 3 cages spoke for him. In the end, the proposal to return the tailed beasts came to nothing. After the first day of the 5-cage meeting, the Mizukage left in a hurry with his entourage. The other 4-cage also left with their entourage. At this time, the commander of the Iron Country found the Hokage, Madara. "Recently, a samurai from my Iron Country was murdered. Before that, he had a conflict with the ninja Uchiha Kamui from your village. I hope Uchiha Kamui can cooperate with the investigation," said the leader of the Iron Country. The leader of the Iron Country was very polite and humble, and it was difficult for Hokage Madara to refuse, so he asked Kamui to cooperate with the investigation. Kamui told the commander of the Iron Kingdom everything that happened that day. The commander ordered the warriors beside him to record it and then let Kamui leave. After the Kamui left, the warrior who recorded the incident asked the Iron Nation leader, "Was the death of that bully really caused by this Kamui? A bully is dead and so is he. If I wasn't worried about affecting the 5-cage summit, I wouldn't have personally gone to the Hokage to ask for people to cooperate with the investigation." The leader of the Iron Kingdom said indifferently. "He's just a bully, how can he affect the 5-cage summit?" said the samurai who was recording. I'm afraid that someone will fan the flames and take advantage of the bully's identity as a samurai to stir up hatred between samurai and ninja, leading to the failure of the 5-cage summit, said the leader of the Iron Kingdom. After Kamui returned, Naruto Madara asked Kamui what happened and why he needed to cooperate with the investigation. Kamui recounted his encounter with the bully samurai that day. After hearing this, Hokage Madara naturally believed in Kamui and didn't care. The next day, as expected by the leader of the Iron Country, countless warriors stood outside the Five Shadows residence, shouting to severely punish the murderer and avenge the dead warriors. The leader of the Iron Country stood up and said, "The death of the samurai has nothing to do with the ninja. Everyone must not be taken advantage of. The truth of the samurai's death is still under investigation. Once there is a result, we will notify everyone immediately. You are clearly shielding these ninjas. You clearly caught the murderer yesterday. This man was called Uchiha Kamui. You released him just because he was an accompanying staff member of the 5-cage summit. Then you planned to wait until the 5-cage summit was over and everyone had left, and then tell everyone that the murderer had not been found, or bring out a scapegoat to take the blame for him." Someone in the crowd spoke up. After he finished speaking, the other warriors echoed him, looking as if they would not leave until the murderer was handed over. Shinwei didn't expect that he had just been taken away yesterday to cooperate with the investigation, and today someone used this to slander him as the murderer. This was too much of a coincidence. Thinking back to that day, was it someone's calculated plan for that bully samurai to come after me, with the goal of preventing the 5-cage summit from going on? Or was it that he was trying to take advantage of the conflict between samurai and ninja to cause trouble for me? Kamui walked forward and summoned Susanoo, and a fiery red Susanoo appeared. The tall fiery red giant appeared, and the warriors who had been shouting about punishing the murderer just now became quiet. The Great Pillar was afraid that Kamui would do something extreme and wanted to stop him, but was stopped by the Hokage Madara, who shook his head and said to him, "Trust Kamui, he can handle this matter." The mighty Susanoo gently waved the Fang Tian Huaji, and the warrior in front of him was blown to and fro by the strong wind. Shinwei said loudly, "I am the Uchiha Shinwei you are looking for. I hereby declare that I have never killed that evil samurai. As for whether you believe it or not, do you have the qualifications to let me lie?" All the warriors fell silent. Yes, what they said was rude. With such strength, it was more than enough to destroy the Kingdom of Iron. There was indeed no need to hide the fact of killing a warrior. Most of the warriors thought about it and had already thought about retreating. Meaning, the leader of the Iron Nation saw that some people had begun to waver, and he stood up and assured them that he would find the murderer and give everyone the truth. Who knows if you are deliberately lying in order to ensure the smooth progress of the 5-cage summit? Someone in the crowd even wanted to deliberately lead the discussion. The mighty Susanoo took the Fang Tian Huaji and pierced him with a precise halberd, leaving a transparent hole. After doing so, he said, "You don't know what's good for you." No one present had expected that Shinwei would dare to kill people directly. Seeing this, the warriors who had surrounded the 5-cage's residence fled in all directions, and no one mentioned severely punishing the murderer. Kamui put away his Susanoo and stood behind Naruto Madara, as if he had just done something insignificant. Chapter 54. The 5-cage summit continued, and everyone avoided talking about the scene where Kamui used Susanoo to scare off the samurai. After yesterday's talks, the various ninja villages were testing each other, and today's talks showed their true colors. For the development of the ninja village, Konoha should allocate some resources to help other ninja villages. Suchikage said calmly. The Fire Country has a superior geographical environment, rich mineral resources, and sufficient supplies. Unlike our Wind Country, most of the land is desert. As long as Konoha village is willing to provide resources to help the Sand Village develop, I can sign an alliance letter with Konoha village on behalf of the Sand Village. The Kazekage promised. Our water country is surrounded by the sea and has a humid climate. Ninja tools can easily rust. There are many ninjas in the Hidden Mist village who don't even have ninja tools. I hope Konoha village can provide some iron ore to help us solve the problem. The Mizukage said with a smirk. What we in the land of lightning lack most right now is ninjutsu. I hope Konoha village can provide some. The Raikage said bluntly. The Fire Nation's supplies didn't come from the wind. Why should we give you the supplies just because you say something? Hokage Madara retorted domineeringly. Hokage, you are wrong to say that. Only by helping other ninja villages to develop together can the ninja world be more prosperous in the future. Tsuchikage said righteously. What the Tsuchikage said makes sense. I agree with the Tsuchikage's point of view. The Mizukage agreed. The Kazekage and the Reikage also nodded, indicating that they agreed with the Tsuchikage's point of view. Although Hokage Madara had long known that other ninja villages would join forces to put pressure on Konoha, when he really encountered it, he still felt a sense of anger in his chest. No matter how Madara the Hokage refutes the other 4 Kage, they can always find reasons to openly ask for resources from Konoha village. The most infuriating thing is that they take it for granted to ask for Konoha village's resources, and if Konoha village doesn't give them, it would be treason. It's impossible to give you the resources of Konoha village for free. You must come up with something of equal value in exchange. Hokage Madara suggested. In that case, let's not exchange. Let's just share resources. Each ninja village should pool all their resources together and then distribute them equally to each village. The Tsuchikage suggested. I agree with the Tsuchikage's point of view. The Kazekage said quickly. The land in the land of wind is barren and resources are scarce. If the resources were really distributed in this way, the sand village would make a lot of money. The Reikage and the Mizukage also agreed. After sharing resources, both families would have more than they did now, so they naturally supported the Tsuchikage. Only Konoha village would suffer the most whether it was given away for free or distributed equally. The next day's 5 Kage summit ended with the talks getting stuck on the debate over resource sharing. The meeting ended, and Naruto Madara returned to his residence with Kamui and the Great Pillar. Hokage Madara picked up the kettle and gulped down the water. After drinking most of the kettle, he felt his smoking throat feel better. Those 4 Kage are so shameless. They want to take resources from Konoha village to develop their own ninja village. That's really a pipe dream, said Hokage Madara. Madara, it's so difficult for other ninja villages to develop, we should help them. Daibashi said with overflowing sympathy. Hashirama, are you from Konoha village? Why are you speaking in their favor? Do you believe whatever the 4 Kage say? Aren't the lessons from the ninja school enough? Hokage Madara said angrily. With just one sentence, the Hokage Madara defeated the Great Pillar. Kamui, you have a lot of ideas. Think of a way that can make those 4 bastards agree and at the same time preserve the resources of Konoha village. Asked Hokage Madara. Yes, the Chunin exam. Kamui replied. Chunin exam? What does that mean? Asked Hokage Madara in confusion. Other ninja villages copied the ninja village system as well as the ninja levels, namely Genin, Chunin, and Jonin. The Chunin exam is an exam for Genin to be promoted to Chunin. Kamui explained. But how can we preserve Konoha village's resources during the Chunin exam? Hokage Madara asked puzzledly. Since they keep saying that Konoha village is providing resources for common development and to make the ninja world more prosperous, then we can hold a joint Chunin exam and bring together the Genin from each ninja village to take the exam. I'd like to see how they will have the nerve to ask Konoha village for resources if the number of Genin from their own ninja village who pass the Chunin exam is not as many as that from Konoha village. Kamui said with a sinister smile. After listening to this, Hokage Madara laughed out loud and praised Kamui's method. He said that at the last day of the 5 Kage summit tomorrow, they would follow Kamui's method. Where is the venue for the joint Chunin exam? Daibashi asked suddenly. That's a stretch. Of course it's in Konoha. Hokage Madara said as a matter of course. But will they easily agree to hold the joint Chunin exam in Konoha? Asked the Great Pillar doubtfully. As long as they want the resources of Konoha village, they have to agree to this condition. If they don't agree, they will have no part in the allocation of resources. Hokage Madara said affirmatively. Kamui, please perfect the details of the joint Chunin exam. I will propose the idea of the Chunin exam at the 5 Kage meeting tomorrow, and you will need to tell those 4 bastards about this idea at that time. Said Hokage Madara. At the Tsuchikage's residence, the Kazekage, the Reikage, and the Mizukage were discussing how to get the Hokage to provide resources. Tsuchikage, the Hokage was very resistant to the allocation of resources today. I guess we won't be able to discuss anything tomorrow. Said the Reikage. What's the use of resistance? If the Hokage insists on having his own way, then we will wait until the 5 Kage summit is over, and then we will go meet the daimyo and let the daimyo unite to put pressure on the Fire Country daimyo. The Fire Country daimyo may not be as tough as the Hokage, and after he compromises, it doesn't matter if the Hokage still disagrees. Konoha will provide the resources, and we will redistribute them then. The Tsuchikage planned. Tsuchikage, this is a really great idea. I agree with the Tsuchikage's plan, the Mizukage echoed. I agree as well, said the Reikage. What if the Hokage doesn't want to talk to you tomorrow and just takes action? The Kazekage said worriedly. Don't worry, after my observations over the past few days, I found that the entourage named Hashirama Senju is a peace-loving person. If the Hokage takes action, he will definitely stop it at the first opportunity. The Tsuchikage said confidently. The Hokage was stopped by Hashirama Senju, but what about Uchiha Kamui? You saw it today. He will kill people if he disagrees with you. He also has a fighting mode that can summon a fiery red giant. Who can stop him? Feng Ying said worriedly. Konoha village is too powerful. If we can cause internal strife in Konoha village and consume its strength, then this 5-cage summit will not be in vain. The Tsuchikage said righteously. The people present were made somewhat sad by the Tsuchikage's righteous words, and they all lowered their heads in silence. In fact, he had already decided on the next Tsuchikage long ago, so even if something happened to him, the Tsuchikage village would not be in chaos. On the third day, the 5-cage talks began. The 4-cage continued to put pressure on Konoha village, demanding resource sharing to develop the ninja village. Is it interesting to repeat these things over and over again? Naruto Madara said disdainfully while picking his ear. If the Hokage agrees with our idea of sharing resources to develop the ninja village, we won't waste our breath. The Tsuchikage said confidently. Do you really think you have all the resources of Konoha village under your control? Asked Hokage Madara. Then I wonder what new ideas the Hokage has. Tsuchikage asked back. I guess it's time for the genin in each ninja village to be promoted to chunin. The Hokage asked calmly. What does this have to do with the development of the ninja village? Tsuchikage asked puzzledly. I propose to hold a joint chunin exam and arrange all the genin from our 5 ninja villages to take part in the exam. In the end, the ninja village with the most people passing the chunin exam will get all the resources. This is also what you, Tsuchikage, said. It's to make the ninja world more prosperous. How can the ninja world prosper with trash who can't even pass the chunin exam? Don't you think so, Tsuchikage? At the end, Hokage Madara did not forget to mock the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage thought seriously about the suggestion of the Hokage Madara. If you are talking about comparing the strong men in the villages, our 4 ninja villages combined may not be able to defeat the Konoha village. But when it comes to the chunin exams that are participated by a group of genin, which village doesn't have a few geniuses? I agree with the Hokage's idea, said the Reikage. I agree too, said the Mizukage. The Mizukage and the Reikage rebelled instantly, because no matter how they distributed the resources, neither of them could maximize their interests. Naruto's Madara proposed the chunin exam, which gave them hope of gaining the most resources. As the saying goes, every village has a few geniuses. The one who suffers the most should be the Kazekage. No matter which distribution method is used, the Sand village will be the biggest beneficiary. Now that Naruto's shadow Madara has proposed the chunin exam, the Mizukage and the Reikage have directly rebelled, and the Tsuchikage's attitude is also wavering. The Kazekage has no choice but to agree. Since everyone agrees with the idea of a joint chunin exam, let's talk about it in detail, Kamui. After saying this, Hokage Madara asked Kamui to give a detailed explanation of the joint chunin exam. There are 3 rounds of the joint chunin exam. The first one is a written test. It is conducted in teams of 3. If one person in a team is eliminated, the entire team will be disqualified from the exam. The written test is a comprehensive test that examines the genin's basic knowledge, intelligence gathering capabilities, teamwork, and other aspects. You can ask any questions you have, but I won't answer them anyway. After saying this, Kamui took out a cup of coke to moisten his throat. When Seiyang heard the first half of the sentence and was about to ask Shinwei, he heard the second half of Shinwei's sentence and held back what he wanted to say and almost bit off his tongue. No more joking, just ask. Shinwei said seriously. The first round of the chunin exam was arranged very well, I have no objection. Said the Reikage. I have no objection either. Feng Ying said. I would like to ask where you plan to hold the chunin exam. Asked the Tsuchikage. Chapter 55. I would like to ask where you plan to hold the chunin exam. Asked the Tsuchikage. Of course the chunin exam will be held in Konoha village. Kamui said as a matter of course. I disagree, the Mizukage objected. This is impossible. What if you, Konoha, give your genin a backdoor? Then our genin will definitely lose, right? Feng Ying analyzed. I think our Tsuchikage village is more suitable for hosting the Chunin exams. The Tsuchikage argued. You can fight as much as you want. We, the genin of the Hidden Cloud village, can pass the Chunin exam no matter where it is held, said the Raikage. Quiet down, our Konoha village has contributed the most resources, so don't we have this privilege to hold the Chunin exam in Konoha village? If you have the ability, you can contribute more resources than Konoha, and then we will go to that person's ninja village to hold the Chunin exam. After saying this, Kamui looked around at the 4 cages. This time the 4 cage stopped arguing and agreed to hold the Chunin exam in Konoha village. Shinwei cursed inwardly, 4 stingy misers. Since everyone agrees to hold the Chunin exam in Konoha village, let's continue talking about the content of the second exam. Kamui said and took a sip of coke to moisten his throat. The second test is a simulated mission test. Before the test begins, the teams that pass the first test will be randomly given the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth. They are required to collect the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth within the specified time and bring them to the designated location. Before arriving at the designated location, they are not allowed to open the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth. Violators will be eliminated. Teams or individuals who meet the above conditions will enter the third test, and the rest will be eliminated. Just mentioning it can kill people in this test. Shinwei said indifferently without a trace of emotion. This exam is quite interesting. Tsuchikage said with a smile. The danger does not only come from the genin from other ninja villages, it may also come from ninja from the same village. Kazekage analyzed. Where is the venue for this exam? Mizukage suddenly asked. Yes, if this exam is still held in Konoha, then Konoha village will be able to use its terrain advantage to target the genin of other ninja villages and snatch the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth. The Raikage said with sudden enlightenment. Don't worry about this, Hashirama, it's your turn to perform. Kamui said. Dazuza said in bewilderment, what does this have to do with me? What's your usual starting move in a fight? Shinwei reminded. Oh, I understand. Dazuza finally reacted. Wouldn't escape the arrival of the tree realm. With the help of the big pillars would release, big trees emerged from the ground and instantly grew into towering trees. The big tree in the meeting room grows around the walls of the meeting room, controlled by large pillars. What do you think? Does the Mizukage have any objections? Kamui asked with a smile. Let Konoha decide the location for the second exam. I have no objection. The Mizukage said tactfully. Hokage, I have a request for you, the Kazekage interrupted. Kazekage, please speak, said Naruto Madara. I hope to ask Hashirama Senju to go to the Land of Wind and help us improve the living environment of our sand village. The Kazekage requested. Well, Hashirama, what do you think? Hokage Madara asked the big pillar. No problem. Dazuzi agreed readily. In that case, after the 5-cage summit is over, Hashirama, you and the Kazekage should go to the Land of Wind together and cooperate with the Kazekage to improve the environment. After that, return to Konoha village. Hokage Madara suggested. Really? Thank you so much, Hokage. The Kazekage said in surprise. Okay, Kazekage, don't talk about your personal matters at the 5-cage summit. Let's continue talking about the third exam of the Chunin exam. The Mizukage interrupted impatiently. The establishment of diplomatic relations between Konoha village and Sand village is a personal matter, so what is the 5-cage summit? A tea party. Hokage Madara retorted. Mizukage, please say less. Hokage, please don't keep harping on this issue. What everyone is most concerned about right now is the Chunin exam. It's not too late to talk about the matters of Konoha village and Sand village after the Chunin exam is over. Tsuchikage said in a conciliatory manner. The Mizukage snorted coldly and stopped talking. Then let's talk in private, Kazekage, said Naruto Madara. Sure, sure. Feng Ying replied. Kamui, continue to tell us what you think about the third round of the Chunin exams, Hokage Madara ordered. Yes, the third round of the Chunin exam will be held in the form of an individual battle between the genin who passed the second exam. The genin who passed the second exam will draw lots to decide their opponents. The first round is a knockout round. Those who fail in the first round of individual battles will be eliminated directly. The winner will enter the second round. The second round is the rematch. Starting from the second round of the rematch, the genin with outstanding performance can be promoted to chunin as an exception. Daimyo will be invited to watch the second round until the final. Special attention should be paid to the fact that killing is not allowed in the third exam. Violators will be disqualified from the exam. The above is the complete content of the chunin exam. After Kamui finished speaking, he returned behind Hokage Madara. The setting of the chunin exam is very interesting, but there is one thing that is not quite reasonable. Since resources are allocated based on the number of genin in each ninja village who pass the chunin exam, then what is the significance of the final third game and the winner of the final? Asked the Tsuchikage. Then does the Tsuchikage have any different opinions? Asked the Hokage Madara. I think the ninja village to which the winner of the third final belongs should obtain all the resources, said the Tsuchikage. Didn't the Tsuchikage say before that we should make the ninja world more prosperous in the future? Isn't the prosperity of one person also prosperity? Hokage Madara sneered. After hearing this, the Tsuchikage remained calm and insisted on his idea of obtaining all the resources of the winner's ninja village. I agree with the Tsuchikage's idea. Reikage said in support. Why don't we both take a step back? The ninja village to which the winner belongs will get half of the resources, and the ninja village with the most people passing the chunin exam will also get half of the resources. The Mizukage suggested. Kamui glanced at the Mizukage and thought to himself, he had always thought that the Mizukage was an idiot who spoke without thinking, but he didn't expect that he could come up with such an idea. It turns out that anyone who can become the kage of a village is not a simple person. Compared to the Mizukage's proposal, the proposals of the Hokage and the Tsuchikage are too extreme. If the Hokage's proposal is used, the sand village of the Kazekage will have no hope at all. If the Tsuchikage's proposal is used, although each family has the hope of obtaining all the resources, no one dares to say that the genin of their own village will definitely be the winner. Since the Tsuchikage can make this suggestion, it means that he is very optimistic about the genin of his own ninja village, and that person has a great chance of winning. Kamui roughly guessed that the person should be the future second Tsuchikage Mu, the grandson of the first Tsuchikage, and the teacher of Oniki Rin, and his confidence in winning should come from dust release, a bloodline elimination formed by the fusion of the three chakra attributes of wind, fire, and earth. The one who took part in the chunin exam from the Mizukage's mist village should be the second Mizukage, Gengetsu Hojiki, with a little mustache. He inherited the Hojiki clan's bloodline limit that can turn into water, and on this basis developed the Steam Danger Explosion, a ninjutsu of infinite explosion. It is said that the second Tsuchikage Mu was injured by this ninjutsu and had to wear bandages. The sand village of the Kazekage and the cloud village of the Reikage should be the places where the first Kazekage, Reikage, and the second Kazekage, Reikage took part in the chunin exam in the original work. Because Konoha village was established more than 10 years in advance, some of the second kage who were supposed to build the village together with the first kage are still children now. The original first kage has also changed a lot. The first Kazekage and Reikage are not people that Kamui is familiar with, so their current age is just the right age to take the chunin exam. If you think about it this way, among the people of the same generation in Konoha village, no one except Kamui and his 6 companions can definitely beat them. I agree with the Mizukage's idea. Naruto Madara said after thinking for a moment. I agree too. The Tsuchikage said immediately afterwards. The Kazekage and the Reikage also agreed. When is the chunin exam scheduled? Reikage asked Naruto Madara. About 3 months later, everyone will lead their teams to Konoha village to take part in the chunin exams. Hokage Madara replied. The 5-Kage summit is nearing its end, with the only thing left to do being the signing of the contract document. The gist of the contract document is that the parties will not invade each other's territory, and any events must be notified in advance. Only with the approval of the local ninja village can one legally enter the territory of another country. Once they enter the country illegally, they will be treated as spies, and the local ninja village has the right to deal with them with full authority. The ninja village to which they belong shall not interfere, and the ninja village to which they belong will be held accountable afterwards. Kamui didn't care about the contract document. To put it bluntly, this document was just a piece of waste paper. Anyone who would abide by it was a fool. Not only had the Anbu of Konoha village taken root in other ninja villages also had bases in Konoha. How much fake wine would one have to drink to make people evacuate their bases and stop collecting intelligence on the other side just based on a contract document? Kamui watched the 5-Kage sign their names on the contract document one by one, and promised solemnly that they would abide by the terms of the contract. He tried hard not to laugh, and later he simply covered his face to prevent himself from laughing out loud. The 5 Kage naturally noticed Kamui's abnormality. Although it was a bit embarrassing, they could save face as long as they didn't laugh out loud. The last item of the 5 Kage summit was completed, and the 5 Kage left, arranging for their guards to return home. After the Kazekage made all the arrangements, he went to find the Hokage Madara and asked him to borrow the big pillar. Naruto Madara readily lent the great pillar to the Wind Shadow, and reminded the great pillar, "Go early and come back early, the ninja school cannot do without you as the principal." Kamui came up and handed the great pillar a flying thunder god kunao. "After this is over, inject chakra into the kunao, and I will come to take you back to Konoha village." The great pillar put away the flying thunder god kunao and followed the Kazekage back to the sand village. Naruto Madara left the land of iron and returned to Konoha village with Kamui and the Hokage guards. Kamui also proposed to use the flying thunder god technique to bring everyone back together, but was rejected by Naruto Madara, who said, "Do you think you are the only one who wants to be lazy?" Chapter 56. Muie Village. Under the supervision and management of Tobirama, the reform of the ninja school is on the right track, and the mental outlook of teachers and students has been completely renewed. During Tobirama's reforms, a saying spread throughout the ninja school, "In the ninja world, those who don't follow the rules are trash." This sentence was first said by Tobirama. At that time, Tobirama was reforming the ninja school, and he said this at the mobilization meeting in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Later, this sentence somehow spread and became an iron rule followed by all the ninjas in Konoha village. At this moment, Tobirama is doing human experiments in his secret laboratory. He has various precision instruments at hand and a culture container behind him. In the container is a brain connected to an eyeball, and that eyeball is the Sharingan. Tobirama was conducting a cell cultivation experiment on his laboratory table. Tobirama observed the condition of the cells through the instrument and exclaimed, "Brother Initima's cells are dozens of times more active than mine, and they also have strong regenerative abilities. This is the change brought about by the wood release bloodline limit." Tobirama observed through another instrument and wondered, why is Kamui's cell activity almost zero? What's the matter with the terrifying adaptability of his cells? Tobirama continued the experiment with doubts. Tobirama injected Obashi's cells into his own cells, used medical ninjutsu to stimulate cell activity, and then observed through instruments that his cells were quickly devoured by Obashi's cells, and then a small sapling grew in the culture dish. This experiment was undoubtedly a failure, but Tobirama was not discouraged. He injected Itame's cells into his own cells again, still using medical ninjutsu to stimulate cell activity. He continued to observe with instruments and found that his cells had fused with Itame's cells, which made Tobirama excited. Tobirama extracted the fused cells for experiments, but the results disappointed him greatly, as they showed that the new cells had lost their wood release ability during the fusion process. Tobirama then injected Kamui's cells into his own cells. Before Tobirama could use medical ninjutsu to stimulate the cell activity, he discovered that his cell culture dish was on fire and spontaneously combusted, taking his cells with it and reducing them to ashes. Tobirama was puzzled, so he put Kamui's cells aside and concentrated on studying the cells between the pillars and the boards. It is known that after the cells of Tobirama and the Great Pillar fuse, they will turn into trees, and after the cells of Tobirama and the Great Pillar fuse, they will lose the ability of wood release. So the question is, what will happen after the cells of the three people fuse? Tobirama is a person with a strong desire to explore and seek knowledge. Once he has an idea, he will realize it. Tobirama injected the cells between the large pillars and the plates into his own cells, immediately used medical ninjutsu to stimulate the cell activity, and then used instruments to observe the condition of the cells. The cells between the large pillars and the plates continuously engulf or fuse the cells between the gates until all the cells between the gates are consumed, and then the two new cells are obtained. The speed of engulfment and fusion between the two new cells was slow, so Tobirama had to increase the amount of chakra in medical ninjutsu to stimulate cell activity and accelerate the engulfment and fusion process between the new cells. After Tobirama consumed a huge amount of medical ninjutsu chakra, the two new cells finally completed the process of engulfment and fusion. Tobirama couldn't wait to know whether the new cells after the final engulfment and fusion could achieve the expected effect. Tobirama suppressed his excitement and methodically extracted new cells for experiments. After various tests by Tobirama, the experimental results came out. The new cells had the power of wood release and were very gentle, and would not have a bad effect on the user's body. Tobirama immediately decided to inject the new cells into his own body and become the third ninja to awaken the wood release Kekkei Genkai. The new cells in Tobirama's body kept repeating the 3 steps of division, engulfment, and fusion. Tobirama only felt waves of sleepiness coming over him, so he found a place to fall asleep. A few hours later, Tobirama woke up and found that he was exceptionally energetic and the amount of chakra in his body increased dramatically. Tobirama cut his palm with a knife, and the self-healing ability of the wood-release Kekkei Genkai allowed the wound to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tobirama then formed seals and used the wood-release ninjutsu, and large trees sprouted out of the ground. Tobirama was very satisfied with the results of the experiment. Tobirama picked up the experimental equipment to experiment on Kamui's cells. He injected Kamui's cells into the new cells, and then it exploded. Tobirama's laboratory table and the instruments on the table were all destroyed. Tobirama had a dark face and cursed, "The Uchiha clan is a naturally evil clan." Then Tobirama looked at the destroyed instrument and a look of pain appeared on his face. As the head of the Anbu, Izuna ordered her subordinates to switch from open to covered intelligence gathering during the period when Hokage Madara attended the 5-Kage Summit, so as not to affect the smooth progress of the 5-Kage Summit. After the 5-Kage Summit ended, Izuna immediately knew what was discussed at the summit, word for word. As for the Chunin exam, Kamui always has some strange yet practical ideas. Izuna said with a smile. Order. Izuna became serious the next second. A masked ANBU member stepped out from the shadows and stood in front of Izuna. Immediately investigate the genin of the 4 major ninja villages, compile their intelligence, and report it. After Izuna gave the order, the ANBU members disappeared again. Based on the rules of the Chunin exam mentioned by Kamui, Izuna simulated the possible problems that might arise in the Chunin exam in her mind, and then formulated corresponding solutions. Compared to the busy Tobirama and Izuna, Itama was the most leisurely during the 5-Kage Summit. Because of the influence of the 5-Kage Summit, the bandits and wandering ninjas along the way were much more restrained. After all, if they caused trouble during this period, they would definitely be held accountable afterwards, so it would be better to wait until this period was over before coming out to rob. Banjian sat in Shinwei's office, took a nap, drank tea, and experienced Shinwei's happiness. Kamui really knows how to enjoy himself. Itama sighed. As he said this, he put Shinwei's collection of tea into his arms, and ordered the police personnel to move the things he thought were good in Shinwei's office to his own office in the mission department. Banjian felt sorry for the empty office of Shinwei and ordered his subordinates to move back. The most important thing for a family is to be tidy, so Banjian would not let them suffer in Shinwei in the future. After this wave of stealing, Banjian went straight back to the mission department office, thinking about how to arrange these things. Hokage Madara and his group are currently at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. The Fire Country is right in front of us. Let's try to enter the Fire Country tonight. Hokage Madara mobilized. Yes. The Hokage's guard replied helplessly. Madara, is it okay for you to be lazy like this? The distance between us and the Land of Fire is such that even a genin can reach there within half a day. Isn't half a day too long for a team of jonin like us? Kamui said expressionlessly. Kamui, you have no right to say that I'm lazy. Haven't you been lazy enough times yourself? And the excuses you use are getting worse and worse. What's the word? Naruto Madara forgot the words halfway through his speech. Weird. Shinwei reminded. Yes, weird. The excuses you use are weirder each time. What did I say? Now you are blaming me for being lazy. How dare you say that? Hokage Madara said disdainfully. Kamui was just about to have a good talk with Naruto's Madara about the issue of being lazy when he heard the sound of fighting coming from the Hokage's guards in front. What happened in front? Hokage Madara called over and asked someone. Hokage-sama, there are ninjas blocking the road ahead, intending to assassinate you, the man said. Hokage Madara's eyes lit up after hearing this. Ever since he became the Hokage, he had been processing documents in the Hokage's office and had never had the opportunity to take action. Now the opportunity to take action has come. Someone specifically wants to assassinate the Hokage. How could he not fulfill their wish? Lord Kamui, what is Lord Hokage going to do? Why is he walking so fast? The man asked. My hands are itching. I want to fight someone. Shinwei answered casually. After saying this, Kamui followed Naruto Madara. Kamui was also very curious about which kid in the ninja world was so stubborn that he wanted to assassinate Naruto Madara. When Kamui saw the man who wanted to assassinate the Hokage, he immediately felt that it was reasonable, because that man was called Kakuzu, Kakuzu of Takigakure, a man known as the living fossil of the ninja world. In fact, Kakuzu had already ambushed at the border of the Iron Country, waiting for the arrival of Hokage Madara. He then completed the task easily and returned to the village to count money. However, Kakuzu waited and waited, but the Hokage's team never showed up, and the food he brought with him was running out. He had no choice but to rob a caravan, and he didn't expect to rob the Hokage's team. After meeting Kakuzu, the excitement in Naruto's eyes instantly cooled. Looking at the child in front of him who was about his own age, Naruto's Madara asked, "Are you the one who wants to assassinate the Hokage?" "Of course, who are you?" Kakuzu asked. "I am the Hokage, Uchiha Madara." Hokage Madara said confidently. "That's great, after killing you I can go back to the village and count the money." Kakuzu became extremely excited when he mentioned the money. "You'd better go back. You are no match for me," Naruto Madara said bluntly. "You look down on me? Well, I'll let you know how powerful Lord Kakuzu is." After saying this, Kakuzu attacked Naruto's Madara. "Do you want to dance too?" Naruto Madara asked casually. Kakuzu was stunned after hearing this, and during this moment of distraction, Kakuzu was defeated by Madara. Kakuzu lay on the ground with a bewildered look on his face, his mind full of questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? You're just an ant, not even half as good as me, Naruto Madara said casually as he looked at Kakuzu who fell to the ground. When Kakuzu heard this, he remembered that he came to assassinate the Hokage, and then he fell down without even seeing how the other party attacked. Chapter 57. Kakuzu knew that he was no match for the Hokage, Madara, and the crime of assassinating the Hokage was either instant death or life imprisonment. Angle lay on the ground waiting for the final judgment, thinking about the little money he left in Takanan village, which he would never see again. Madara, the Hokage, was extremely disappointed with the strength of the assassin, who fell before he could please himself, and immediately ordered the team to continue moving forward, and then he walked away without even looking at Kakuzu. Kamui looked at Kakuzu lying on the ground waiting for trial, and recalled the plot in the original work. He knew that Kakuzu's assassination of the Hokage was the idea of the Takigakure high-ups. After Kakuzu failed in the assassination of the Hokage and returned to Takigakure, and brought back the news of his failure, the Takigakure high-ups were afraid of Konoha's revenge, so they treated Kakuzu as a pawn and immediately captured Kakuzu and handed him over to Konoha to apologize. Then Kakuzu escaped from Takigakure and stole the Takigakure's secret technique of the Earth Grudge, and became a rebel ninja from then on. Out of sympathy, Kamui walked up to Kakuzu and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "If Takigakure can't accommodate you, you are welcome to join Konoha." After Kamui finished speaking, he followed the Hokage's guards and left, leaving Kakuzu lying on the ground in a daze. Kamui caught up with the team, and Naruto Madara asked, "What did you just say to him?" "Invite him to join Konoha," Kamui replied. "Oh." After knowing the answer, Naruto Madara didn't care about the reason why Kamui invited him. The battle just now was not satisfying. "When we return to the land of fire, Kamui, you and I will fight. Speaking of which, the last time we fought was more than a year ago," Hokage Madara recalled. "Give it your all?" Shinwei asked. "Of course, only a thrilling battle can make me feel happy," Naruto Madara said excitedly. "Do you want to dance too?" Kamui said, imitating Madara's tone. "Kamui, don't imitate my way of speaking," Hokage Madara said angrily. "If I remember correctly, I was the first to say this, and then you carried it forward," Shinwei said confidently. "Give it here," Kamui said and stretched out his hand towards Naruto Madara. "What?" Naruto Madara was confused and didn't understand what Kamui wanted. "Copyright fees. You plagiarized my classic quotes, so of course you have to pay copyright fees," Shinwei said as a matter of course. Although Naruto Madara didn't understand what copyright fees meant, he knew that it must cost money. "Kamui, that's enough. We are brothers, real brothers. How can you ask me for copyright fees?" Naruto Madara tried to persuade Kamui. "Brothers should settle accounts clearly, and you are just my cousin," Shinwei argued. "Okay, stop playing these tricks on me and just tell me your purpose," Hokage Madara said bluntly. "You plagiarized my classic quotes again while openly repairing the plank roads to secretly attack Chen Kang. Shinwei tried to change the subject. Will you tell me or not? There will be no such shop once you miss this opportunity. Naruto Madara looked like he would turn around and leave if I didn't tell you. Actually, I want to take a vacation. Shinwei honestly stated his purpose. If you want to take Mito home to visit, then there's no need to say more. We've already discussed it before. After the 5-cage summit is over, you can go back anytime. Hokage Madara speculated. I didn't ask for leave for Mito. Kamui said a little embarrassedly. After hearing this, Naruto Madara was also stunned and asked quickly, if you are not asking for leave Mito, then what is it for? You're not trying to tell me that you want to be lazy again. Hokage Madara said in a bad tone. Of course not. I asked for leave to find some helpers to take part in the Chunin exam. Kamui explained. Some of the students in the ninja school are indeed useless. Hokage Madara sighed. You just invited him to join Konoha for the Chunin exam? His strength is not that strong. Hokage Madara guessed. Kamui thought to himself, if Keiku is not strong, it depends on who the opponent is. He is not strong compared to you, Madara, but he should have no problem beating kids in the Chunin exam. I invited Kakuzu only out of sympathy. I don't intend to let him take part in the Chunin exam. I'm looking for someone else to help me. Kamui said mysteriously. Stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Hokage Madara said impatiently. I plan to go to another world to find help. Shinwei said. Oh, it's that peaceful and comfortable world. Hokage Madara's eyes lit up after hearing this. Thinking about it, it seems that we should indeed go back and take a look. However, their power system is different from ours. The time ratio between the two worlds is 1:4. Too much time is lost going back and forth, so there is no way to go to other worlds. Shinwei explained. So which world are you planning to go to? Asked Naruto Madara calmly. Go to a ninja world that is similar to our world. Kamui replied. Kamui, can you explain when you ran to other worlds again? A dangerous smile appeared on Naruto Madara's face. Kamui looked at the dangerous smile on Naruto's face, and could only remain speechless. He was like playing the lute to a cow, playing chess, calligraphy and painting, drawing a prison on the ground, unbreakable, burning his boats. What's the boat? Forget it, I won't pursue it, but you have to take me with you this time. Hokage Madara requested. No problem, we can set off now, and then we can go straight back to Konoha village. Kamui said happily. Naruto Madara ordered the Hokage guard to return to Konoha village first, saying that he and Kamui had something to do and might return to Konoha village later, so they should not worry. Naruto Madara finally said, if anyone asks where Kamui and I are going, let him ask Izuna. Izuna knows where we are going. After saying this, Madara Hokage and Kamui left the site of the Hokage guard. Kamui, where are we going? Asked Naruto Madara, suppressing his excitement. You've already asked this question. Kamui said as he closed his eyes and sensed the flying thunder god Kunao. Found it, hold on to me. Shinwei said. Naruto Madara put his hand on Kamui's shoulder, and came to the Naruto world together with Kamui through the flying thunder god technique, part 2. Kamui and Naruto Madara appeared in the cabin built by Kamui. Is this where you want to come? Said Naruto Madara, looking around curiously. Please pay attention. No matter what you see later, don't be shocked. Shinwei said seriously. Tisk, who are you looking down on? As the Hokage, I, Uchiha Madara, have seen everything. How could I be so shocked? Hokage Madara said confidently. Remember what you said. Shinwei said casually. Kamui took Naruto Madara and headed towards the Uchiha clan's base, using the Flying Thunder God formation. When they were about to reach the Uchiha clan's base, Kamui's Kagura's mind's eye sensed that the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were fighting again. But it's better this way, as it saves Shinwei from having to look for them one by one. Shinwei believes that the helpers he wants are on that battlefield. Kamui took Naruto and Madara and teleported to the battlefield using the Flying Thunder God formation. The one-armed Senju of Butsuma was about to kill Uchiha Tajima, who kept coughing, but Kamui immediately stepped forward to block the fatal blow from Senju of Butsuma. Who is it? The one-armed Senju of Fusuma felt a flash before his eyes, and his move to kill Uchiha Tajima was interrupted by someone. I am Kamui. Kamui said and summoned the fiery red Susanoo. The fiery red Susanoo stood in the center of the battlefield. Kamui said between Susanoo's eyebrows, "Stop it, everyone." After saying this, Kamui controlled the Susanoo and wielded the Fang Tian Huaji. A strong gust of wind covered the entire battlefield, forcing the Senju and Uchiha clans to desperately stabilize their bodies and unable to continue fighting. "Why do you want to interfere in the war between the Senju and Uchiha clans?" Senju Fusuma asked puzzledly. "Actually, I..." Before Kamui could finish his words, Kamui's duplicate and the little girl Kagura came over, calling out to brother Kamui. "Brother Shinwei, you're back to see me." Shinwei's duplicate said excitedly. "Brother Kamui, look, I have already opened the Sharingan." The little girl Kagura showed the pair of 2 Megatama Sharingan to Kamui. Naruto Madara was staring blankly at his resurrected father. Just as he was about to go forward to help him up, a figure came forward faster than him and helped his father Uchiha Tajima up. When Naruto Madara saw the face of that figure, his jaw dropped in shock. At this time, the figure stood in front of Naruto Madara and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha Madara of this world." "Hello." Hokage Madara said woodenly. "Did you come from his world with Kamui?" asked Madara's duplicate. "Yeah." Naruto Madara replied. "Ahem, is it Madara?" Uchiha Tajima asked, covering his chest. "Father." Naruto Madara called out smoothly. "You are Madara from another ninja world, ahem, right?" Uchiha Tajima said. "Are you doing well in that world?" Uchiha Tajima asked with concern. "Father." Naruto Madara hugged Uchiha Tajima and cried bitterly. Uchiha Tajima gently patted Naruto Madara's back and said, "Cry, it will be better if you cry." Since the time he could remember, Madara's duplicate had never seen his father so kind. Madara's duplicate also wanted to hug his father, but felt a little embarrassed. "Madara, you and Izuna must gather the Uchiha people to stop the war and withdraw the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Tajima said sternly to Madara's doppelganger. Madara's duplicate was a little dumbfounded. "This is not fair. I am your biological son. Why are you so kind to him and so strict with me? Madara, why are you still standing here? Go quickly." Uchiha Tajima said sternly. "Yes, father." Madara's second incarnation turned around with a gloomy face and went to gather the tribesmen to retreat. Uchiha Tajima immediately put on a kind face and said to Naruto Madara, "How are you feeling better?" Naruto Madara stopped crying and said, "Father, I am so happy to see you again." Chapter 58. In your world, have I already passed away? Uchiha Tajima asked calmly. "Well, he died together with the Senju of Butsuma." Naruto Madara answered with a little disappointment. "Kamui, Kagura, I haven't seen you for a few days. You've made great progress." Kamui encouraged with a smile. "I came here this time with the intention of finding a few helpers to bring to my world to assist Konoha village and take part in the Chunin exams. I will explain the details once everyone is gathered," Kamui explained. "Really? That's great. I've always wanted to visit Brother Shinwei's world, and today my wish has finally come true." Shinwei's doppelganger said in surprise. "Brother Shinwei hasn't said yet that he wants to take you with him." The little girl Kagura poured cold water on him. "Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, come and gather here!" Kamui shouted loudly. Madara's duplicate and Izuna were arranging for the tribesmen to withdraw to the Uchiha base when they suddenly heard Kamui calling him and Izuna. Although he didn't know what Kamui wanted to do, Madara's duplicate knew that Kamui would not harm them, so he took Izuna over. On the side of the Thousand Hands clan, the war was forced to stop due to the intervention of Shinwei, and the one-armed Thousand Hands Buddha was arranging for the clan members to withdraw to the Thousand Hands clan's base. Senju Fusuma suddenly heard Kamui calling his 2 sons by name. Based on the fact that Kamui had intervened to stop the war between the 2 clans and the fact that the people Kamui brought with him had a close relationship with the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he concluded that Kamui called his 2 sons to do something bad to them. "Hashirama, Tobirama, hurry up, just go, don't worry about me. Hashirama, you will be the one leading the Senju clan from now on. Kamui, if you want to touch my son, you have to step over my dead body first." After saying this, the Senju of Butsuma took a fighting stance. Ohashira and Tobirama heard Kamui calling them, but before they knew what was going on, they heard their father Senju Fusuma telling them to leave quickly, and even passed down the position of clan leader. "Father, I won't leave. I won't abandon you," Dazuza said with tears in his eyes. "Father, I won't leave either," Tobirama said firmly. "Are you trying to piss me off to death? The future of the Senju clan depends on you. I will never allow you to sacrifice in vain. Leave here immediately. Tobirama, take your elder brother away. This is an order," Senju Fusuma said sternly. "Well, did Chief Senju misunderstand something? I went to Hashirama and Tobirama to ask for their help, and I had no other intentions." Kamui interrupted. Senju Butsuma looked at the Kamui and Susanoo, then looked at Hokage Madara, who was having a pleasant conversation with Uchiha Tajima, his eyes full of doubt. Kamui saw the distrust of Senju Butsuma, and immediately put away Susanoo, called Naruto Madara and Uchiha Tajima over, and told them about the Chunin exam in Konoha village. In the first sentence of Kamui, he mentioned that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan formed an alliance to jointly establish Konoha village, but then he was interrupted by Senju Butsuma and Ohazhira. "Impossible, the Senju clan will never form an alliance with the Uchiha clan," Senju Fusuma retorted. "Really? My dream of building a village has really come true," Dazuza said in surprise. Uchiha Tajima also had some doubts. He turned to look at Naruto Madara and asked him in his eyes, "Is what Kamui said true?" Hokage Madara nodded to Uchiha Tajima, indicating to him that this was true, and a huge wave of emotion rose in Uchiha Tajima's heart. Although the rest of the people found it hard to believe that the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had formed an alliance, no one objected and instead listened quietly to Kamui continue speaking. "I know this is indeed unbelievable, but it is indeed true. After Konoha village was built, other families in the ninja world applied to join Konoha village and were willing to contribute their strength to Konoha village, just because Konoha village is a place that can bring peace." Kamui narrated. That's right, this is what my ideal village is like, and you actually did it," Dazuza said excitedly. "Not only did we do it, we did it very well." As more and more people joined Konoha village, the daimyo of the Fire Country recognized the status of Konoha village and asked Konoha village to elect a leader. The leader is called Hokage, which means the commander of ninjas who protects the Fire Country in the shadows. When Kamui said this, he asked Naruto Madara to stand beside him. The last Hokage elected is Madara, and the clothes he is wearing now are the clothes that symbolize the Hokage. Kamui introduced. "It's becoming more and more unrealistic. You said that Konoha village was jointly established by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Let's not talk about that for now. It is indeed possible that other clans chose to join Konoha village for the sake of peace. Konoha village has gathered the strength of a large number of families, and the daimyo of the Fire Nation has to pay attention to it. But you said that a child like Uchiha Madara would become Hokage. On what basis could he become Hokage?" Senju Butsuma questioned. "Of course it's based on my strength," Naruto Madara said as he burst out his chakra. Except for the divine might who was unmoved, everyone else felt a powerful aura coming towards them in an instant, as if there was an invisible pressure on their bodies that made it hard for them to breathe. Kyunju Buddha was the first to be hit. He struggled to support his body and not fall down. While the double Madara was trying his best to resist, in his heart he was yearning for the powerful strength of Hokage Madara. Uchiha Tajima was barely able to resist the momentum of Hokage Madara, and his heart was filled with joy at his son's success. "Madara, please put away your chakra and let me continue," Kamui said lightly. Naruto Madara retracted his chakra and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "My son became the Hokage, aren't you very unconvinced, Fusuma?" "Kamui, don't pay attention to him, just continue talking," Uchiha Tajima said proudly. "You." Chien Shao Buddha was speechless for a long time. Kamui continued, "After Madara became the Hokage, other countries followed the model of Konoha village and established their own ninja villages. After a meeting of daimyo, the daimyo of the 5 major countries facilitated the 5 Kage talks to discuss the future of the ninja villages. The Hokage was invited to attend the 5 Kage talks and was suppressed by the 4 Kages, forcing Konoha to provide resources for them to build ninja villages." Kamui narrated. "Humph, in my opinion, it should be Konoha village that leads them. One Konoha village is enough in the ninja world." Madara's duplicate interrupted. After listening to the words of the Madara doppelganger, Hokage Madara looked at him with a complicated look in his eyes. After listening to what the double Madara said, Kamui had a smile on his face, and his eyes kept switching between the Hokage Madara and the double Madara. The Hokage Madara felt Kamui's gaze and glared at him fiercely. Madara, I will definitely stop you from starting a war when the time comes. Daibashi said seriously. When Kamui heard what Daijao said, he laughed out loud. Naruto's shadow Madara coughed heavily, but Kamui did not restrain himself either. Naruto's shadow Madara directly knocked Kamui away. Kamui, come back when you've laughed enough. Let me tell you the rest. At the 5-cage summit, the 4-cage pressed forward step by step, and finally Kamui came up with the idea of pooling the resources of the 5 major countries and using the final result of the Chunin exam to decide how to allocate the resources. This proposal was unanimously approved by the 5-cage, and it was finally decided to hold the Chunin exam in Konoha village 3 months later. Now the genin in the Konoha village ninja school are useless, so Kamui brought me to this world and gathered you together. I hope you can help Konoha village pass this Chunin exam, so I'm counting on you. Hokage Madara said sincerely, and then he bowed deeply to everyone. No problem, Madara, I will help you. The Great Pillar agreed directly after the Hokage Madara said it. Brother, you should have discussed this with us, Tobirama chided. After Kamui came back, he said, the ninja world here can't keep fighting like this. Sooner or later, there will be a day of peace. Our ninja world can build Konoha village, and so can you. Brother Shinwei, are you okay? Asked the little girl Kagura. I'm fine, I was just letting him go. Shinwei said. Then Brother Shinwei, when are we setting off? I can't wait. Shinwei's duplicate said excitedly. Don't worry, the results will be out soon. Shinwei comforted. Madara, Izuna, Kamui, and Kagura, what do you think? Asked Uchiha Tajima. Chief, I want to take a look at Brother Shinwei's world. Shinwei's second body said timidly. Chief, I also plan to visit Brother Kamui's world. Said the little girl Kagura. Father, he needs my help now. Madara's duplicate said and glanced at Hokage Madara. Father, I want to see what I am like in that world. Izuna said. Okay, let's go back to the tribe and make arrangements. We'll go together. I also want to see how Madara becomes the Hokage of Konoha village. Uchiha Tajima said with a pleased smile. Hashirama, Tobirama, what do you think about this matter? Hashirama, you shut up, Tobirama, you speak first. Senju Fusuma said sternly. Dazuzi opened his mouth and swallowed back what he was about to say. Father, I think what they said is true. There is no need for strong people like Kamui and Madara to lie to us. Tobirama analyzed. Tobirama, what you said makes sense. I care too much about the hatred between the two races. Senju Fusuma said with enlightenment. Tobirama, do you think we should help them? Asked Senju Butsuma. I can help you, but you can't help me for free. Tobirama said. Hashirama, learn more from Tobirama. Think twice before doing anything and don't make decisions rashly. Senju Butsuma admonished. Yes, father, I will tell them now and we will go to help them. Dazuza said happily. The Great Pillar turned to the Hokage Madara and said, Madara, father has agreed to help you. He completely forgot the condition that they had previously agreed that the help could not be for free. Senju Butsuma looked at Hashirama helplessly, then said to Tobirama, you must take good care of your elder brother in the future, and never let him be present during negotiations. Chapter 59. Since everyone has made the decision, you can arrange the affairs of the clan today. We will gather here on time tomorrow morning and set off for our world. Shinwei said. Brother Shinwei, please come visit our clan tonight. Shinwei's duplicate invited. Yes, Brother Kamui, I want to hear your story about that world. Said the little girl Kagura. Well then, tonight in the Uchiha clan, I will tell you about what happened in my world. Kamui replied. Madara, come back to your clan with us. I want to know what happened to you in that world. Uchiha Tajima said. Yes, father, replied Naruto Madara. Madara, go back and clean up your room. Let the you from another world sleep there tonight. Go and sleep with Izuna. Uchiha Tajima ordered. Madara's duplicate body suddenly felt that he was an adopted child, and that Naruto Madara was the biological son of his father Uchiha Tajima. However, Madara's duplicate body did not dare to disobey his father Uchiha Tajima's wishes, and could only answer reluctantly, yes, Father Fujian, I invited you to the Uchiha clan's banquet. You wouldn't be afraid to come, right? Uchiha Tajima said deliberately to make people angry. Humph, Tajima, wait until I have arranged the affairs of the clan, and I promise to bankrupt your Uchiha clan. Senju Fusuma replied. After saying this, the two looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. It was unclear whether they were laughing at each other's naivety or feeling fortunate to have a new close friend. Senju Fujian brought his two sons back to the Senju clan and arranged clan affairs. Kamui and Naruto Madara followed Uchiha Tajima back to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan members who participated in the war today looked at Kamui and Naruto Madara and whispered to each other. These two are Uchiha clan members from another world, and they are also guests of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Tajima introduced. I am Uchiha Kamui from another world. Kamui introduced himself. I am Uchiha Madara from another world. Naruto Madara introduced himself. They look similar to the young patriarch and Shinwei. Not only are they similar, but they are both extremely powerful. Yes, that Shinwei is the one who stopped the two tribes from going to war. I saw it clearly. Then tell me quickly. Uchiha Tajima took Hokage Madara away alone, leaving behind Madara's doppelganger, Izuna, and the Kamui Kagura siblings to accompany Kamui to visit the Uchiha clan. Is there any difference from the Uchiha clan in your memory? Asked Uchiha Tajima. Basically no changes. Naruto Madara replied. What does Konoha village look like? Asked Uchiha Tajima. Konoha village is a... Hokage Madara began to introduce Konoha village, and Uchiha Tajima listened quietly on the side. Brother Shinwei, look what this is. Shinwei's duplicate took out the scroll behind him and said. Shinwei took the scroll, opened it, and found that it was a contract scroll for signing a contract with a summoned beast, but the key point was, it was a contract scroll with the toad of Myaboku Mountain, one of the 3 holy places. Where did you get it? Shinwei asked in disbelief. It was given to me by the great toad sage from Mount Maiboku. Said the double of Kamui. You are the protagonist, right? You can get martial arts secrets from your seniors without leaving your home, Shinwei sighed in his heart. Have you practiced any magic? Shinwei asked. I have practiced immortal arts, but they are too difficult. The second incarnation of Shinwei said dejectedly. Shinwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this world is reasonable. How's the progress? Shinwei asked casually. Alas, every time I enter the sage mode, I have to stand still and keep my mind as calm as water so that I can absorb natural energy. But where is the time to enter the sage mode on the battlefield? Said the dual body of Shinwei in distress. Damn, your training speed is too fast. I was wrong. This world is unreasonable. The template of Obito and Naruto is too strong. If you want to enter the sage mode quickly, there is a way. You can let your shadow clone enter the sage mode, and then release the shadow clone, so that you can enter the sage mode instantly. Shinwei plagiarized the wisdom of others. Yes, brother Shinwei, you are so awesome. Shinwei's duplicate said in surprise. Brother, your problem has been solved. Don't stick to brother Kamui. The little girl Kagura said and drove away the Kamui's duplicate. Brother Kamui, there seems to be something wrong with my Chidori Ryu ninjutsu. The little girl Kagura said as she used the Chidori from the Chidori Ryu. Purple arcs of electricity flickered on the right hand of the little girl Kagura, making the already sharp Chidori even more mysterious. Isn't this the purple lightning that Hitaki and Kagura are 50-50 in Boruto? Kagura is too talented in lightning attribute. How is the penetration of Chidori now? How is its power? Apart from these, are there any other things about it that feel different from before? Kamui asked. The penetration is stronger, the power is greater, the corresponding chakra consumption is also greater, and the speed is faster. The little girl Kagura said as she demonstrated her speed. The figure of little girl Kagura disappeared from everyone's sight. Everyone could only see faint purple arcs of electricity coming out of little girl Kagura's body as she moved at high speed. Kamui vaguely saw the prototype of the speed force in the little girl Kagura, and sighed, you two brothers and sisters are the real protagonists, and I am just an old grandfather who gives away magic weapons at the beginning. Kagura, can you go faster? Asked Kamui. The little girl Kagura increased her speed several times in a row, and the purple electric arcs on her body became stronger, but when it reached a critical point, it seemed to be restricted. No matter how hard she tried, she could not break the limit. It seems that little girl Kagura has indeed mastered the speed force, but has been deprived of the ability to travel through time. This is good, as I don't have to open my eyes one day to find the world in chaos. Okay, stop. Shinwei said. Kagura, the power you are using now is called speed force. Come on, Kagura, watch this. Kamui said as he used the speed Chidori with his right hand and gently inserted it into a big tree. The speedy Chidori in Kamui's right hand pierced into the tree effortlessly. Kamui pulled his hand out, and the wound on the tree was smooth enough to be seen in the camera. Kamui taught the technique of the speedy hand sword to the little girl Kagura, and told her the trick of combining the speedy hand sword with Chidori, and finally let her try using the speedy Chidori. The little girl Kagura tried the speed Chidori several times against the big tree, but she couldn't do it as easily as Kamui. Madara's duplicate stepped forward and said, Kamui, how far can your Manjiki Sharingan see? You have already opened the Manjiki Sharingan. Kamui said in amazement. It is normal to have decreased vision after activating the Manjiki Sharingan. This time when I go to Konoha village, I will help you solve the problem of decreased vision. Kamui promised. Kamui, thank you. Madara's duplicate said softly. Chief, it's bad. The Senju clan is leading people to attack the Uchiha clan. A clan member warned. Uchiha Tajima came out with Hokage Madara, and while comforting his clansmen, he walked towards the gate of the Uchiha clan, asking his clansmen how many people from the Senju clan had come. Tajima, your Uchiha clan is holding a banquet, and I'm here specifically to bankrupt your Uchiha clan. Senju Fusuma shouted loudly from a distance. Fujian, if you eat the Uchiha clan into bankruptcy, I will arrest you and send people to exchange you for food with the Senju clan. Uchiha Tajima responded. Uchiha Tajima and Senju Butsuma smiled at each other, and walked into the gate of the Uchiha clan side by side. The Great Pillar found Madara's duplicate and walked towards the Uchiha clan with his arm in arm. Tobirama and Izuna followed behind their eldest brother, without saying anything to each other, they just followed silently. The remaining two clans were confused. Aren't we enemies of the Uchiha clan, Senju clan? Why are the clan leaders and junior clan leaders of the two clans so close? Am I under an illusion? Captain, what should we do? Should we go in? Asked a member of the Senju clan. The captain of the Senju clan was a little undecided. Hey, you Senju clan guys out there, your clan leader is here for a banquet with the Uchiha clan, are you afraid to come in? Humph, Uchiha clan, stop looking down on others, just go in, who is afraid of who? Then come in. If you don't come in, the banquet will be over. Don't say that our Uchiha clan didn't entertain you well then. Notify the tribesmen to stay alert and evacuate immediately if anything goes wrong. The captain ordered quietly. Members of the Senju clan also entered the Uchiha clan's residence. Some mischievous Uchiha clan member let out a loud roar, scaring the nervous Senju clan members so much that they took a fighting stance, causing the Uchiha clan members to laugh loudly. Senju clan, attack! The captain of the Senju clan shouted deliberately, but he and the Senju clan members behind him did not move. The laughter of the Uchiha clan members stopped abruptly, and they also took a posture as if they were facing the enemy. The Senju clan, in turn, mocked the Uchiha clan members harshly. There were endless tricks between the two tribes, but no one dared to do it for real. The banquet started in the evening. After an afternoon of fighting wits and courage, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had reached a preliminary reconciliation. Of course, it was only limited to today's banquet. If they met on the battlefield in the future, they would still kill each other without mercy. At the banquet, Uchiha Tajima proposed an alliance with the Senju clan. Although no one stood up to oppose this move, no one stood up to support it either. I agree to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan. Senju Fusuma said shockingly. The members of the two tribes didn't know what their chiefs were thinking, but they still chose to trust their chief's judgment. Uchiha Tajima and Senju Butsuma clasped their hands tightly together, representing the official establishment of the alliance between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Afterwards, the two of them jointly announced the establishment of Konoha village to protect their people and keep them away from war. Chapter 60. The next morning, Kamui and his party, surrounded by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, arrived at yesterday's battlefield. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan have formed an alliance, and now is the time to establish the Konoha village. However, we have been invited by the Uchiha clan from another world to help them take part in the Chunin exam. So during the time we are away, the two clans must live in harmony. I hope that when we come back, we will see a united and friendly Konoha village," said Uchiha Tajima. "Chief, you will be able to see the complete Konoha village once you return. Leader, please go and come back sooner rather than later. The Uchiha clan cannot live without you." "Don't worry, clan leader. We will live in harmony with the Senju clan." What Tajima said is right. The two clans have been fighting for so many years, and many members are tired of the war. That's why I chose to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan and jointly establish Konoha village. While I'm away, I hope that the Senju clan can cooperate sincerely with the Uchiha clan to establish Konoha village," said Senju Fusuma. "Clan leader, we are willing to cooperate sincerely with the Uchiha clan. Chief, when you return, Konoha village must have been built. Chief, we will let the seeds of peace take root and sprout in Konoha village. Everyone, please be quiet. Don't worry. After the Chunin exams are over, I will definitely send your clan leader and deputy clan leader back," Kamui promised. "Okay, now that everyone is here, let's get ready to go. Everyone hold on to me," Shinwei reminded. Naruto Madara had experience using the Flying Thunder God technique to travel through time and space. He put his hand on Kamui's shoulder, and the others followed suit. There was only the double of Shinwei. When he heard Shinwei say to hold on to him, he immediately used his hands and feet to wrap himself around Shinwei. Shinwei looked at Shinwei's duplicate expressionlessly and did not let him come down. The template of Obito and Naruto is good in every way except that it has no brains. Kamui closed his eyes and sensed the Flying Thunder God Kunao in the Naruto world. After a moment, Kamui opened his eyes. Flying Thunder God technique. Kamui, along with Naruto, Madara, and his group, disappeared out of thin air in front of the two clans' sight. Shinwei used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Fortunately, there were not too many people, otherwise the house would not be able to accommodate them. "Come down, we're here," Shinwei said to his doppelganger. "Are we there yet?" "Brother Shinwei, where is this?" Shinwei's duplicate asked stupidly. "My home," Shinwei replied. "Kamui, wait for me to say hello to Izuna and the others first, and then we will go to that peaceful and comfortable world." After saying this, Hokage Madara left in a hurry. "Kamui, are you back?" Mito asked. "Mito, I'm back," Kamui replied. Mito opened her arms and was about to hug Kamui, but she noticed that there were guests at home, her face turned red, and she immediately put her arms behind her back. "Let me introduce to you all, this is Uzumaki Mito, my wife," Kamui said. After Kamui introduced Mito, everyone had a strange look on their faces except for Kamui and Kagura, the siblings who knew the situation. "Uzumaki Mito, I remember that she was going to marry Hashirama," Senju Fusuma asked puzzledly. "They love each other, so they stole the bride," Kamui said as he took Mito's hand. At this moment, the father and son, Fusuma and Tobirama, looked at the double incarnation of Kamui with somewhat different eyes. Shinwei quickly explained, "Although the two worlds are similar, nothing is constant." "Oh, I see. Bless you all," Dazuza said sincerely. After listening to Kamui's explanation, the father and son, Fukuma and Tobirama, looked at Kamui's duplicate with a much more relaxed look. "Mito, let me introduce you. This is Uchiha Tajima from another world, and this is Senju Fusuma from another world. They have formed an alliance on behalf of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, and the work of establishing Konoha village has also begun," Kamui introduced. Uchiha Tajima and Senju Butsuma smiled and nodded in response. "You should be familiar with these Mitos. They are Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama from another world." Kamui gave a hasty introduction. The four of them also followed their father's example and nodded with a smile in response. "Here comes the point. He is me in another world, Uchiha Kamui. Although he has the same handsome appearance as me, in other aspects." Kamui paused deliberately at this point. The doppelganger of Shinwei looked at Shinwei expectantly, wanting to hear him continue talking about his own strengths, but unexpectedly Shinwei suddenly changed the subject. "But in other aspects, it's only thanks to this face that I can barely stay within the passing line," Shinwei continued. "Brother Shinwei, I still have many advantages, okay?" Shinwei's duplicate explained forcefully. For example? Shinwei asked. Like, the doppelganger of godly power couldn't answer. Let us continue with the introductions. This is Uchiha Kagura, the younger sister of the Kamui just now. Kamui introduced. Hello, sister-in-law. The little girl Kagura called obediently. Hello, Kagura. Mito responded. After a while, the two established a deep friendship. Kamui, are you still home? Naruto Madara shouted outside. I'm at home. Shinwei replied. Kamui is at home. We will travel through time and space together to another world later. Naruto Madara said to the person next to him. As the Hokage Madara said this, he took Izuna, Tobirama and Itama into Kamui's house. When Izuna saw her father from another world, she hesitated, but finally hugged him. Tobirama was a little surprised to see his father in another world, and in the end he just talked to his father. Then Izuna and Tobirama saw themselves in another world, and looked at them carefully. The four of them were all taciturn and no one spoke. Banjian, are you Banjian? Dazuza said with a slight tremor in surprise. The big pillar instantly became everyone's focus. Brother! Said Banjian. Banjian, it's really you. Dazuza was so excited that he cried with joy. Ibanjian, how did you survive? Asked Senjua Fujian. Banjian recounted the story of how he was escorting supplies and was finally rescued by Shinwei. So that's how it is. I'm so happy to see you again. Dazuza said with tears in his eyes. Itama, Tobirama, where is your eldest brother? Asked Senjua Fusuma. Yes, what about me in this world? Dazuza asked curiously. Hashirama and Kamui were also members of the entourage that attended the 5-Cage summit. At the summit, the Kazekage of the Sand Village in the Land of Wind noticed their wood release ability and requested Hashirama to go to the Sand Village to help them improve their living environment. Answered the Hokage Madara. How can you let him go to the Sand Village alone? And what is the wood release you mentioned? Senjua Butsuma said anxiously. Don't worry, Hashirama will not be in danger. You want to know what wood release is, Itama? Hokage Madara said with a smile. Wood escaped the arrival of the tree realm. Stout trees grew out of the ground at the foot of the boardroom, making the already small space even more crowded. Ah, my house, Banjian, are you going to demolish the house? Can't you control yourself? Madara, you will pay for the repairs. Shinwei said with concern. Sorry, I have tried my best to control the chakra output to the minimum. Itama embarrassedly retracted the wood release, repeatedly assured that he did not mean it, and promised to repair the house. The person from another world had just recovered from the shock of wood release. Although it was just a demonstration of wood release's ability, everyone present knew that this was just the tip of the wood release iceberg. Brother Kamui, which is more powerful, wood release or Susanoo? Asked Kamui's duplicate. The words of the doppelganger of Kamui drew everyone's attention to Kamui. People from another world have not awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai, so naturally they cannot be compared. I plan to listen to what Kamui has to say. The people in this world are simply curious about how Shinwei will answer. You asked me which one is more powerful, wood release or Susanoo. I can only answer you, it depends on who uses it. Kamui said confidently. What do you mean? Asked the double of Shinwei stupidly. Shinwei smiled but said nothing. He must be the Kamui from another world, Itama said as he came over. I am Uchiha Kamui, and I will be the Hokage in the future. Kamui's second body said in a second-hand manner. Shinwei covered his face and wished he could crawl into the ground immediately. Ever since the two clans formed an alliance to establish Konoha village at the Uchiha clan's banquet last night, the Kamui doppelganger has been clamoring to become Hokage. This time the template of Obito and Naruto, plus the clamor to become Hokage, is complete. Kamui really couldn't bear to see himself clamoring to be Hokage, and tried to stop the Kamui doppelganger several times, but finally Kamui gave up. Haha. Come on. Ha ha ha. You will definitely become Hokage. I can't hold it anymore, let me laugh for a while. Itama said incoherently. Kamui looked at Itama with a dark face, and in his heart he had already begun to torture him with Tsukuyomi. Hello, big brother. I'm Kagura. Kagura stretched out her hand obediently and greeted Itama. The little girl Kagura immediately touched Itama's nerves, and he foolishly went to hold Kagura's hand. The little girl Kagura grabbed Itama's hand and used Chidori Ryu ninjutsu to electrocute Itama to the ground. Banjian's body was charred and he kept twitching on the ground. It took him a long time to return to normal. After Itama returned to normal, his eyes never left the little girl Kagura. Now that everyone has met, let's arrange accommodation for everyone for the next 3 months, said Hokage Madara. Kamui and Kagura, you two brothers and sisters will live in my house from now on. Kamui said. Okay, brother Shinwei. Shinwei's doppelganger replied. Father, Madara, Izuna, how about you living in my house? Said Hokage Madara. Madara, you just make the arrangements, said Uchiha Tajima. Father, brother, and Tobirama, you guys can just live in my house. Itama said. Banjian, please take me to your home. Dazuza said in a familiar manner. Chapter 61. After settling the helpers from another world, Naruto Madara took Izuna and secretly found Kamui again. Kamui, when are we going to that peaceful and comfortable world you mentioned? You promised us that you would take us there with you. Hokage Madara said shamelessly. As the Hokage, don't you have to manage Konoha village and handle village affairs? Kamui reminded. Everything is for the sake of Konoha village's success in the Chunin exams. My little sacrifice is worth it. Hokage Madara said righteously. I find that you have become more and more shameless since you became Hokage. Kamui complained. Naruto Madara didn't care about Kamui's complaints, instead he thought that Kamui was becoming fussy. Kamui was too lazy to pay attention to Naruto Madara and turned to ask Izuna, can you be lazy about Anbu work like him? Kamui said while pointing at Naruto Madara with his chin. The Anbu has collected information on the genin from each ninja village. I have summarized and processed the information and handed it over to Tobirama, who will then provide targeted special training for the genin who will be taking part in the Chunin exam this time. Izuna said clearly. You two are really brothers. One of you tries every way to slack off, and the other tries every way to pass the blame. Shinwei said with a heartbroken expression. We all learned it from you. Naruto Madara and Izuna said in unison. Ahem, I think we can set off now. Shinwei changed the subject. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Naruto Madara said anxiously. Kamui closed his eyes and sensed the flying thunder god Kunao that remained in the fairy tale world. After a moment, Shinwei opened his eyes and said, hold on to me. Naruto Madara and Izuna put their hands on Kamui's shoulders. The art of flying thunder god. The three disappeared in the Naruto world. The three of them appeared again in the fairy tale guild. Kamui is back, let's fight each other. Natsu said confidently. Natsu's shout ignited the atmosphere in the guild. Myra finally saw the figure she had been dreaming about again after half a month. Everyone was talking about what happened after Shinwei left the guild, and as they were talking, the guildmates started fighting. Madara and Izuna, the Hokage who came with Kamui, were stunned and wanted to ask Kamui, is this the peaceful and comfortable world you mentioned? Everyone be quiet. Urza said menacingly. Kamui, you're back. First of all, congratulations on becoming one of the 10 holy magicians. Urza said in a businesslike manner. Urza, long time no see, where is the president? Asked Kamui. The president went to the magic council to pay the fine. Urza replied. Hey, Kamui brought people with him. Natsu said as he approached Naruto Madara. Let me introduce to you all. This is my brother Uchiha Madara, and he is my younger brother Uchiha Izuna. Kamui introduced. Following Shinwei's explanation, his fellow guild members naturally gave him a warm welcome. Naruto's Madara and Izuna politely responded to their guildmates and then stood there like statues. Hey, Kamui is back. President Makarov saw Kamui as he entered the door. President, I came back this time just because I have something to tell you. Shinwei said. President Makarov led the Kamui into the back room of the guild. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it right here. President, I came back this time to bring my guild members to my world to take part in the Chunin exam. Kamui said. Your world? President Makarov asked puzzledly. Yes, I came here by accident when I used the Flying Thunder God technique for the first time. Later, I continued to improve the Flying Thunder God technique in the library. Now I can travel between the two worlds at will. Shinwei explained. What does this have to do with needing help from guild members? Asked President Makarov. A Chunin exam is about to be held in my world. The results of the exam will determine the ownership of a large amount of supplies. The people who originally participated in the Chunin exam were not capable enough, so I came to the president for help. Kamui said frankly. Can you tell me the rules of the Chunin exam in detail? President Makarov asked. Kamui explains the rules of the Chunin exams. What? You can actually kill people during the exam? President Makarov said in shock. It's only possible in the second exam, and the content of the second exam is mainly about competing for scrolls. Shinwei explained. President Makarov thought for a moment. I agree that you can take the guild members to take part in the Chunin exam, but why is it so noisy outside? President, I'll go take a look. As soon as Kamui came out of the inner room, he found that Naruto, Madara and his guildmates were in a tense situation. Kamui, you've come at the right time. Let's go back. There's no need to waste time on these trash, said Hokage Madara. You dare to insult my companions? Even if you are Kamui's brother, I will definitely beat you away. Natsu said. Apologize to your guildmates right now, Urza said using the dress-up magic. Kamui is none of your business. Get out of the way. Today we must let him know how powerful the Fairy Tail Guild is. Gray said in his shorts. It's really lively, boy, do you dare to say what you just said again? Laxus said, leaning on the handrail on the second floor. The guild members prepared their magic and vowed to fight to the death with Naruto Madara. Madara, I told you before you came that the power systems of the two worlds are different. Don't use your short-sighted vision to measure things you don't understand. Kamui said seriously. Kamui, I don't think there's anything wrong with my vision. Naruto Madara said. Who are you and why do you want to insult our guild? Said President Makarov. When President Makarov appeared, everyone in the guild instantly felt a backbone. President, that man is Kamui's brother. He just insulted his guild mates. Urza explained the situation to President Makarov. So, Your Excellency is very confident in your own strength. President Makarov said. If you can defeat me, I can apologize. Said Naruto Madara. Natsu, you go up and try it. President Makarov arranged. I'm burning. Natsu said with high fighting spirit. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Natsu used dragon slaying magic to take the initiative. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. Hokage Madara was not willing to be outdone and fought fire with fire. From the scale of their attacks, it was clear that Naruto Madara was stronger than Natsu. The two flames collided, and Natsu's dragon-slaying magic was obviously no match for Naruto Madara's fire-style ninjutsu. The dragon-slaying magic was swallowed up by the fire-release ninjutsu and attacked Natsu directly. Naruto Madara succeeded in his attack and showed an expression that was what it should be. His eyes swept across the faces of everyone in the guild and he didn't see any expressions of tension or worry, only expressions of anticipation. Naruto Madara immediately looked at Natsu. Facing the fire-style ninjutsu of Naruto's Madara, Natsu opened his mouth wide and ate up all the flames of fire-style, great fire extinguishment, and burped after eating it. Natsu's actions reminded Naruto Madara of Kamui's bloodline limit. Naruto Madara looked at Kamui to confirm with him. Kamui nodded, Ban, don't capsize in the gutter. Naruto Madara snorted and continued to fight. The battle continues. Through his previous battle with Kamui, Naruto Madara had a general understanding of Natsu's immunity to the fire attribute of his Dragon Slayer magic, so he used physical skills to fight Natsu in close combat. Every time Natsu attacks, the place he strikes is covered in Dragon Slayer magic. Natsu's beast-like attack style caused Naruto Madara, who was unfamiliar with this fighting style, to retreat repeatedly. The guild members were all cheering for Natsu, and Kamui was no exception. Kamui's cheers of encouragement not only overwhelmed everyone in the guild, but he was also deliberately shouted when Naruto Madara was attacking, disrupting him. Naruto Madara was not affected by the outside world and was familiar with Natsu's attack pattern. Finally, when Natsu showed a flaw, he kicked Natsu away. Who's next? Hokage Madara asked President Makarov. Hey, Hedgehog Head, I haven't lost yet. Natsu said unconvinced. Naruto Madara ignored Natsu and repeated, who's next? The people in the guild couldn't stand the arrogant attitude of the Hokage Madara, and they all called the president and asked to go into battle. President Makarov called out calmly, Urza. Urza changed into the Entei armor and attacked Naruto Madara. When the Hokage Madara saw Urza rushing towards him, he used fire style, Great Fire Slayer to attack her directly. Urza's Entei armor can increase resistance to fire attributes. Urza used Fire Style, Great Flame Annihilation and rushed to the front of Naruto Madara, instantly switching to the Purgatory armor. Urza's Purgatory armor can increase attack power. Urza wielded the serrated blade and used a series of combos against Naruto Madara. Naruto Madara didn't dare to use his body to receive the serrated blade in Urza's hand, so he could only dodge left and right. As long as you apologize to your guildmates, I will let you go. Urza said seriously. Humph, come on. Naruto Madara responded. Heavenly Wheel Armor. Urza changed her clothes again. Urza's Sky Wheel Armor can summon a large number of flying swords to attack the enemy. After Urza changed into the Heavenly Wheel Armor, countless flying swords appeared around her. I'll give you one last chance to apologize to your guildmates. Urza said seriously. Humph, come on. Naruto Madara responded. Urza controlled the flying swords to attack Naruto Madara. After a round of attacks, dust flew up and Urza gasped slightly due to the consumption of magic power. When the smoke cleared, all that was seen was a blue skeleton wrapped around Naruto Madara, blocking all of Urza's flying swords. In the use of weapons, I, Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Hokage Madara praised. Naruto Madara controls the first form of Susanoo, a half-human skeleton, to attack Urza. Urza immediately changed into the diamond armor to defend against Naruto Madara's attack. Urza's diamond armor can enhance defense. A punch from Naruto Madara's Susanoo's first form directly knocked Urza back. Chapter 62. Urza's diamond armor barely blocked a punch from Naruto Madara's Susanoo first form. Naruto Madara took advantage of the victory and punched Urza's diamond armor again. After this punch, Urza was knocked high into the air, and the diamond armor on her body disappeared because it could not withstand the huge force. Who's next? Said Naruto Madara. Enough. Kamui burst out chakra and used his momentum to stop Naruto Madara. Kamui, please get out of the way. This is a matter between me and them. Said Naruto Madara. No, this is my business. Kamui said, revealing the fairy tale crest. They are all my companions, and haven't you wanted to fight me for a long time? Shinwei said. Okay, I'll wait for you in the sky. After saying that, Naruto Madara walked out of the guild, used the complete form of Susanoo, flew into the sky and waited for Kamui. President, everyone, I'm sorry to trouble you. Kamui bowed deeply to his guildmates, then flashed the Flying Thunder God formation and went to fight against Naruto Madara. President Makarov led the guild members out of the guild and stopped to watch. The residents of Magnolia Town are also attracted by the two Susanos and look forward to the battle between them. In the sky, two complete forms of Susanoo, one blue and one red, were facing each other. If you looked closely, you could see Naruto Madara and Kamui standing between Susanoo's eyebrows respectively. President, what is this? Urza asked curiously. This should be the complete form of the half-human skeleton just now. I don't know what it is specifically. President Makarov replied. I've seen that thing. Such a voice came from the crowd. Everyone was trying to figure out who had said that. The man continued, when Kamui killed Aknologia, he used this thing. Everyone turned their eyes to Myra, who was speaking in the crowd, and asked how Kamui used Susanoo to kill Aknologia. Myra also began to tell about Kamui killing Aknologia. They started fighting, said a resident of the small town of Magnolia. Everyone in the guild and the residents of Magnolia Town focused their attention on Kamui and Naruto Madara's Susanoo. Naruto Madara's Susanoo drew out the katana from his waist and looked at Kamui with a sword. The powerful Susanoo held the Fang Tian Huaji horizontally to block the sword of Naruto Madara. The residual force of the collision between Naruto Madara and the Kamui sword and halberd caused the free clouds in the sky to be cleared out to create a circular open space. Naruto Madara missed the first strike and drew his sword to strike again. Shinwei wielded the Fang Tian Huaji, and the defense was impenetrable. The members of the guild and the residents of Magnolia Town watched intently the fierce battle between Kamui and Naruto Madara. Is this kind of power really something that humans can achieve? Gray said in shock as he watched the battle between Kamui and Naruto Madara. Gray, are you scared? Natsu asked provocatively. Shut up, pink-haired stinker, Gray shot back. Ha, you exhibitionist. Natsu said unyieldingly. Before the two could continue arguing, Urza punched each of them on the head and said, be quiet. Natsu and Gray reconciled instantly, arm in arm, and watched the battle between Kamui and Naruto Madara attentively. The sword in Naruto Madara's hand is light, sharp and swift, and each move hits the vital points directly. The Fang Tian Huaji in Kamui's hand is a long weapon. In terms of attack speed and change of moves, it is not as fast as the katana in Naruto Madara's hand. Once Naruto Madara finds a flaw, the battle is over. However, this is not a problem. Madara, are you ready to face Hayate? Kamui said with pretended calmness. Come on, Kamui, let me see how much you have improved during this period of time. Hokage Madara said with boiling fighting spirit. Face the gale as you wish, said Shinwei. The mighty flying thunder god array flickered and appeared irregularly beside Naruto Madara, and every time it appeared, the Fang Tian Huaji would follow him like a shadow. With the insight of his Manjiki Sharingan, Naruto Madara is able to withstand the powerful and elusive Fang Tian Huaji, but it is not easy for him to fight back or regain the advantage in the battle. Naruto Madara fought steadily, secretly predicting Kamui's next move, trying to end the battle immediately. Seeing that Naruto Madara was at a disadvantage, the guild members naturally cheered for Kamui, hoping that Kamui could defeat Naruto Madara in one go and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Don't be happy too soon. Madara is just temporarily at a disadvantage now. Izuna reminded. Amid the cheers and encouragement from the guild members, Izuna's words seemed out of place, and everyone started to refute Izuna. Izuna alone couldn't win an argument with the people in the guild, so he simply released his chakra to make them hold back their words. The momentum generated by Izuna's chakra explosion was fleeting, but everyone present truly felt the horror of that momentum. Who is this? President Makarov asked in shock. He is the younger brother of Kamui and that guy, his name is Uchiha Izumi. Natsu replied. My name is Izunao, and that guy is called Madara. Can't you even remember the name of the person who defeated you? Izunao corrected. Madara, I'll remember this name. I will definitely defeat him next time. Natsu said seriously. It's impossible. So far, no one has ever defeated Madara. Izuna said calmly. But now Madara is at a disadvantage. Natsu reminded Izuna. Izuna was silent. There was a change in the battle between Kamui and Naruto Madara. Naruto Madara used the Manjiki Sharingan continuously, which consumed too much of his pupil power. His vision suddenly became blurry, and he was unable to dodge, and was hit on the back of Susanoo by the powerful Fang Tian Huaji. Under the power of Kamui's halberd, not only was Naruto Madara knocked away, but he was also unable to maintain the complete form of Susanoo and fell from the sky. Impossible! Izuna said in surprise. Based on Izuna's understanding of the strength of Kamui and Naruto Madara, if Kamui wants to defeat Naruto Madara, it will take at least a few hundred more rounds. The battle will not end so soon. Izuna wondered secretly. The people in this guild only saw Kamui knocking Naruto Madara away with one halberd, and they subconsciously thought that Kamui had won. They were about to celebrate but were stopped by President Makarov. Bara's condition is not right, it seems something has gone wrong. Go and notify Dr. Polyasika and ask her to prepare to save people. As soon as President Makarov gave the order, everyone in the guild didn't even have time to cheer and immediately became busy. The sudden change in Naruto's character, Madara, caught Kamui off guard. Kamui didn't expect that Madara's Manjiki Sharingan would suddenly stop working at this time. Kamui didn't have time to think, he removed the Susanoo on his body, and the flying thunder god array flashed, instantly catching up with the falling Hokage Madara and rescued him, and the flying thunder god array flashed again and came in front of President Makarov. President Makarov immediately stepped forward and arranged for Naruto Madara to lie on the bed. Shinwei, don't worry. Dr. Polyasika will be here soon. Her medical skills are very good, but she has a bad temper. President Makarov said. Makarov, I heard everything you just said. Said Grandma Polyasika. President Makarov eased the awkward atmosphere after some funny moves. Where are the wounded? Grandma Polyasika went straight to the point. Granny Polyasika, Madara is here. Kamui brought Granny Polyasika to the bed of Hokage Madara. Everyone else, get out. I hate humans, Grandma Polyasika ordered. Everyone in the guild knew about Grandma Polyasika's quirks and left. Now the only people left in the room were Granny Polyasika, President Makarov, Kamui, Izuna, and the Hokage Madara lying on the bed. Granny Polyasika carefully examined Naruto Madara and found that he was in perfect health, except that his mental energy was overconsumed. When she lifted his eyelids, she discovered his unique Mangeki Sharingan. What kind of eyes are these? Asked Grandma Polyasika. Menki Sharingan, this is an eye unique to our clan. Kamui said as he opened the infinite Mangeki Sharingan, and Izuna also opened the Mangeki Sharingan. His eyes consumed a lot of mental energy, so he fainted. As for when he will wake up, it's hard to say. Grandma Polusika told the cause of Naruto Madara's illness. Your clan's Mangeki Sharingan has a defect. After using it too many times, your eyes will go blind. Grandma Polyasika pointed out. Kamui knew that what Grandma Polusika said was right, and it also confirmed Kamui's guess that Naruto Madara had indeed fainted because of the Mangeki Sharingan. Impossible, the Mangeki Sharingan can't have such a defect. Izuna retorted. Kamui, say something. Izuna urged Kamui. Kamui's silence made Izuna realize that what Grandma Polyasika said was true. Granny Polyasika, you must have a way to save him, right? Izuna tried hard to grasp the last straw. No, I can't cure his eyes. His eyes are genetically defective. Unless he gets a pair of normal eyes instead, he will still be blind. Said Grandma Polyasika. After knowing the truth, Izumi was silent. Kamui took out Hashirama's cell, handed it to Granny Polyasika, and said, the contents here should prevent him from going blind. Come away, are you telling the truth? Izuna said excitedly. Izuna, don't worry, Madara won't go blind. Kamui said comfortingly. Granny Polyasika took the Hashirama cells, looked at them carefully and said, this seems to be a very active cell. Yes, you still need to study the specific dosage. Shinwei said respectfully. Okay, I'll take the things with me. I'll inform you as soon as there is any result. After saying this, Grandma Polyasika turned around and left. President Makarov stood up to see her off. Shinwei, what is that? Izuna asked curiously after Grandma Polyasika left. Those are Hashirama's cells. They can use the Mangeki Sharingan to get rid of blindness. Kamui explained. Kamui, then you. Izuna wanted to say something but was interrupted by Kamui. Izuna, no matter who asks you about what happened today, don't tell anyone. Shinwei said mysteriously. Chapter 63. 2 days later, Granny Polyasika found Kamui and Izuna with the prepared potion. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Grandma Polyasika said indifferently. Kamui and Izuna looked at each other. Let's hear the bad news first. Shinwei said with determination. In that case, let me tell you the bad news first. The bad news is that the potion can only maintain his current vision. If he overuses the Mangeki Sharingan, he will still go blind. Grandma Polusika said. What about the good news? Izuna asked. The good news is that I have found a way to prevent him from going blind, said Grandma Polyasika. What is that? Izuna asked anxiously. Is it to transplant a pair of blood relatives' Mangeki Sharingan? Kamui asked with a tone of certainty. You really know it? Grandma Polyasika looked as if she had expected it. Shinwei, what do you know? Izuna asked. The Uchiha clan is the bloodline left by Indra, the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage, and the bloodline left by his younger brother Ashura is the Senju clan. Kamui explained. No wonder you said Hashirama's cells can heal Madara's eyes. Izuna said after she figured it out. Indra's own bloodline is not complete, so the Uchiha clan that inherited his bloodline also has defects. This defect is that they will become blind after excessive use of the Mangeki Sharingan. Kamui explained. Then what? For example, how did you know that transplanting the eyes of a blood relative can make up for bloodline defects? Izuna asked. This is what a piece of black matter called Black Zetsu told me. It wanted to save my mother, so it told me these things. Kamui dragged Black Zetsu out to take the blame, but after all, he couldn't tell Izuna. I guess I only knew these things from watching Naruto in my previous life. So transplanting the eyes of a blood relative can really prevent the Mangeki Sakura from going blind. Izuna confirmed with Kamui and Grandma Polyasika. Yes. Shinwei replied. That's right, said Grandma Polyasika. Izuna, don't do anything stupid. Shinwei quickly stopped her. Don't worry, Kamui, I won't. Izuna said with a smile. Kamui was skeptical about Izuna's words. Izuna, you must not do that. Kamui warned. I already told you no. Izuna said as if you were nagging me. That night, Izuna sneaked away and went to find Grandma Polyasika to transplant Madara's eyes. When Kamui woke up the next day, he found that Izuna was missing. He immediately went to the guild to find Madara, but found that Madara was also missing. Kamui roughly guessed what had happened. Kamui found Grandma Polyasika's house, and before he even entered the door, he saw Izuna with her eyes covered with gauze. Izuna heard the footsteps and said, Kamui, is that you? It's me. Shinwei replied. I know you want to ask me why I wanted to transplant my eyes to Madara. Izuna said. Kamui remained silent, waiting for Izuna's next words. Ban is a good brother. He has been protecting me since I was little. When someone bullied me when I was little, he beat the person half to death and was covered with bruises. He hid at home and secretly applied medicine to himself. When I grew up and was on the battlefield, he also protected me diligently and did not let me get hurt in the slightest. After he became Hokage, I chose to be the head of the Anbu just to protect him. Kamui, are you listening? Izuna asked. I'm here, I've always been here. Shinwei replied. Kamui, promise me not to tell Madara about this. Izuna requested. Even if I don't say it, Madara will find out. Izuna, you want to stay in this world and don't plan to go back? Kamui asked in shock. Yes, if I go back, Madara will definitely discover this secret, and I like my carefree life now. Izuna said, showing the fairy tale emblem on her right hand. You joined the guild? Shinwei said in surprise. After spending these few days together, I found that the people in the guild are like family, giving people a very warm feeling, said Izuna. Izuna, have you really thought it through? Shinwei confirmed. If you think about it, actually, living in this world is a very happy thing. Izuna said with emotion. Okay, I'll give you a gift. After saying that, Kamui used the materialization ability of his right eye to turn Izuna's eyes into 3 Megatama Sharingan. Izuna felt a coolness in his eyes and thought it was Kamui using medical ninjutsu to speed up his healing process. Izuna, take off the gauze and let us take a look. Kamui said. Izuna removed the gauze and saw a bright light. Izuna let her eyes slowly adjust to the environment and found that everything in front of her was so clear. Izuna picked up the mirror and looked at the 3 Megatama Sharingan in the mirror, somewhat unbelievable. She turned to look at Kamui to confirm with him. Your eyes are indeed the 3 Megatama Sharingan. My ability can only achieve the level of 3 Megatama and Kaleidoscope. I can't do it, and these 3 Megatama cannot evolve into a Kaleidoscope. Kamui explained. 3 Megatama are enough for me to deal with the difficulties in this world. Izuna said confidently. Before you leave, take another look at Madara, Kamui suggested. No, I've already seen everything I should have seen before the transplant. I should go take on missions and make money now. From now on, I'll leave Madara to you. After saying this, Izuna left without looking back. Goodbye, Izuna. Kamui said to himself. Naruto Madara woke up on the 7th day after fainting. Where is this? The first words Madara said after waking up. This is my home. Since you are awake, it means you are fine. Go out. I hate humans. Grandma Polyasika said. Hokage Madara was confused. He sat up from the bed and looked at the bottles and jars in the room, guessing that Grandma Polyasika was a doctor. Naruto Madara recalled that he was fighting with Kamui before, and then he suddenly felt his eyes blurred, and then he remembered nothing. Naruto Madara guessed that he was sent here for treatment after he fainted. He should supervise Kamui when he returns and let him practice more medical ninjutsu. As soon as Naruto Madara stood up, Granny Polusika opened the door. Naruto Madara thought to himself, this old woman just wants me to leave as soon as possible, right? Naruto Madara walked out of the house, turned around and said solemnly to Granny Polyasika, thank you. The only response that Granny Polyasika gave to Naruto Madara was the sound of a door slamming shut. Naruto Madara strode away, but halfway through, he suddenly realized that he didn't know the way. He wanted to go back and ask for directions, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Just when Naruto Madara was in a dilemma, Kamui came. Ban, are you awake? Kamui asked in surprise. I'm not awake, I'm sleepwalking. Naruto Madara replied. Madara, chatting like this will only kill the conversation. Kamui said helplessly. You also know that we can't continue the conversation like this, then why do you always talk to me like this? Hokage Madara argued. Where is Izuna? Why didn't I see Izuna coming with you? Asked Hokage Madara. Izuna is gone and left a letter for you. Shinwei said as he took out Izuna's letter from his arms. The letter was indeed written by Izuna, and was originally placed next to Madara. Later, Grandma Polyasika disliked it for taking up space, so she gave it to Kamui. Naruto Madara took the letter, opened the envelope and read it carefully. The gist of Izuna's letter was, I have decided to stay in this world and I have joined the Fairy Tale Guild. When you read this letter, I will be traveling around this continent. President Makarov has agreed to help us take the Chunin exam. You and Kamui should go back soon and don't disturb me. After reading the letter, Naruto Madara asked, does Izuna really plan to stay in this world? I advised him, but he insisted on doing so. Shinwei explained. Alas, I didn't care about Izuna enough. I respect Izuna's choice. Hokage Madara said with some emotion. Do you want me to go and get him back? Shinwei said deliberately. No need, let Izuna continue to live in this world. Naruto Madara decided. Then let's go to the guild and take people back. Shinwei suggested. Let's take people back now. Hokage Madara said. Kamui, how many days have I been unconscious? Asked Naruto Madara. It's been 7 days. According to the time comparison between the two worlds, 28 days have passed on our side. Shinwei replied. In the letter, Izuna said that she wanted you to take over the position of Anbu chief. Hokage Madara said as he put Izuna's letter into his arms. Impossible, let me see Izuna's letter. Kamui said as he reached out to snatch the letter from Naruto Madara's arms. When we get back, you'll take over. Naruto Madara said as he ran in the direction of Kamui. Kamui and Naruto Madara come to the guild to find President Makarov. President Makarov said, the people who will help you take the Chunin exams have been decided. Do you have anything else to add? Kamui took the list and looked at it. It read, Natsu, Gray, Urza, Myra, Laxus, and Miston. President, just do as written on this list. Shinwei said gratefully. Okay then, I'll go and notify them to assemble. President Makarov said and went to gather them together. How is it? Can the people on the list pass the Chunin exam? Asked Hokage Madara. Don't worry, they are strong enough. Shinwei said confidently. After Kamui and Naruto Madara came out, they found that everyone in the guild was asleep. Don't worry, this is Miston's magic. President Makarov explained. Naruto Madara has some interest in Miston Ge. Naruto Madara originally thought that the tall blonde young man was Miston Ge, but when President Makarov introduced him, he found out that the man with blue hair and a masked face was Miston Ge. After President Makarov introduced the people, he was worried about their safety and insisted on going with them. Kamui naturally warmly welcomed Makarov's visit. In this way, Laxus brought the sleeping Natsu and Gray, President Makarov brought the sleeping Urza and Myra, together with Naruto Madara and Miston Ge. A group of 9 people came to the Naruto world through Kamui's Flying Thunder God Jutsu. As soon as Kamui arrived in the Naruto world, he sensed that someone was contacting him through the Flying Thunder God Kunao. Chapter 64. As soon as Kamui arrived in the Naruto world, he sensed that someone was contacting him through the Flying Thunder God Kunao. Kamui followed his perception and came to the Flying Thunder God Kunao. Shinwei found the lonely figure in the yellow sand. He squatted alone in a patch of yellow sand, with his bowl-covered head buried between his knees, holding the powerful Flying Thunder God Kunao in his hand, and a lost temperament spreading all over. Sorry, Hashirama, I'm late. Kamui said with deep guilt. After Daibashi helped the Sand Village to plant trees and improve the environment, he asked the Kazekage to return to Konoha village. The Kazekage tried to keep him, but Daibashi refused. Daibazu took out the Flying Thunder God Kunao that Kamui gave him before they left, injected chakra into it, and waited for a long time but Kamui did not come to pick him up. Uehashi had no idea that Kamui had already gone to the world of fairy tale. He thought that Kamui was busy with the Chunin exams and did not notice the signal he sent through the Flying Thunder God Kunao. So Uehashi decided not to wait for Kamui and walked back to Konoha village by himself. The Great Pillar walked out of the Sand Village and headed towards the direction of Konoha village. On the way, a sandstorm hit and the Great Pillar got lost. He had to stay where he was and kept injecting chakra into Kamui's Flying Thunder God Kunao, which allowed Kamui to come and pick him up. When Dazusa heard someone calling him, he raised his head mechanically and looked towards the source of the voice. Slowly, light appeared in his lifeless eyes, and then the light turned into an ocean, and finally the ocean burst its dam. Shinwei, you finally come to pick me up. After saying this, Dazusa hugged Shinwei tightly and cried loudly on Shinwei. Okay, it's all over. I'm here now. Shinwei said as he patted Dazusa's back to comfort him. With the comfort of Shinwei, Dazusa's crying did not diminish at all. Instead, he showed signs of continuing to work hard and achieving greater glory. Kamui decided to give the task of comforting the Great Pillar to the Hokage Madara. After all, he was more experienced in this regard. Kamui used this awkward posture to activate the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his home in Konoha village. The Great Pillar didn't feel anything when Kamui used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha village, and he still hugged Kamui and cried bitterly. Hashirama, what are you doing? Asked the Hokage Madara. When the Great Pillar heard the voice of the Hokage Madara, he stopped crying and released the Kamui. Madara, I thought I would never see you again. When Daibashi said this, tears welled up in his eyes and he opened his big hands, wanting to hug Hokage Madara again. Naruto Madara kicked away the large pillar that was rushing towards him. Hashirama, you better restrain yourself. Hokage Madara said, gritting his teeth. It was then that Dazusa realized that there was a stranger in Shinwei's house. He immediately stopped crying and pretended nothing had happened. Kamui, you come and arrange for them. Naruto Madara changed the subject. President, come with me. Oh, Mystic, please put away your magic. Kamui took the people of the fairy tale world away. Hashirama, Izuna is gone. Hokage Madara said dejectedly. Ban, please accept my condolences. Dazusa comforted. Izuna is not dead, she just wants to stay in that world and live on. Hokage Madara corrected weakly. What is that world like? Asked Dazusa. That's are you planning to strike and live in that world as well? Naruto Madara's eyes were fixed on the giant pillar. Madara, please continue. The Great Pillar urged, ignoring the Hokage Madara's question. Hokage Madara snorted coldly at the Great Pillar and walked away. It was unclear whether it was revenge for the Great Pillar's humiliation or because he didn't want to lose a capable helper. Madara, don't go. At least finish this conversation before you leave. Daibashi chased Madara to inquire about the world of fairy tale. President, you guys can live here, just like you're at home. If you need anything, just come to me. Don't be polite. Shinwei led everyone in the guild to an empty room. Kamui, challenge me to a duel. Natsu said energetically. Don't disturb them. Urza's voice and fist arrived at the same time. Shinwei, the environment here is good. It's no problem for us to live here. If you need anything, we won't be polite to you. President Makarov said. You are not ninjas, so you need to register your identities. Shinwei said as he took out a stack of forms. This is mainly for those who are taking the Chunin exam. I have already written down your basic information. You just need to put your fingerprints on it. Kamui said as he handed out the forms. Kamui, what's written here? Said Natsu, an illiterate man. A pink-haired, flame-illiterate person. Gray taunted. You are the illiterate. Igneel taught me to read. Natsu retorted. You two stop arguing. The words in this world are indeed different from those in our world. Urza shared her discovery. You don't recognize the words of this world. Shinwei said in surprise. So, what exactly is written on it? Urza asked Kamui while holding the form. You don't know the words of this world, so you will all be eliminated in the first round of the Chunin exam. Kamui said dejectedly. Kamui recalled that in order to perfect the Flying Thunder God technique, he continued to learn knowledge in the guild's library. The words in the books were the English he learned in his previous life, while the Naruto world uses Japanese. Kamui really overlooked the difference between the languages of the two worlds. There are still more than 2 months until the Chunin exam. It is too late to learn the language of this world now, so I can only start with the rules. This matter still needs to be discussed with Hokage Madara. This is your personal information. In order not to attract the attention of other ninja villages, your names have been changed to the style of this world. Kamui replied. Kamui, what will my name be after the change? Natsu asked curiously. I changed Natsu to Harano Hide, Urza to Uzumaki Kushina, and Laxus to Namikaze Minato. This is because your hair color is similar to the people in this world. Gray was changed to Mizuno Tsuki Haku because his ice-shaping magic is similar to the ice escape bloodline limit in this world. Myra and Miston's names remain unchanged because their abilities are special and no one else in this world has the same abilities. Shinwei answered Natsu's question. So we can't help you at all. Myra said disappointedly. It doesn't matter if I can't help. I'm already very happy that you can come to Konoha village to watch the Chunin exam. Kamui quickly comforted. There is one more thing I want to tell you. The organizer of this Chunin exam is Konoha village. That means as long as we want to change the rules, other ninja villages can only obey. Kamui continued, although he felt a little weak after saying it. The rules that were agreed upon at the 5-Cage summit were changed at will, and it was the organizers of the Chunin exam who required it. It is hard not to suspect that there was some cheating involved. This is all Kamui can do to comfort his fellow guild members for now. Afterwards, Kamui will have a good discussion with the Hokage, Madara. Kamui calmed down everyone in the guild, then stood up and headed for the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Kamui told the Hokage Madara that no one in the guild could read, and proposed to revise the rules of the Chunin exam. Nonsense, don't you think this is too childish? Hokage Madara scolded. But if the rules are not changed, they will be eliminated in the first exam. Shinwei argued. Then let's eliminate them. Aren't there people from another ninja world? Naruto Madara planned to place his hopes on the people from the Naruto world, too. Well, let's not change the rules. We can just add one more question based on the original ones, Shinwei suggested. What questions do you want to add? Asked Naruto Madara. This question is about choice. Shinwei said mysteriously. Can you be more specific? Naruto Madara was very curious about what kind of questions could allow a group of illiterate people to pass the first Chunin exam. Naruto Madara was waiting for Kamui's explanation to this question, but Kamui didn't continue speaking. Are you really going to use this question to help them pass the Chunin exam? Hokage Madara said doubtfully. Of course, I believe they know the answer to this question. Shinwei said confidently. You can put this question in the Chunin exam, but you must not leak the question. Hokage Madara said seriously. That's not necessary at all. Kamui scoffed at what Naruto Madara said about leaking the questions, waved at him, and left. After Kamui left, Naruto Madara was still thinking, trying to decide what kind of question this was. After Kamui came out of the Hokage's office, he was thinking about how the helpers from the two worlds should team up. First of all, there is no objection to Natsu, Gray, and Urza forming a team. Except for Urza, no one else can control Natsu or Gray. Under Urza's Iron Fist, the combat effectiveness they exert after cooperation is 1+1, which is greater than 2. But it's a bit weird to let the remaining Laxus, Miston, and Myra form a team. Another helper in the Naruto world, there are 3 pairs of brothers, sisters, and it would be bad to separate them. Well, it seems that Laxus, Miston, and Myra can be arranged into these 3 pairs of brothers, sisters, team. Laxus cannot be on the same team with Madara's duplicate, as they are both too strong and prone to infighting. He also cannot be on the same team with Kamui's duplicate, as the combination of Obito and Naruto is likely to cause Laxus to explode on the spot. Therefore, Laxus could only be teamed up with the brothers Daihashi and Tobirama's doppelganger. The gentleness of Daihashi's doppelganger was a perfect countermeasure to his rampant character. The Kamui Kagura siblings team up with Miston GE to make up for their lack of strategy. A team consisting of Myra Ban and Izuna's doppelganger doesn't seem very reliable, but it's better than a team of infighting and a bunch of reckless men. The teams have been formed. Tomorrow they can be arranged to grab the bells and convey the will of fire, love, and iron fist to them. He, another day of slacking off. Chapter 65. After Kamui formed the team, he gave the information to Madara Hokage and proposed that he would be the leading jonin of Kamui Kagura's team. After Naruto Madara got the information, he was very surprised to find the requirements put forward by Kamui. Shinwei has changed his personality. He actually asked to work overtime for himself. When Naruto Madara took another look at the team they chose, he immediately understood about 70% of the situation. This was not overtime for them at all, it was clearly an excuse to slack off. Hokage Madara waved his hand and directly appointed Kamui as the leading jonin of the 4 teams. You are the one who found all these people with your Kamui, and you are familiar with their abilities. It is reasonable for you to be the team leader and guide their training. In addition to these thoughts, Hokage Madara also had another consideration, which was that there were very few people who could be mobilized in the village now. Naruto's shadow, Madara, came personally and asked Mito to become the leader of the genin in the ninja school. The Ohas Hira and Itama need to renovate the examination room for the second exam, and they need to keep in touch with other ninja villages. The worst off is Tobirama, who not only needs to manage the Konoha hospital and the ninja school, but now the job of the Anbu minister also falls on him. Hokage Madara's approval quickly reached Kamui's hands. Kamui looked at the reply from Hokage Madara and could only accept it. There are still more than 2 months left until the Chunin exam, and Kamui is fully capable of training 4 teams. First, Kamui gathered them in an empty classroom of the ninja school and made people in the same team sit together according to their assigned teams. I am your team leader, my name is Uchiha Kamui. Now I need you to introduce yourselves so that you can get familiar with your teammates as soon as possible. Let me give you an example. My name is Uchiha Kamui. I'm good at Sharingan, fire style, lightning style, and taijutsu. My favorite person is Mito. The thing I hate most is work. My dream is to become the strongest person in the ninja world. Kamui gave an example. I'll go first, I'll go first. The X2 god of war doppelganger and Natsu said hurriedly. Shinwei, let you speak first. This is a good opportunity to explain what's going on with so many people who look similar. Shinwei asked Shinwei's doppelganger to explain clearly. My name is Uchiha Kamui, the same as Big Brother Kamui, but I'm from another ninja world. I'm good at Sharingan, Shadow Clone, Fire Style, Taijutsu, and Senjutsu. What I like is when Big Brother Kamui praises me, what I hate most is war, and my dream is to become Hokage. The Kamui duplicate introduced himself. That's roughly the situation. As long as everyone understands what's going on, Natsu, it's your turn to introduce yourself, Kamui said. It's my turn. My name is Natsu Dragneel. I'm a wizard of fairy tale. I'm good at fire dragon slayer magic. My dream is to become the strongest wizard in the guild. I like the guild, and the person I hate is Gray. Natsu introduced himself. What did you say? Gray said angrily. Underpants freak. Burn the bastards. Shut up, you two. Urza stopped them with her fist. Natsu and Gray immediately became obedient. Next, Gray, Shinwei called out his name. My name is Gray Full Pasta, and I'm a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild. I'm good at ice-shaping magic. I like the guild and hate Natsu. My dream is to become the strongest ice wizard. Gray introduced himself. Okay, next one, Urza. Kamui called. My name is Urza Shikalato, and I'm a wizard from Fairy Tale. I'm good at dress-up magic, I like my guild mates, and what I hate is, my dream is. Urza introduced herself. Hey, why didn't you tell me about the things you hate and your dreams? Natsu reminded. Everyone has their own secrets. If they don't want to tell it, then forget it. The next one is Laxus, Shinwei said. Laxus, a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, is good at Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. He hates the trash in the guild. He hopes that after I inherit the guild, I can kick those trash out and make Fairy Tale the strongest guild. After saying this, Laxus put on his headphones and stood aside by himself. Laxus, aren't the people in the guild all companions? Why are you kicking them out of the guild? Natsu demanded. Laxus shrugged off Natsu's question while wearing his headphones. Next, let's go to Hashirama, Kamui called out his name. It's my turn now. My name is Senju Hashirama. I'm good at water jutsu, earth jutsu, and physical techniques. What I like is playing skipping stones with Madara. What I hate is war. My dream is peace in the ninja world. The doppelganger of Hashirama introduced himself. Next, Tobirama. Kamui called out the name. My name is Senju Tobirama, and I'm good at water jutsu. Tobirama's duplicate introduced himself. Tobirama, you haven't told me what you like, what you hate, and what your dreams are, the doppelganger of Daibashi corrected. You don't have to say these things if you don't want to, said the double of Tobirama. But shut up. The duplicate Ohashira wanted to persuade the duplicate Tobirama to continue speaking, but was rejected outright by the duplicate Tobirama, and the duplicate Ohashira felt disappointed. Next, Madara. Kamui called out the name. Uchiha Madara, skilled in Sharingan and fire style, likes to improve his strength through fighting, hates the Uchiha Madara of this world, and his dream is to protect his younger brother. Madara's duplicate introduced himself. Next, Izuna. Kamui called. Uchiha Izuna, skilled in Sharingan, fire style, and illusion, likes the Uchiha clan and hates the Senju clan. Izuna's duplicate introduced himself. Next, Miston Ge. Shinwei called out the name. My name is Miston, and I'm a wizard from the Fairy Tale Guild. Miston introduced himself. Next, Kagura. Kamui called out the name. My name is Uchiha Kagura. In another ninja world, I am Kamui's younger sister. I am good at Sharingan, lightning release, and fire release. What I like is praise from big brother Kamui, and what I hate is war. My dream is to become the strongest in the ninja world. Little girl Kagura introduced herself. Myra, you're the only one left. Shinwei called out by name. My name is Myra Jane Strauss, I'm a wizard of the Fairy Tale Guild, I'm good at receiving magic, I hate bugs, what I like is, my dream is. Whenever Myra talked about her favorite things and dreams, she would involuntarily look at Shinwei, then quickly lower her head and become shy. Shinwei felt as if he had discovered something, but he didn't say it out loud. Now everyone should have some basic understanding of their teammates. Now let's conduct actual combat drills as a team. The actual combat exercise adopts an elimination system. Killing is not allowed. If you lose your combat capability during the battle, you will be eliminated. If all 3 members of the team are eliminated, the battle is over. Of course, during the battle, if there is an emergency, I will intervene in the game, but this also means that the people I rescued will be eliminated. Okay, which 2 teams will go first? Kamui plans to let the teams fight each other first, and then the winning team will fight against himself. The purpose is to cultivate their team spirit, so that they can pass the Chunin exam smoothly, and most importantly, it can make himself feel more relaxed. Our team will go first. X2 Godzilla's doppelganger and Natsu said in unison. Okay, then you go first. Mistonge, you are not allowed to use group hypnosis magic, and Shinwei, you are not allowed to use magic. Shinwei arranged. Kamui brought the 12 of them to the practice field. Kamui's doppelganger and Natsu's 2 teams of 6 were ready. Both sides are ready, the game begins. Following Kamui's order, Kamui's double and the shadow clones he created took the lead in fighting against Natsu, whose fists were wrapped in Fire Dragon Slayer magic. Gray's ice make, block magic fell from the air and landed right between the Kamui doppelganger and Natsu. The clones of Shinwei's double body were killed by the sudden ice cubes. Natsu didn't have time to stop and hit his head on the ice. Ice face. Fire bastard. Natsu and Gray's quarrel started again, and the Kamui doppelganger stopped and watched them quarrel. The little girl Kagura finds Urza, and uses Chidori Ryu ninjutsu against the armor of the Thunder Emperor. The purple lightning of the little girl Kagura and the blue lightning on Urza's spear of the Thunder Emperor are entangled with each other. Miston drew out the staffs behind him and stuck them into the ground, preparing for the next battle. Kamui, you and Kagura should team up to defeat Urza first. Mistongo reminded. The double Kamui and his shadow clones surrounded Urza in a flash. Arisa is in danger. X2. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable to Urza, Natsu and Gray put aside their past grudges and supported Urza. Natsu, Gray, don't worry about me, work together to eliminate Miston. Urza ordered. After saying this, Urza put on the heavenly wheel armor, flew into the air, and used the air advantage to fight with the Kamui and Kagura siblings. Hold on Urza, I'll come to support you after I defeat Mistongo. Urza, Natsu and I will be here soon. Natsu and Gray turned to deal with Miston. Roar of the Fire Dragon. Natsu's dragon-slaying magic arrived in an instant. Ice make, block Gray's shaping magic hit him on the head. Triple magic circle, mirror water. Miston calmly cast magic, bouncing Natsu and Gray's magic back to each other. Flames swept towards Gray and ice fell from above Natsu's head. Ice make, ice wall. Gray blocked all of Natsu's flames. The iron fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu shattered Gray's ice with one punch. Heavenly wheel, sword of chaos. Urza summoned a flying sword, which not only destroyed a large number of shadow clones of the Kamui doppelganger, but also split the battlefield into two parts. Although Kamui and Kagura were not attacked by Urza, they were forced to stay away from Mithung. If they wanted to support Mithung again, they could only pass through Urza's attack. Miston used the staff in his hand flexibly to withstand the attacks from Natsu and Grey. However, since Miston had no magic power himself and could only rely on the magic crystal inlaid on his staff, he had to turn this battle into a positional battle. Miston fought 1 against 2 and was not at a disadvantage at all. Natsu and Grey were unable to defeat him in a short time. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Chaos. Urza took advantage of the moment when Mistounge rebounded Grey's magic and attacked Mistounge. Chapter 66. Heavenly Wheel, Sword of Chaos. Urza took advantage of the moment when Mistounge rebounded Grey's magic and attacked Mistounge. It was too late for Miston to bounce back Urza's magic. 5-layer magic circle, Kagura. Mistonger used magic on Urza, intending to force a 1-for-1 exchange. Kamui's Flying Thunder God formation flashed and saved Mistong God, who was about to be pierced by 10,000 swords, as well as Urza, who fell from the sky because her dressing magic was cancelled due to falling asleep. It was announced that Mistong God and Urza were eliminated, and the battle continued. In the following battle, Natsu and Grey quarreled from time to time, but for Urza's sake, they decided to defeat the enemy in front of them first. The Kamui's duplicate used the multiple shadow clone technique again, letting the shadow clones surround Natsu and Grey, while the original Kamui and his sister Kagura waited for an opportunity to launch an attack. Natsu and Grey didn't dare to use magic at the same time because there would be a period of time after the skill was used. Kagura will take advantage of the afterswing of their skills to launch Chidori Ryu Ninjutsu. Once they are affected by the purple lightning of Chidori Ryu Ninjutsu, the Kamui doppelgangers will rush forward, and their team will lose. Natsu, cover me. Leave it to me. Grey plans to try to break the current predicament and asks Natsu for help, and Natsu agrees immediately. Ice make, floor. The ice instantly spread from Grey's feet to the entire battlefield. When the little girl Kagura saw Grey using magic, she immediately attacked him. After the little girl Kagura stepped onto the ice, she lost control because her speed was too fast. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu, who had been waiting for a long time, seized the opportunity when Kagura could not control her body and punched her with dragon-slaying magic, vowing to eliminate Kagura. Seeing Natsu's punch approaching, the little girl Kagura used all her strength to activate her Sharingan and avoided Natsu's attack at the critical moment, but because she forcibly changed her own movement trajectory, she fell on the ice. Raise Nan. Natsu's punch missed and he tried to attack Kagura again, but was blocked by the Kamui doppelganger. The bright chakra ball was aimed at Natsu's abdomen and pressed down. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. Natsu wrapped his arms in flames and slapped the Kamui doppelganger. Although the Kamui duplicate launched the Raise Nan first and Natsu launched the Fire Dragon's Wing Attack later, since the Raise Nan can only attack at close range and the Fire Dragon's Wing Attack is a medium to long range attack, Natsu's attack will hit the Kamui duplicate first. From this we can also see how terrifying Natsu's beast-like fighting talent is. The Kamui doppelganger did not dodge or evade, but rushed straight towards Natsu with the Raise Nan in hand. Natsu's dragon-slaying magic hit the doppelganger of Kamui accurately. Boom! The double body of Shinwei turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Shit! When Natsu turned around, he saw the double of Kamui rushing towards Grey with the Raise Nan in hand. Natsu used his fastest speed to cast Dragon Slayer magic. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu's flames swept over and directly swallowed the double of Kamui. Grey's crisis was resolved, and Natsu breathed a sigh of relief. Fire escape. The great fire is extinguished. Art fire escape. Ho fireball. The Kamui doppelganger and the little girl Kagura, who had somehow gotten behind Grey, used fire release ninjutsu one after the other. Natsu protected Grey, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the two fire style ninjutsu. Natsu lost, said Madara's duplicate. Madara is right. The double of the Great Pillar responded. Eat it and the strength will surge up. After eating the flames, Natsu became more energetic and ready to face the next battle. You've been fooled, Natsu, run away. Grey shouted. What? Natsu was stunned, and purple electricity spread along Natsu's feet and spread throughout his body. Grey was also paralyzed by the electric current. It turned out that Kamui and Kagura, brother and sister, used fire release ninjutsu one after another, just hoping to use the high temperature of fire release to accelerate the melting of the ice covering the ground. After the ice melted, the little girl Kagura used the principle of water conductivity to launch the Chidori Ryu ninjutsu's purple lightning, eliminating Natsu and Gray in one fell swoop. The game is over. The winner is the team of Kamui, Kagura, and Miston. You can take a rest and wait for the remaining two teams to decide the winner. Kamui said to the Kamui and Kagura siblings. You two teams can go on the field now. Shinwei said to the remaining two teams. What a shame for the Fairy Tail Guild, Laxus said as he passed by Natsu and Gray. Laxus, wearing headphones, walked with a reckless pace to catch up with the double of the pillar and the double of Tobirama who were walking in front of him. The two teams stood in the middle of the training ground. Game start. Following Kamui's order, Laxus used the water left on the field from the previous battle to cast lightning magic. The yellow electric current of Laxus lightning magic flowed along the water left on the field, attacking everyone present without distinguishing between friend and foe. Laxus lightning magic did not hurt the opposing team's doppelgangers of Ban, Izuna, and Myra, but it did restrict his own team's doppelganger of Tobirama. If Tobirama's duplicate used water jutsu, he would immediately attract lightning magic to conduct electricity, and then he would be eliminated by his own teammates. The double of Ashura cannot use water jutsu but can use earth jutsu, while the double of Tobirama has completely become a supporting role. Get out of the way, you are no match for me. Madara's duplicate said to Laxus. Arrogant little brat, since you are here, I will just build a grave for you. Laxus said without any emotion. Thunder Fist. Laxus's fist releases lightning to attack the Madara doppelganger. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Madara's double used fire ninjutsu to block Laxus lightning. The collision of flames and lightning caused a violent explosion, which blew a crater in the area. Darkness Rush. After receiving the soul of Satan, Myra used dark magic on the Pilla's doppelganger. Myra used the dark hand created by magic to grab the double of the pillar continuously. The double body of the Great Pillar dodged left and right to avoid these dark hands. If it couldn't be avoided, it would use Earth Escape ninjutsu to block them. The old rivals, Tobirama's double and Izuna's double, met again on the battlefield. The two of them are evenly matched and it is difficult to tell who is better in a short period of time. Unless someone helps them, they can fight until tomorrow. Therefore, the key to victory or defeat in this battle does not lie with them. Susanoo. Madara's double summoned the initial form of Susanoo, a blue one-armed skeleton, to protect Madara's double from being harmed by Laxus lightning magic. Laxus fought more and more fiercely, pouring all his lightning magic onto Susanoo's one-armed skeleton. Madara's double Susanoo blocked all of Laxus lightning magic. The roar of the Thunder Dragon. Laxus lost his patience and planned to use dragon-slaying magic to end the battle quickly. A yellow beam of energy struck Susanoo. The Susanoo, which had an extremely high defensive power, was forcibly cracked by the dragon-slaying magic. Thunder Suit. Laxus concentrates his magic power throughout his body, and lightning covers his entire body, greatly increasing his attack, defense, and speed. Thunderbolt. At this moment, Laxus transformed into thunder and lightning and came close to Susanoo. The Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Laxus aimed at Susanoo's crack and struck a powerful punch containing dragon-slaying magic. On Madara's double Susanoo, old cracks continued to expand and new cracks appeared. As Laxus continued to inject magic power, Susanoo's defense was finally broken. After Laxus's fist penetrated Susanoo's defense, he punched Madara's duplicate in the face. Madara's double was knocked away by Laxus's punch. Laxus quickly followed, grabbed the Madara doppelganger's feet, and threw it to the ground. The ground was dented by the impact of Madara's double body. Laxus clasped his hands together and smashed down the doppelganger of Madara that was embedded in the ground. Although Madara's double body was wrapped in Susanoo, he was still beaten by Laxus and vomited blood. Madara's double stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, continuously injecting pupil power into Susanoo to accelerate the growth of Susanoo. The holes and cracks on Susanoo slowly disappeared after Madara's double incarnation injected pupil power into it. The original initial form of the one-armed skeleton directly skipped the first form of half-human skeleton and turned into the second form of half-human skeleton wrapped in flesh and blood. The second form of Susanoo is the true strength of Madara's double. The battle has just begun, do you want to dance too? Madara's duplicate said to Laxus. Myra's battle with the Pilla's doppelganger is more like a game of hide and seek. The double body of the big pillar dodged left and right on the ground, while Myra attacked in various ways in the air. As long as Myra abandons the big Pilla's doppelganger to support her teammates, the big Pilla's doppelganger will use the Earth style, Earth Dragon Bomb to stop Myra. Darkness Rush. Triple Rashomon. Myra's attack was once again blocked by the Pilla's doppelganger. Now the 6 people on the field are fighting each other, keeping a relatively long distance from each other. This also means that the double of the Great Pillar and the double of Tobirama can use water-style ninjutsu without being accidentally injured by Laxus lightning magic. Water Release Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Dragon Bombs are easier to control and more flexible than Earth Dragon Bombs. The double of the Great Pillar used the Water Dragon Bullet Technique to attack Myra, who was flying in the air. Dark Spark. Myra used magic to shatter the water-style ninjutsu of the Great Pilla's duplicate, and then continued to use the air advantage to attack the Great Pilla's duplicate from a distance. The doppelganger of the Great Pillar was highly focused, dodging the dark hands that attacked him one after another. Guess which team will win? Shinwei asked. I guess Madara's team will win. Now Madara is evenly matched with Laxus, Izuna and Tobirama are evenly matched. As long as Myra can defeat Hashirama, she can support her teammates, and then Madara's team will win. Miston analyzed. I guess Laxus' team will win. I can't explain the reason clearly, but I just have this feeling. Kamui, which team do you think will win? Urza said after waking up. Chapter 67. I guess so. Look, something has changed over there. Before Kamui could finish his words, he was interrupted by Natsu. Everyone focused their attention on the duplicate of the big pillar. The double body of the big pillar was accidentally injured by the dark hand transformed by Myra's dark torrent, and its body slowed down. Then the dark hand, which was the follow-up to the dark frenzy, followed, and continued to chase after the double of the big pillar. The double body of the big pillar was surrounded by smoke and dust, and no one knew what his current situation was. When the smoke and dust cleared, one could see the double body of the large pillar, tightly wrapped in wood. Wood release, wood wall. Hashirama has awakened his wood release Kekii Genkai. It's hard to say which team will win the next battle. Kamui explained. What is wood release Kekii Genkai? Natsu asked puzzledly. You can understand it as a special ability to control trees, Shinwei explained. If you want to defeat the wood release Kekii Genkai, the best way is to defeat the enemy with one move. Never think about fighting a war of attrition. Someone who possesses the wood release Kekii Genkai can wear you down to death. Kamui said. Myra has received the soul of Satan, she will definitely be able to defeat Hashirama. Natsu said confidently. Wouldn't escape the arrival of the tree realm. The double body of the big pillar planted big trees all around it and hid itself among the trees. As the forest grew denser and the trees grew taller, Myra had to fly higher. Super sadistic and violent. A dark vortex appeared between Myra's hands. The black vortex rushed straight towards the woods. The trees were torn apart by the black vortex, revealing a doppelganger of a large pillar hidden in the woods. Super sadistic and violent. Myra used this move again, and the black vortex bombarded the double of the pillar, breaking several large trees before falling to the ground. Myra saw that the doppelganger of the big pillar had really taken a lot of damage from this move, and slowly descended to check on his condition. Myra slowly lowered the altitude and saw that the body of the big pillar's doppelganger quickly turned into a wooden man. It turns out that this is just a wood clone of the double body of the Great Pillar. Myra didn't know she had been tricked at this moment, and immediately flapped her wings and flew upwards. Wood release, the flower and tree realm is coming. The big trees are in bloom and pollen is flying all over the sky. Myra didn't have time to escape from the coverage of the pollen and directly inhaled the pollen, and then felt sore and weak in her limbs. Myra's wings flapped weakly, and finally fell directly from the sky. Kamui saved the falling Myra, which also meant Myra was eliminated. The game continues. The battle between Tobirama's duplicate and Izuna's duplicate can be described in one sentence: they are as fierce as a tiger, but the damage is only 0.5. Laxus lightning magic had no effect at all on Madara's double Susanoo. Madara's double form of Susanoo can knock Laxus away as long as it hits him. Laxus lightning fast speed could not give him any advantage in front of Madara's double Manjiki Sharingan. This is the dragon slaying magic I developed. Today I will use you to test its power. As Laxus spoke, he condensed the Thunder Dragon's lightning into the shape of a Fang Tian Huaji, and then threw it at Madara's duplicate. Thunder Dragon Fang Tian Ji. After Laxus threw out the Thunder Dragon halberd, he stood there gasping for breath due to excessive consumption of magic power. The Fang Tian Huaji condensed by the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic pierced into Madara's double Susanoo at an extremely fast speed. Madara's double body controlled Susanoo to block Laxus's Thunder Dragon halberd. The Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji directly broke the sword in the hand of Madara's second incarnation Susanoo, and continued to fly towards Madara's second incarnation with the remaining force. Madara's double gave up the sword in Susanoo's hand, clasped his hands together, and tried his best to resist Laxus's Thunder Dragon halberd. The Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji was unstoppable and easily shattered Susanoo's pair of arms, and then shattered the pair of arms that were unique to Madara's double body Susanoo, which grew in the opposite direction from the elbows. At this point, the power of the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji was mostly lost, although it then penetrated into Susanoo's chest unimpeded. Because of insufficient follow-up power, only half of the Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji was inserted into Susanoo, and the tip of the halberd was only a few centimeters away from Madara's double body. Although the Thunder Dragon's halberd did not hit the double body of Madara, the lightning that escaped from the tip of the halberd when it pierced into Susanoo directly hit the double body of Madara and seriously injured it. Madara's double body survived the damage of lightning and spewed out a puff of black smoke from its mouth. Madara's double body consumed his pupil power to repair the broken Susanoo. Madara's double body controlled Susanoo and pulled out the Thunder Dragon halberd from its chest. He squeezed it hard and lightning spread everywhere. With such magic power, I recognize you. In terms of the use of lightning, no one I have fought against is better than you. I am willing to call you the strongest. The tone of Madara's duplicate's voice contained praise for Laxus, gratitude for having survived the disaster, and a bit of regret that I gave you the chance but you didn't use it. Great guy, but, that's it. Madara's double controlled Susanoo and punched Laxus, who had consumed too much magic power and was exhausted. Knock it out, Laxus. Madara's double form of Susanoo punched down. Wood release, the technique of ranking. Madara's double Susanoo's punch hit right on a wooden shield with a fang-like ghost face. The wooden shield was intact, and Laxus, who was protected by it, was also unharmed. It turned out that the double of the Great Pillar arrived in time at the critical moment, and used wood release ninjutsu to save Laxus before the double of Madara's Susanoo punched down. Hashirama, you have awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Come on, let me experience the power of wood release. Okay, Madara, I'm going to do it. Wood release wood dragon technique. The wood dragon technique of the double great pillar wrapped around the body of Madara's double Susanoo. Madara's double controlled the forearms of Susanoo and pulled hard, breaking the wood dragon technique, and then threw it aside. Wood release, the technique of wooden man. The double of the great pillar consumed chakra and created a wooden man comparable to Madara's double Susanoo, and stood on top of the wooden man. The double bodies of Madara and Dehashiro controlled the two huge monsters, Susanoo and the woodman's technique, and the fight was difficult to determine the winner. Laxus quietly left the battlefield, took the time to recover his magic power, and then planned to join the battle again. Kamui, with this level, you should have no problem taking part in your Chunin exam, right? Natsu asked. There is no problem with strength, but we are still far from enough in other aspects. Shinwei replied. Brother Shinwei, what do you mean by other aspects? Asked Shinwei's doppelganger. They won't be able to finish fighting in a short while, so it's a good opportunity to talk to you about your problems. Next is the time for Shinwei's small class. Please listen carefully. Shinwei said seriously as he looked at their eager faces. First of all, before the battle, I have given you the opportunity to get to know your teammates. You could have made plans based on everyone's strengths, but you chose to fight on your own. Shinwei glanced at everyone and found that everyone was in deep thought. He paused and then continued. Natsu, Gray, you two are teammates in the same team, but you two quarreled at the beginning of the battle, which almost caused Urza to be eliminated. If this was a real battle, your teammates would probably die because of your quarrel. Natsu and Gray listened to Kamui's criticism in silence, their heads lowered as if they knew they were wrong. Kamui, tell me your problem now. When Natsu and Gray were fighting, what you were supposed to do was to eliminate Urza with your teammates. But you just stood there and watched the joke. Do you want me to prepare a rocking chair and snacks for you? The doppelganger of God lowered his head in shame. Kagura, you have a big problem too. You rushed in without knowing the situation on the battlefield and almost lost your qualification for the competition because of your recklessness. The little girl Kagura remained silent. Urza and Miston, you are in your respective teams and act as the brains of the teams. You cannot panic first, otherwise you will lead your team into the abyss. Only by keeping a clear head at all times can you overcome all difficulties. Yes. X2 Urza and Miston said in unison. Although both of you were restricted by me before the game, this is also the reason why we can see your teamwork. As far as I know, among the genin from other ninja villages participating in this Chunin exam, there are also people whose strength is not inferior to yours. You must not take it lightly. Well, that's all I have to say. You can slowly experience it. Shinwei warned everyone seriously. Shinwei, you haven't told me my problem yet. Myra reminded. You performed well in the battle. Other problems are not serious. Just pay more attention to cooperating with your teammates during the Chunin exam. When Shinwei talked about Myra's problem, he seemed a little unnatural, or he was deliberately avoiding Myra. Brother Kamui, can I use Senjutsu during the Chunin exam? Asked Kamui's duplicate. Of course you can. Not only can you use fairy magic, but Miss Donge can also use group sleeping magic. Shinwei replied. I feel sad for the genin from other ninja villages who are taking the Chunin exam. Said the little girl Kagura. Yeah, I totally agree. Urza said. Instead of worrying about the genin from other ninja villages, you two should think about what Brother Kamui said. The Kamui duplicate spoke, interrupting the thoughts of Kagura and Urza. X2. Little girl Kagura and Urza ignored the Kamui doppelganger and started talking about girls. Kamui quietly came to Misten Ge and asked, how is it? Can the magic power of the magic crystal last until the end of the Chunin exam? Shinwei said as he took out the magic crystal from his arms and handed it to Misten Ge. Chapter 68. Misten looked at Shinwei in shock, and for a moment he did not dare to take the magic crystal from his hand. You don't have to look at me like that. I won't tell anyone your secret. Kamui said as he took Misten's hand and placed the magic crystal in his hand. Misten Ge put away the magic crystal in his hand and said to Shinwei, thank you. Misten, you are too polite. We are all comrades in the guild. Companions should help each other. Shinwei patted Misten Ge's shoulder, acting very familiar, as if they were close friends who had known each other for many years. Stop it, we are from the police department. Large-scale fighting is strictly prohibited in Konoha village. Said a team leader of the police department. A patrol of police officers happened to pass by the training ground and stopped the fight from continuing. The fighting on the field stopped and they looked at the team of police officers. I'm the chief of police and their leading jonin. You can tell me anything. Shinwei stepped forward to reveal his identity and took all the responsibility on himself. Bulletin, Bull, why are you here? How come you are the leading jonin? The police officers who had been so aggressive just now were like mice seeing a cat after seeing Shinwei. Which branch are you from? Shinwei asked casually. Reporting to the captain, we are from the third team of the northern branch. My name is Uchiha Shen. The team leader, who was a little scared after meeting Shinwei just now, was neither humble nor arrogant when mentioning his branch, which made Shinwei look at him with a higher opinion. Shen, I am answering you now as the leading jonin. The people in front of you are the genin who are taking part in the Chunin exam this time. We are now training in teamwork. Kamui explained. Uchiha Shin looked at Madara's duplicate Susanoo, then looked at the double of the Great Pilla's wood style, Woodman Jutsu, and swept his eyes across the bumpy training ground. He felt that his understanding of genin had undergone a drastic change. Buku, are you saying that they are all genin? And they are the genin who will participate in this Chunin exam? Uchiha Shin asked specifically to make sure he had heard correctly. I was right, and you heard it right. Shinwei said with a smile. That's great. Our village has so many powerful genin. With your guidance, Minister, we will definitely shine during the Chunin exam. Uchiha Shin said excitedly. Not really, not really. There are many powerful genin in other ninja villages. We can't take it lightly. In front of so many people, Kamui did not overboast about his genin, nor did he belittle the genin of other ninja villages. Shinwei has two purposes for doing this. The first purpose is, we don't want these genin who take part in the Chunin exam to become proud and arrogant, causing them to be careless during the Chunin exam and give their opponents an opportunity to take advantage. The second purpose is to protect these temporary helpers. He does not want the people in the village to have too high expectations of these helpers. You have to know that these helpers have a natural gap with the students of the ninja school. If you over-encourage them, they will not only be paid special attention by other ninja villages, but may also be backstabbed by the genin in your own village. What the minister said makes sense. I took it for granted. Since the minister still needs to instruct the genin, then we will withdraw. Goodbye, Minister. Uchiha Shin's excitement was calmed down a lot by Kamui's words, and then he took the initiative to say goodbye. Goodbye, take care. Kamui waved goodbye to the third team of the northern branch led by Uchiha Shin. Since the game has been interrupted, let's stop here. You won't be able to achieve anything even if you continue playing. Shinwei immediately stopped the game. After watching your fight, I find that you have a serious problem. Laxus, don't you know that you have teammates around you? You just start attacking indiscriminately without distinguishing between friend and foe. Have you ever considered that your attack might accidentally hurt your teammates? Shinwei scolded. Laxus looked dissatisfied and indignant in the face of Kamui's reprimand. If they can't even dodge that kind of attack, then they don't deserve to be my teammates. And before, didn't you say that this was just to get familiar with my teammates? Then I'm testing their strength to get to know my teammates. Laxus said confidently. Well, if you want to understand your teammates in the future, you can use a gentler approach. Remember, there will be no next time. Kamui was blocked by Laxus' words, but after thinking about it carefully, what he said was not wrong, so Kamui had to give him a serious warning. Shinwei, you are here indeed. At this time, Mito ran over from a distance. Mito, why are you here? And how did you know I was here? Kamui asked in surprise. If you want to know where you are, ask the Hokage. As for why I came here, dang dang dang, look what I brought you. Mito said as he took out a bento box from behind him and waved it in front of Kamui. It's already noon, you haven't eaten yet, I brought you a lunchbox. Mito handed the lunchbox to Kamui as if to seek credit or to present a treasure. Kamui took the lunchbox handed over by Mito and was about to open it to take a look, but he found that the group of genin under his command were staring at the lunchbox in his hand. Brother Shinwei, I just want a little bit, just to taste it. Shinwei's doppelganger came over and said. Kamui, I didn't eat enough at the last banquet, so today is just the right time to eat. Natsu also came forward and said. Brother Shinwei, I just want to try my sister-in-law's cooking. Said the little girl Kagura. Kamui, I'm curious about what the food in your world is like. Urza said with stars twinkling in her eyes. No one else said anything, seemingly having no interest in the lunchbox in Shinwei's hand, but the fact that they inadvertently licked their lips and their feet did not move at all betrayed them. Ahem, today's training is over. It's time for lunch now. You all should go back and eat. For training, gather at this training ground tomorrow morning. Faced with this group of genin eyeing their lunch boxes covetously, Kamui ordered them to leave and then enjoyed the lunch box that Mito brought for him alone. Brother Shinwei is so stingy. Said Shinwei's duplicate. That's right, Kamui is too stingy. Natsu agreed. You two are itching for trouble, aren't you? Shinwei threatened. Sister-in-law seeing that big brother Kamui was difficult to defeat, the little girl Kagura directed her attack on Mito. Urza followed suit and attacked Mito from the left and right together with the little girl Kagura. I'm so sorry that I didn't bring any lunch for you guys today. I will definitely bring lunch for you next time. Now the way to Mito's side was also blocked, and everyone could only watch Kamui feasting in front of them. A group of people stared at Kamui with wide eyes, using an eye technique called death gaze. How could Shinwei, whose skin is thicker than a city wall, be afraid of their death stare? Shinwei stared at the group with his death gaze and slowly opened the lunchbox. The red, white, and green things inside looked very beautiful. Shinwei lowered the lunchbox as much as possible so that everyone could see clearly what was inside. Just as Shinwei thought, the group of people took a quick look at the contents of the lunchbox. A group of people looked at Shinwei's leisurely appearance, gnashing their teeth and cursing Shinwei for being stingy and miserly. Shinwei looked at them gritting their teeth and felt secretly proud. He picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of red fried fish, put it in front of his eyes and looked at it left and right, but he was reluctant to put it into his mouth, intending to reap some more hatred. Kamui, eat quickly, otherwise it will get cold and won't taste good. Mito urged. After hearing Mito's urging, Kamui had to give up showing off and ate the red fried fish picked up by his chopsticks in one bite, and he didn't forget to smack his lips after eating it. Shinwei took a smacking breath and felt a burning sensation in his mouth rushing straight to his forehead. Shinwei quickly picked up the white rice ball and ate it in big mouthfuls, trying to suppress the spicy taste, but he never expected that one problem would be followed by another. The rice ball that Shinwei ate was sour and salty. Not only did it fail to suppress the spiciness, but the three flavors mixed in his mouth, causing an even more terrifying power to burst out. Shinwei immediately took out the ice cola from his personal space and drank it in one gulp. Finally saved! Shinwei exclaimed. Do you mean to say that what I cook is not delicious? Mito looked at Kamui sharply. I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Shinwei's desire to survive was very strong. Then finish eating and show me. Mito picked up the bento and handed it to Kamui again, but this time Kamui did not take it readily because he really didn't want to face that smell again. The group of people surrounding Kamui and Mito also changed from secretly gritting their teeth to openly gloating over Kamui's misfortune. The look in their eyes when they looked at Kamui expressed their thoughts and feelings. Kamui, you have come to this day, ha 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 ha. Kamui looked at the bento that was so close to him and felt like a prisoner about to be executed. Shinwei, why are you still standing there? Take the lunchbox. The double body of Dazuzi shouted at the side. Yes, brother Shinwei, please take the lunchbox. Shinwei's duplicate echoed. Mito took the lunchbox and moved closer to Kamui. Shinwei took the lunchbox reluctantly and was reluctant to pick up his chopsticks. Kamui, if it tastes bad, you can tell me and I can help you reject Mito. Urza said with a smile. Brother Kamui, if it really tastes terrible, I will join Urza in persuading Sister Mito. Said the little girl Kagura. Kamui looked at Mito's increasingly dangerous eyes, and quickly picked up the green vegetable roll that he had never eaten before and put it into his mouth. Then Kamui was so moved by the vegetable roll made by Mito that he burst into tears. Chapter 69. Kamui was so moved by the vegetable rolls made by Mito that he burst into tears. Look, Sister Mito, brother Kamui was so moved that he cried because of the lunch box you made. You must make more lunch boxes for him in the future. Little girl Kagura talked nonsense to Mito. Shinwei was in a state of sympathy at the moment. He was so moved that he cried, but it was obviously because he was choked by the mustard in the vegetable roll. Kagura, you are right. From now on, I will do my best to prepare Kamui's lunch boxes. I promise to bring you lunch boxes tomorrow, and I will deliver them together with Kamui's lunch boxes. Mito listened to what the little girl Kagura said, believed it, and promised that she would be responsible for the bento from now on. Mito sister, there's no need to trouble you. We can take care of the lunch box ourselves. I took care of myself before. The little girl Kagura quickly declined Mito's kindness. She didn't want to be like Kamui. Oh, I see. What about you guys? Mito asked the others. The others took a step back in unison. My sister brought me some. Said the doppelganger of godly might. I can do it myself. Said the Madara doppelganger. My brother will bring me some. Said Izuna's doppelganger. Tobirama will make a good match between me and him. Said the doppelganger of Daibashi. Our president can do it for us. Urza said. Is that so? You really don't want to try my cooking? Mito widened his eyes and looked at them expectantly. I don't want to. X12, a group of people said in unison. In that case, then even if... Wait, Mito and his friends are guests from afar, why do we let them do everything by themselves? Wouldn't that make it seem like we in Konoha village don't know how to entertain guests? I'll have to trouble you with their share tomorrow, so that they can feel the warmth of Konoha village. Mito was about to say forget it, but was interrupted by Kamui halfway through his words. After Kamui's much discussion, Mito finally made the decision. Kamui is right. This is indeed against the way of hospitality. I will send your bento together with Kamui's lunch tomorrow. Oops, I don't have enough ingredients at home. I need to buy some. Goodbye everyone. After saying this, Mito trotted to the market to buy ingredients for tomorrow's lunchbox. Ha ha ha, you deserve it. After Mito left, Kamui laughed loudly, mocking the group of people who were gloating over his misfortune. Brother Shinwei, how could you do this? Said Shinwei's duplicate. It is better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone. We should share happiness and difficulties together. Shinwei explained. If anyone performs poorly in tomorrow's training, I will give him my lunchbox and encourage him. Shinwei walked away with a swagger after saying this, leaving behind only his back that made people want to kill him immediately. It seems I have to work hard tomorrow. I'm fired up. Natsu immediately became motivated when he thought of the painful expression on Kamui's face when he was eating. Although the others didn't say anything, they secretly vowed in their hearts that they would never let Shinwei find fault with tomorrow's training. The next day, Shinwei came to the training ground after breakfast. Hey, everyone is here on time. Shinwei said as he looked at his 4 teams, who arrived at the training ground on time. Today's training content is also teamwork training, but today it's not a competition between teams. Instead, I will be your opponent. How about it? Are you full of energy? After Shinwei finished speaking, he found that no one paid attention to him, so he continued. Cheer up, everyone. Today's training content is to grab the bell in my hand within the specified time. If you don't grab the bell within the specified time, the entire team will be punished. You also saw the content of the punishment yesterday. When we arrive, we just eat up the bento made by Mito. After saying this, Shinwei took out 2 bells and showed them to the 4 teams. Shinwei, a team consists of 3 people, why do you only have 2 bells in your hand? The careful Urza discovered the trap hidden by the Kamui and pointed it out. Urza observed very carefully, and there are indeed only 2 bells. That is to say, if one of your teams grabs the bells, only 2 people in the team can be exempted from punishment, and the remaining person will have to eat all 3 lunch boxes. Kamui explained. That is to say, someone has to be punished no matter what, Gray concluded. If someone eats all of Mito's lunch boxes, I can modify today's training content, Kamui promised everyone. Shinwei looked at the 4 teams in silence and continued. There are still more than 4 hours before Mito comes to deliver lunch boxes. Each team has 1 hour to grab the bell. Which team will go first? After saying this, Shinwei walked to the center of the training ground, tied 2 bells around his waist, and waited for the first team to come and grab the bells. The Kamui doppelganger was about to speak when he was stopped by Miston, and the delay was interrupted by Natsu. Of course we went first. Natsu said as he was about to go into battle but was stopped by Laxus. Humph, you should wait until we grab the bell before going on stage. That way, your chances of passing will be higher. Laxus' steps were stopped by Madara's duplicate, who said. As for the first team to go on stage, it should be our team. You should learn how to work as a team before going on stage. Our team can teach you. Miston Ge, why are you stopping me? The divine doppelganger looked at Miston Ge in confusion and asked, hoping that he could give him a reason. We make a battle plan first, and then go on the field, that way we will have a better chance of winning. I agree with Miston Ge's proposal. Brother, you are always like this, rushing forward without caring about anything. While agreeing with Miston's proposal, the little girl Kagura complained that the Kamui doppelganger did things without thinking. Have you guys discussed it? Hurry up, the flowers have wilted since I waited. Shinwei urged while standing in the middle of the training ground. Our team will go first. Madara's duplicate stood in front of Kamui with his team. Let's start. Shinwei's tone was somewhat casual. Susanoo. Madara's duplicate used Susanoo from the beginning, intending to end the battle quickly. The soul of Satan. Myra also chose to fight quickly. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Izuna's doppelganger used fire escape ninjutsu to buy his teammates time to prepare. Oh no, he doesn't know that Kamui also knows fire dragon slayer magic. Myra, who received the soul of Satan, said worriedly. The dragon-shaped flame went straight towards Shinwei, and Shinwei opened his mouth wide and swallowed all the flames. Madara's double body controlled Susanoo and rushed straight towards Kamui. Fire punch! Kamui threw a punch, and the flames that covered the sky and the sun hit Ban's double incarnation of Susanoo, knocking it back. Darkness rush! A black claw condensed by magic stretched out towards the bell hanging on Kamui's waist. Chidori flow! There was a flash of lightning around Shinwei, and the black claws that were just continuous were shattered after the flash of lightning. As soon as the two sides fought, Madara's double body felt a heavy pressure coming towards him. Although the 3 teams watching the battle had anticipated the current situation, they did not expect that Madara's duplicate would be at a disadvantage in the first round. I'm asking you to grab the bell, not to defeat me. There's a fundamental difference between the two. Shinwei reminded the 3 people in front of him, and at the same time reminded the 3 teams that did not take the field. Madara's double put away Susanoo, leaving behind the Manjiki Sharingan, and used physical techniques to fight against Kamui. The double of Izuna followed closely behind, opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan, and attacked Kamui from both sides together with the double of Madara. Shinwei turned his body and protected himself from head to toe like an iron barrel. Dark Spark! Myra used her hands to generate a series of dark flash bombs to bombard the Kamui, and took over the main attack position from Madara's doppelganger. Madara's doppelganger and Izuna's doppelganger looked for an opportunity to snatch the bell tied around the Kamui's waist. Kamui wrapped his hands with Fire Dragon Slayer magic to block Myra's attack, and did not intend to use it to counterattack. To outsiders, Myra's outburst, coordinated with the double Madara and the double Izuna, suppressed the Kamui in terms of physical skills. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, you will know that this is the result of releasing the Kamui. But there is no time for you to think carefully during the battle. Myra attacked Kamui repeatedly, but was blocked by Kamui's hands. The duplicates of Madara and Izuna kept trying to snatch the bell tied around Kamui's waist, but they also returned in vain. Finally, Myra couldn't sustain this long-lasting, high-intensity burst of attack, and her offensive slowed down. Kamui seized the opportunity and knocked Myra, Madara's duplicate and Izuna's duplicate out one after another, then he looked down at his waist and smiled. The three of them adjusted their center of gravity in the air and landed steadily on the ground. Izuna, how are you? Did you succeed? As soon as the Madara doppelganger landed, he asked the Izuna doppelganger whether he was injured and whether he had snatched the bell. The double of Izuna spread out his palm, revealing a bell in his palm. It turned out that when Myra's offensive slowed down, Madara's duplicate secretly winked at Izuna's duplicate, signaling him to take the opportunity to steal the bell from Kamui's waist. After Kamui knocked Myra away, Madara's duplicate immediately used physical skills to take over, with the purpose of attracting Kamui's attention and making it easier for Izuna's duplicate to take action. But the speed of Kamui was too fast. The duplicate Izuna only had time to touch a bell before being knocked away by Kamui, resulting in the current scene. It's okay, Izuna, we still have time. Myra, how are you? After Madara's duplicate comforted Izuna's duplicate, he asked about Myra's situation. You've consumed too much magic power. You just need to rest for a while. Myra replied. Don't bother. I'll give you this bell as a reward for learning how to work as a team. Kamui said as he took off the bell from his waist and threw it to Madara's duplicate before continuing. Have you decided who will eat Mito's lunchbox? Kamui said with a smile. Chapter 70. Have you decided who will eat Mito's lunchbox? Kamui said with a smile. Myra, Madara's doppelganger, and Izuna's doppelganger were lost in thought. You don't have to answer me so quickly. Just give me your answers before Mito delivers the lunchbox. Give me back the bell. It is still an important prop now. Shinwei reminded them to return the bells, and then signaled that they could think about the problem slowly aside. Next team. Shinwei asked other teams to participate in the bell-grabbing training. Shinwei, we are here, said the duplicate of Dazuzi. The team of Laxus, the Great Pillar Doppelganger, and the Tobirama Doppelganger walked onto the field. Are you ready? Kamui looked at Laxus who didn't fit in with the team, and then asked. Laxus is just too embarrassed to admit it. He's actually pretty easy to get along with. The Doppelganger of the Big Pillar explained for Laxus. Stop being so verbose. Laxus said as he walked straight towards Kamui, obviously not wanting to continue this topic. Come on. Let me see how your team is progressing. Kamui faced Laxus with ease. Wouldn't escape the arrival of the tree realm. Water escape water rushes into waves. The doppelgangers of Big Pillar and Tobirama also released ninjutsu to join the battle. The double of the Great Pillar planted a circle of large trees around the battlefield, turning the venue into a reservoir to prevent the double of Tobirama's water escape from overflowing. The water jutsu of Tobirama's double was just enough to fill the reservoir created by the double of Ashiratsu with water. The other teams jumped onto the trees to watch the battle. Thunder Fist. Laxus learned how to tread water from somewhere, and he attacked Kamui by standing on the water. As for the thunder, I will accept it without hesitation. Kamui said as he opened his mouth wide and swallowed Laxus lightning magic. Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Laxus recognized it immediately. Kamui used the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Kamui, how did you learn the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic? Laxus asked. The Thunder Dragon Slayer magic was modified from the Fire Dragon Slayer magic when I developed my own Thunder attribute. As for your pirating of my Fang Tian Huaji, I haven't asked you for the patent fee yet. Shinwei was talking nonsense, of course he couldn't tell anyone about them all, so in order to deal with Laxus's inquiries, he could only make up an excuse and finally changed the subject. Kamui not only knows Fire Dragon Slayer magic, but also Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Then, the battle plan that their team has formulated around Laxus will be difficult to execute. Urza, who was watching from the top of the tree, analyzed calmly. Urza, you should think about the problem from a different angle. Both Laxus and Kamui can use the Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. According to the characteristics of the Lightning Dragon Slayer magic, this means that Laxus can completely restrict Kamui by himself. With the help of Hashirama's wood release, they have a great chance of winning. Miston expressed his speculation. Miston Ji, are you saying that they will be able to snatch Brother Shinwei's bell soon? The doppelganger of God asked Miston Ji. We can only say that they have a good chance of winning, but there is no guarantee that they will get the bell. Miston Ji did not say everything because he was not sure how much strength Shinwei had hidden. Wood release, the technique of wooden man. The double of the Great Pillar and the double of Tobirama stood on the wooden man to prevent Laxus from accidentally hurting friendly forces. Wood release, all blouse bag technique. A giant wood-style hand emerged from the bottom of the reservoir and attacked Kamui unexpectedly. It's a good idea. Kamui praised, his hands moving non-stop, and he seemed to be on par with Laxus. Laxus, water style, water dragon bullet. Thunder dragon Fang Tianji. The Tobirama doppelganger gave Laxus a signal, and the two of them attacked Kamui together. The Fang Tian Huaji formed by lightning and thunder came later but arrived first, and it rushed past the water dragon all the way and headed straight for Shinwei. Emperor Yan. Shinwei condensed a fireball in his right hand and smashed it towards Fang Tian Huaji and the water dragon. The Fang Tian Huaji passed directly through the middle of the fireball, and the fireball collided with the water dragon. The high temperature of the flames directly evaporated the water dragon. The Fang Tian Huaji went straight towards Shinwei. Chidori. Shinwei's left hand was wrapped in lightning, and he cut off the thunder dragon Fang Tianji with a single move. The water vapor evaporated from the water dragon cooled and liquefied into small water droplets. The lightning from the severed thunder dragon Fang Tianji spread out and diffused along the small water droplets, forming a minefield. Kamui can eat up the lightning immunity damage from the minefield. Laxus and the lightning in the minefield are of the same source, so he cannot be harmed. Wood release, the technique of ranking. The double of Ohashira used the technique of ranking to wrap himself and the double of Tobirama to resist the damage of lightning. After the minefield disappeared. If this is all you have, you won't be able to get the bell, and you don't have much time left. Kamui reminded them to hurry up, otherwise the entire team would face Mito's death. Thunder Suit. Laxus' entire body is covered in lightning, increasing his speed as he gets close to Kamui, seemingly planning to imitate Madara's doppelganger team's method to steal the bell. Laxus' hand was always just a little bit away from touching the bell. The art of flying thunder god. The double of Tobirama suddenly appeared and tried to snatch the bell from Kamui. The hand of the double of Tobirama had already touched the bell. The sudden appearance of Tobirama's double scared Kamui, and he used his speed force to avoid Tobirama's double sneak attack. Tobirama, you scared me to death. Shinwei ran far away in an instant, stood there, patted his chest, and tried to calm himself down. Tobirama, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Asked Kamui. I just learned it recently. I need some time to sense the Flying Thunder God technique before I can use it. Tobirama's duplicate replied. Just now Anyway, you won. Who do you decide to eat Mito's lunchbox? You just need to answer me before Mito brings the lunchbox. You can rest now. Kamui admitted that he lost, let them decide who would be punished, and asked them to hand over the battlefield to other teams. Next team. Shinwei called the remaining teams to participate in the bell-grabbing training. Miston Ji, can you fight on water? The doppelganger of Kamui was worried that Mistongo would not be able to fight on the water, so he asked. Let's just be last in line. Since Miston Ji lacked a way to fight on water, it was decided that he would be the last one to appear in the team. Gray, freeze the water. Leave it to me, ice make, floor. At Urza's command, Gray used ice-shaping magic to freeze the entire reservoir. Black feather armor. Urza had finished changing her clothes, and now had a black one-handed sword in her hand. The roar of the fire dragon. Natsu took the lead in attacking, flames sweeping towards the Kamui. Black feather moon flash. Just as Kamui was about to consume Natsu's flames, Urza suddenly attacked with a one-handed sword. Ice make, prison. Gray used ice-shaping magic to instantly create a cage, trapping the Kamui inside, leaving the Kamui with no escape. Natsu's flames and Urza's slashes effortlessly pierced Gray's ice prison and headed straight for the Kamui. Raise Nan. Kamui, holding the Raise Nan, not only blocked Urza's attack, but also sent Urza and her sword flying high into the air. After sending Urza flying, Kamui pressed the Raise Nan onto the ice prison on the other side. The ice prison was shattered by the Raise Nan, and Kamui escaped from the ice prison, avoiding Natsu's fire in the process. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu caught up to Kamui and punched him. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Kamui also used dragon-slaying magic to take Natsu's punch. Natsu, you only have a few moves when you fight, can't you develop your Dragon Slayer magic? Kamui felt that Natsu had too few means of attack and might be at a disadvantage when taking part in the Chunin exam, so he reminded him. Of course I have developed dragon-slaying magic. The Fire Dragon's Flame Elbow. Natsu used the fire to boost himself and elbowed Kamui in the chest. Shinwei dodged sideways. Ice make block. Gray took action to block Shinwei's retreat. The Claw of the Fire Dragon. Natsu jumped up, flipped over, and kicked Kamui with a flaming kick. Kamui's retreat was blocked, so he had to raise his hand to block Natsu's attack. The Sword Horn of the Fire Dragon. As soon as Kamui blocked Natsu's kick, Natsu headbutted Kamui in the stomach. Kamui turned sideways, and Natsu crashed headfirst into Gray's ice. Natsu was knocked dizzy and seeing stars, and temporarily lost his ability to fight. Ice Make, Ice Hammer. Gray condensed an ice hammer and smashed it at Kamui, preventing the Kamui from attacking Natsu. Shinwei jumped back to avoid the ice hammer, and formed seals with his hands in the air. The Art of Shadow Clone. Kamui created 2 clones, and with the help of the clone's power, he threw himself towards Gray while activating his Sharingan. Raise Nan. Ice Make, Ice is healed. Gray quickly condensed an ice shield in front of him to block Kamui's Raise Nan. The other 2 shadow clones landed and attacked Natsu and Urza respectively. At this time, Natsu had woken up, and facing the attacking shadow clone, Natsu quickly engaged in battle. Black Feather Moon Flash. Urza joins the battle again, competing in speed with Kamui's other shadow clone. Ice Make, Ice Geyser. Gray, who was trying to block the Kamui's Raise Nan, launched ice magic from the ground upwards to attack the Kamui that was still floating in the air. A large number of ice spikes gushed out from under the Shinwei like fountains, directly freezing the Shinwei. After Kamui was frozen, it disappeared with a bang. It turned out that this was just Kamui's shadow clone. Tisk, Shadow Clone. After Gray defeated Kamui's shadow clone, he went to support Natsu. Ice Make, Lance. A large number of spears condensed from ice pierced through the Kamui that was fighting with Natsu. The Kamui that was pierced by the ice spear also disappeared with a bang. This was also the shadow clone of Kamui. This one is also a shadow clone, so the last one can't be a shadow clone, right? Chapter 71. This one is also a shadow clone, so the last one can't be a shadow clone, right? Just as Gray and Natsu were about to support Urza, Gray stopped. No, even if it's Kamui's shadow clone, it can't be defeated so easily. When Gray realized this, the world before his eyes slowly shattered. Gray's consciousness awakened from Kamui's illusion. Congratulations, Gray, you have successfully broken my illusion. When Gray heard Kamui say this, he realized that everything that had just happened was an illusion of Kamui. When did I fall into the illusion? Gray was completely unaware that he was caught in an illusion. If the illusion itself wasn't so flawed, Gray would not have been able to break it. I performed an illusion in mid-air. After Kamui answered Gray, Urza also woke up from the illusion. Congratulations, Urza, you successfully broke my illusion. After Urza broke the illusion, she was a little tired. When she heard Kamui's words, Urza asked. The illusion is very real. Will anyone use illusions during the Chunin exams? Illusions are a very common means of attack in the ninja world. You will definitely encounter illusion-type ninjas in the Chunin exam. Kamui reminded Urza that there would be illusion-type ninjas in the Chunin exams and asked her to be on high alert. I'd like to take this opportunity to teach you some tips on how to deal with illusions. Other teams have members from another ninja world, but your team is made up entirely of members from the Fairy Tail Guild, and all of them are very lacking in experience in dealing with illusions. Kamui pointed out the shortcomings of Urza's team and hoped that they could make up for them as soon as possible. I defeated Kamui and got the bell. Natsu said happily, and then he realized that the environment around him was different. Where's the bell I grabbed? Natsu realized that the bell he was supposed to be holding was missing, so he searched for it over and over again. Shinwei couldn't bear to watch it anymore and spoke out. Natsu, you don't have to look for it. You just fell into my illusion. You thought you defeated me and got the bell, but in fact, everything just now was fake. I deliberately left a flaw in the illusion. You can recall it. Kamui's words calmed Natsu down, and he began to recall the details of the bell snatching just now. Urza, your team's teamwork is the one I need to worry about the least among the 4 teams. My only worry is that you will encounter illusion-type ninjas in the Chunin exams. I hope that you will accumulate experience in dealing with illusions from today on, and try to make up for your shortcomings in dealing with illusions before the Chunin exams. In Kamui's opinion, as long as Urza's team can make up for their shortcomings in dealing with illusions, passing the Chunin exam will not be a problem at all, so Kamui set up a training plan for them to deal with illusions. I figured it out. Gray didn't take off his clothes in the illusion. I didn't even notice such a big flaw. After much thought, Natsu finally found the flaw in the Kamui illusion. What did you say? Flame idiot. Did I say anything wrong? Ice exhibitionist. Kamui watched the quarrel between Natsu and Gray, then turned to Urza and said. I take back what I said. I am not confident about your team's teamwork now. Urza walked up to Natsu and Gray without saying a word, punched each of them, and then carried the 2 obedient people in front of Kamui. Let's go straight to the last part. Who will your team choose to eat Mito's lunchbox? Just give me the answer before Mito brings the lunchbox to me. Shinwei didn't intend to let them grab the bell and started asking questions directly. Don't we have to fight for the bells anymore? Natsu asked confusedly. The purpose of snatching the bells is to teach you how to work as a team. I am confident in your team in this regard. Of course, if you also want to experience illusion, we can start snatching the bells now. Hearing Kamui's words, Natsu shook his head. In that case, you can go off the court and rest. Next team. Urza's team followed Kamui's instructions and went off the field to rest, leaving the field to Kamui's doppelganger team. It's finally our turn. I can't wait any longer. Brother Shinwei, I'm going to take the lead. As soon as the doppelganger of Shinwei came on the field, he couldn't wait to fight with Shinwei. Shinwei maintained his strength at the same level as Shinwei's double, and fought back against him, so the two seemed to be evenly matched. The little girl Kagura protected Miston and prepared him to perform magic. Mistongo inserted his staff into the ice one by one and began to release magic. Skyscraper. Kamui was pulled into the illusion by Mistongo's magic. Illusions have no effect on me. Kamui opened his Sharingan, and Miston's illusion was immediately bounced back and affected himself. Miston GE is temporarily offline and the battle continues. Kagura, Miston GE, how are you? The Kamui doppelganger asks the little girl Kagura about Miston GE's situation. Don't worry, Miston GE is just under an illusion and will wake up soon. After answering the Kamui doppelganger, the little girl Kagura stood beside Miston GE, guarding against Kamui taking the opportunity to attack Miston GE. Psychic Art. The Kamui doppelganger uses the summoning technique to summon the toads from Mount Myaboku to join the battle. Kamui is also very curious about which Naruto world's toad will be summoned after Kamui's doppelganger comes to this Naruto world. Who summoned my toad boss? A red toad smoking a pipe and looking unfriendly appeared in front of everyone. The other team members were surprised at the size of the toad boss, but they didn't feel anything. After all, they had been shocked too many times by Wood Release and Susanoo in the past 2 days. Bunta, don't you recognize me? The doppelganger of Kamui said while standing on Boss Toad's head. Who are you? Where is this? Boss Toad was inexplicably summoned to the Naruto world, and he was very unfamiliar with everything around him. Kamui, maybe it's because you are in my ninja world now, so the toad you summoned is also from this ninja world. It's normal that it doesn't recognize you. Shinwei explained to Shinwei's doppelganger why Toad Boss didn't recognize him. After listening to Shinwei's explanation, Shinwei's double suddenly realized and said with a look of regret. Ah! I forgot that I have come to Brother Kamui's ninja world. Get off my head, little devil! Toad Boss said in a bad tone. The doppelganger of Shinwei really didn't recognize it, and was too embarrassed to stand on someone else's head, so it had to obediently get down from the head of the Toad Boss. By the way, you summoned me out here, what do you want me to do? Toad Boss asked the doppelganger of Kamui why he was summoned. Boss Toad, I want you to help me contain Brother Shinwei so that I have time. Who is Kamui? Toad Boss interrupted the words of the doppelganger of Kamui without any hesitation and looked for who was Kamui among the crowd. It's me you're looking for. Shinwei replied. Little devil, you are the only one called Shinwei. Toad Boss moved closer to look at Shinwei, then looked at Shinwei's duplicate, and continued. To deal with this kind of brat, I, the Toad Boss, need to take action, but today I will make an exception and let you see how powerful I, the Toad Boss, am. Toad Boss aimed at Shinwei and slapped him. Toad Boss originally thought that if Shinwei didn't die, he would be seriously injured after his slap, but he didn't expect that the slap he was determined to achieve was easily dodged by Shinwei. Kid, you have good speed. I see you dodge this move so well. Water style, iron cannon, Toad Boss aimed at Shinwei and spit out a water ball with a large range. Fire punch. Kamui used the high temperature of the fire from his fire fist to evaporate the water ball. Little guy, you are quite capable. I will be serious next time. Toad Boss pulled out the short knife from his back and slashed at Kamui. Susanoo. The fiery red Susanoo appeared and blocked the short sword of the Toad Boss. After one strike failed, Toad Boss was not discouraged and chopped at Susanoo a few more times, but Susanoo was not hurt at all. Boss Toad, you should go back to Myaboka Mountain. The ninja world is too dangerous. Shinwei said this in a serious tone. You bastard, do you look down on me? The Toad Boss thought that Kamui was mocking him intentionally, so he became angry and continued to attack Susanoo. Water style, teppanyaki. Since you don't plan to go back to Myaboka Mountain by yourself, then I will take you back. And remember to speak less foul-mouthed next time. Shinwei controlled Susanoo and wielded the Fang Tian Huaji, smashing the water ball with one halberd, and then slashed at the Toad Boss with another halberd. When Shinwei chopped down with his halberd, Toad Boss raised his short knife to block it, but he was unable to stop the powerful halberd. From then on, a scar was left on Toad Boss's left eye. Ah, it hurts so much, you bastard. The Toad Boss covered his wound and was very afraid of Shinwei in his heart. He was about to say something sweet, but he quickly remembered Shinwei's warning before and swallowed the words back. Boss Toad, hold on, I'll be ready soon. The divine doppelganger said while absorbing natural energy. Little ghost, you summoned me, you can't just ignore me. At this time, Toad Boss was desperate and tried every possible means, treating the double body of Shinwei as a life-saving straw. He used the most arrogant tone and spoke the most heartfelt words. Sage mode, on. The doppelganger of Shinwei finally absorbed all the natural energy, activated the sage mode, and came to the side of Toad Boss. Untat, are you okay? Shinwei said as he used natural energy to heal the wound on Toad Boss's left eye. This is natural energy. Where did you learn the magic of Myaboka Mountain? After Toad Boss felt that it was natural energy that healed his wounds, he asked the doppelganger of godly power. The sage mode time is very short. Wait until I defeat Brother Shinwei and then I will slowly explain it to you. Shinwei's duplicate said. Chapter 72. After hearing the reply from the doppelganger of godly might, Toad Boss did not feel any dissatisfaction. Instead, he stood aside and waited patiently. Kamui couldn't help but sigh at the affinity of the person with the template of Obito and Naruto. They were able to convince people even though it was just the first meeting. If he awakened his mouth-to-mouth bloodline limit, then the template would probably have to be changed to Ashura and Indra. Brother Shinwei, I'm going to get on top. The double of Shinwei shouted loudly and ran straight towards Shinwei. Kamui released Susanoo and used physical skills to fight against Kamui's double. When the two fought, Kamui's double in Sage mode, with the help of Frog Q might, was like a god descending from heaven, and beat Kamui back step by step. The people watching on the scene couldn't believe that everything happening before their eyes was real. They just thought they were trapped in an illusion. In the end, they found out that it was real. Shinwei suppressed Shinwei. Hey, why does this sound awkward? After Dazuz's doppelganger finished speaking, he also felt that there was something wrong with what he said. Hashirama, you need to differentiate between the two of them. Just call them Susanoo Kamui and Senjutsu Kamui. It's easy to understand. Madara's duplicate used his own abilities to distinguish between the two Kamui. Based on the current situation, Senjutsu Kamui might actually be able to defeat Susanoo Kamui and snatch the bell from him, the Great Pilla's doppelganger analyzed. The Sage mode of Senjutsu Kamui has a time limit, and it is impossible to maintain this state forever. As long as he exits the Sage mode, it will be very difficult to steal the bell. Urza expressed her thoughts based on the actual situation. The art of multiple shadow clones. The Kamui doppelganger formed seals with his hands and created 4 shadow clones. Brother Kamui, do you still remember the forbidden ninjutsu? I have been working hard to develop this ninjutsu since I learned senjutsu. The double Kamui reminded Kamui, reminding him of the fire-style ninjutsu that the double Kamui developed based on the Raise Nan. The Kamui duplicate lets its 2 shadow clones entangle the Kamui, and the original body and the other 2 are responsible for condensing chakra, injecting form changes, and adding property changes respectively. As the fire-style ninjutsu of the Kamui doppelganger gradually took shape, the temperature in the training ground also rose. Senjutsu, Fire Style, Spiral Explosion Bomb. After completing the immortal technique Fire Style Spiral Burst Bomb, the Kamui's double body aimed at the Kamui and threw it out. The Fire Style Spiral Burst Bomb infused with Senjutsu Chakra is now larger and more powerful than when it was first developed. Kamui remained calm in the face of the impending Sage technique, Fire Style, Spiral Burst, and calmly opened his Sharingan. Divine Power. Shinwei used the pupil technique Shinwei to open a vortex of time and space in front of himself. The space-time vortex swallowed up the Fire Style, Spiral Burst Bomb of the double Kamui and then disappeared. It's not over yet, Kamui. Kamui used the eye technique Kamui again, spitting out the Sage technique Fire Style Spiral Burst Bomb that had been swallowed by the space-time vortex before, and returned it to the Kamui doppelganger. If the Kamui doppelganger chose to dodge at this moment, it would still be in time, but the consequence of doing so would be that the Sage technique, Fire Style, Spiral Burst Bomb would explode and hit the little girl Kagura and Miston directly. Triple Magic Array Jing Shui. Mistonge broke free from the illusion and used magic to bounce back the Sage's art, Fire Style, Spiral Burst. Kamui was just about to use the eye technique Kamui to repeat his old trick and throw the Fire Style, Spiral Burst Bomb back. However, she didn't expect that the Chidori spear of the little girl Kagura would pierce into the Senjutsu Fire Style Spiral Burst Bomb and directly detonate it. Flames shot up into the sky, followed by violent explosions, as if the end of the world had come. Seeing that the situation was not good, Toad Boss immediately returned to Mayaboka Mountain. Amid the violent explosion, everyone vaguely heard Shinwei's convincing voice. Return to the void. Shinwei activated the pupil technique to return to the void. The flames, the violent explosions, and the reservoir that had been built before all disappeared under Shinwei's pupil technique. What happened? Gray asked. I only remember that Senjutsu Kamui's Senjutsu Fire Style Spiral Burst Bomb exploded, and the explosion was still spreading. Then I seemed to hear Susanoo Kamui launching some eye technique, and then everything disappeared. Natsu answered uncertainly. If he can wipe out an attack of this range in an instant with Kamui, then what else can't he do? Madara's duplicate said as he fell into deep thought. No matter what, the most important thing is that everyone is safe. The doppelganger of Dazuza said optimistically. What are you still standing there for? Come on and grab the bell. Well, you can't grab the bell now, someone is coming. Kamui was just about to let the distracted Kamui doppelganger team continue to snatch the bells when he suddenly sensed that Naruto Madara was approaching, and it seemed that he was here to call for punishment. Shinwei, can you explain to me what happened when the flames shot up into the sky just now? Naruto Madara came to the training ground and asked Kamui directly what had just happened. I am on duty as a Jonin and guiding the Genin taking the Chunin exams. Kamui answered Naruto Madara evasively and did not mention the explosion just now. Kamui, you almost destroyed the Leaf Village by guiding a Genin. Naruto Madara said with a look of disbelief. You don't believe it. We are just trying to grab the bell, Madara, do you want to try it? Kamui suggested that Naruto Madara and Kamui's doppelganger team up to complete the final bell grabbing training. Okay, I just want to see what's so special about the Genin led by you. Naruto Madara readily agreed and took over Kamui as the teaching aide for grabbing the bells. Kamui, what kind of training is this for grabbing the bell? What do I need to do? Naruto Madara didn't know how snatching bells could be considered training, so he asked Kamui for advice. You are given 2 bells. You can use all means to prevent the bells from being snatched away by the 3 members of the team. If the bells are snatched away, the training is over. The purpose of the bell snatching training is to improve their teamwork ability. Kamui simply explained the rules of grabbing the bells to Naruto Madara, letting him know what he could do. This training is good. We can add it to the team training of Konoha village in the future. Hokage Madara thinks that the bell grabbing training designed by Kamui is very good, and plans to let the team leading Jonin go through the bell grabbing training before leading the team to perform a mission, so that they can understand the meaning of teamwork and thus reduce casualties. It's getting late, let's get started now. Kamui calculated the time when Mito would come to deliver his lunch box, and suggested that Naruto, Madara, and the Kamui doppelganger team start training on grabbing bells immediately. Chidori flow purple lightning. Penglay is right. The Kamui doppelganger put his hands together and absorbed natural energy. The little girl Kagura and Misten Ge bought time for the Kamui doppelganger to enter the sage mode. Fire escape. The great fire is extinguished. Naruto Madara used a fire-style ninjutsu to easily isolate the attacks of the little girl Kagura and Misten Ge. Triple magic array Jing Shui. Misten used magic to bounce back Naruto Madara's fire-style ninjutsu. Interesting, it can actually bounce back my ninjutsu attack. Naruto Madara used fire-style, Great Fire Extinguishment again to block the rebound. The two moves of Great Fire Extinguishing collided and the attacks were cancelled out. Your move can reflect ninjutsu, but can it reflect taijutsu? Naruto Madara saw through the flaw in Misten's magic at a glance and planned to use physical skills to defeat the Kamui doppelganger team. At this time, the little girl Kagura, whose body was wrapped in purple electric current, opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan and stood in front of Naruto Madara. Relying on her speed and the dynamic vision of the Sharingan, she fought with Naruto Madara. The speed is good, but in front of my Sharingan, it's just good. Naruto Madara opened his Manjiki Sharingan and captured the location of the little girl Kagura. Naruto Madara's Manjiki Sharingan gradually caught up with the speed of little Kagura, and almost knocked little Kagura down several times, but little Kagura dodged them every time. In a short while, Naruto Madara's Manjiki Sharingan had adapted to the speed of the little girl Kagura and attacked her frequently. The physical skills of the little girl Kagura were already far inferior to those of Naruto and Madara, and now that Naruto and Madara have adapted to his speed, the situation on the little girl Kagura's side took a turn for the worse. You have good speed, but poor physical skills. Wait until you have the same eyes as me, then come and defeat me. Naruto Madara suddenly launched a sudden attack, causing the little girl Kagura to be in a panic while trying to block it. Naruto Madara took the opportunity to knock down the little girl Kagura and went straight for the Kamui double. The Hokage rushed to the proximity of the Kamui doppelganger and was hit by the magic that Mistongo had prepared in advance. 5th level magic circle, Mikagera. Naruto Madara's movements were temporarily restricted by the light beams produced by 5 overlapping magic circles, and then a strong sense of sleepiness came over him, making his eyelids heavier. Dreamland. Mistongo took advantage of the victory and released another powerful sleeping magic at the Hokage Madara, who was about to fall asleep. At this time, the little girl Kagura came close to Naruto Madara and was about to reach out to take the bell. Just as the little girl Kagura's hand was about to touch the bell, her hand was grabbed by Naruto Madara, who woke up and pushed her away. What a pity, it was just a little bit short. Hokage Madara said this in a tone that was both regretful and relieved, the same tone as when Madara's double body used Susanoo to block the Thunder Dragon's halberd. When the little girl Kagura saw that Naruto Madara had woken up, she turned back to look at Misten Ge and found that he was already asleep. Most of Misten's magic is sleep magic, to put it bluntly, it is actually a kind of illusion, and the Sharingan is the nemesis of this kind of sleep magic. It directly bounces back the sleep magic as an illusion, so Misten was hit by his own sleep magic. It looks like your team's bell grabbing training will end in failure this time. Naruto Madara said as he looked at Misten Ge, who had fallen into a deep sleep, the little girl Kagura who had been defeated by him, and the Kamui doppelganger who was about to be defeated by him. Chapter 73. Naruto Madara attacked the Kamui doppelganger that was absorbing natural energy. As long as Naruto Madara interrupts him from absorbing natural energy now, the bell grabbing training will be over. Naruto Madara aimed at the Kamui's double and punched it, with the tip of his fist getting closer and closer to the Kamui's double. Just as Naruto Madara was about to hit the Kamui doppelganger, his fist stopped. Naruto Madara's fist stopped, but it was not because he stopped by himself, but because his fist was held by the hand of the Kamui doppelganger. Hurry up and hurry up, we finally caught up. At the critical moment, Shinwei's second body finally entered the Sage mode. Naruto Madara tried to pull his hand out of the hand of the duplicate Kamui, but found that the duplicate Kamui's hand did not move at all. Brother Hokage, I'm going to get on. The Kamui doppelganger said this and threw Naruto Madara to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Naruto Madara only felt a huge force coming at him, and then his whole body flew up. If he hadn't supported himself with one hand in time and kicked away the double body of Kamui with his feet, he would have made a fool of himself in public. Naruto Madara dusted off his clothes and launched a ninjutsu at the Kamui doppelganger. Fire escape. The great fire is extinguished. Senjutsu, fire style, great fire extinguishment. The Kamui doppelganger used the same ninjutsu against Naruto Madara. The two's ninjutsu were equally matched in both scale and power. Finally, the flames dissipated, and the Kamui doppelganger and Naruto Madara opened their Sharingan and used physical techniques to fight back. Naruto Madara did not understand the frog Kumite technique of Kamui's double body sage mode, and suffered a lot from it. Although Naruto Madara had clearly dodged the fist of the Kamui duplicate, he was still hit, which made Naruto Madara very confused. Gradually, the battle between the two entered a white-hot stage, and it seemed that the two were about to use fire style, spiral burst bomb and activate Susanoo. Shinwei immediately stepped in to stop them, interrupting the bell-grabbing training that was about to get out of control. Kamui, what are you doing here? I'm having a great time fighting. Naruto Madara said disappointedly. Brother Kamui, why are you here? I can defeat Brother Hokage soon. Kamui's duplicate said regretfully. Why am I here? If I don't come, you two will really fight. Who of you still remembers that this is a fight over the bell? Kamui's words calmed down both Kamui's doppelganger and Naruto's Madara. Yes, they were training for the bell, so how come they really started fighting? I still have some documents to process in my office. Shinwei, you go ahead. Naruto Madara knew that he had gone too far and was in the wrong, but he was too embarrassed to apologize, so he made an excuse to go back to the office to deal with documents and slipped away. Brother Shinwei, I was wrong. In comparison, the attitude of the doppelganger of Shinwei in admitting his mistakes was very good. Do you know where you went wrong? Shinwei asked sternly. I should have focused on snatching the bell for training instead of fighting with the Hokage brother. The Kamui doppelganger admitted his mistake. You are wrong. This problem should be blamed on Madara. He himself forgot that this is a bell-grabbing training. You were led astray by him. Shinwei paused and continued. Where you really went wrong was not taking advantage of Madara's lack of knowledge of the frog Kumite and attacking his face. That was your real mistake. Shinwei pointed out the mistake of Shinwei's doppelganger as if it was a matter of course. Yes, brother Shinwei, I will pay attention next time. After listening to this, Shinwei's double nodded in agreement, indicating that he would definitely make the same mistake next time. After hearing the assurance from his doppelganger, Shinwei smiled with satisfaction, then reached out to touch his waist, but found nothing. Only then did Kamui remember that the two bells were taken away by Naruto Madara. Ahem, wake up Miston Ge first. Shinwei said. The little girl Kagura patted Miston's cheek very gently until she woke him up. Kamui said to the Kamui and Kagura siblings and Miston Ge. Your team has failed the bell-grabbing training. Originally, 3 people were required to accept the punishment together. Now you can choose one person from among the 3 of you to accept the punishment on behalf of the entire team. You don't have to rush to answer me. Just give me your answer before Mito brings the lunchbox. Then Shinwei spoke to the other teams. If the other teams already have the answer, they can give it to me now. After Shinwei finished speaking, he sat aside with his eyes closed, quietly waiting for the 4 teams to give him the answers. The Kamui doppelganger team reunited with the other teams to discuss Kamui's problems with them. Do you have an answer to the question about Brother Shinwei? Asked Shinwei's duplicate. Kamui asked us to choose one person in the team to be punished. He wanted us to find a scapegoat to eat Mito's lunchbox. Laxus said. I think that Kamui just wants us to eat Mito's lunchbox for him. Said Madara's duplicate. I don't think so. The purpose of Kamui's bell-grabbing training is to make us learn teamwork. Following this line of thought, the answer to Kamui's question should also be related to teamwork. Urza analyzed. I think Urza's idea is right. In the previous bell-grabbing competition, no matter whether the team managed to grab the bell or not, the questions asked at the end were the same. That means the bell-grabbing training was just a cover, and the final question was the key. Miston said. What if this question is just a pretext, and the result of the bell-grabbing training is the key point? Asked the doppelganger of Dazuzi. It's not impossible. Kamui is indeed capable of doing such a thing, said the duplicate Tobirama. Kamui should be hoping that we all eat the lunch boxes made by Mito, so I think the bell-grabbing training and the problem are not important. Natsu's words successfully diverted everyone's thoughts. In the end, the 12 people in the 4 teams were divided into 3 factions, the Team Cooperation faction headed by Urza, the Training Result faction headed by the Doppelganger team of the Great Pillar, and the Kamui and Evil Taste faction headed by Natsu. Among them, the Team Cooperation faction headed by Urza had the most supporters. Finally, according to the principle of minority obeying the majority, everyone spoke with one voice and went to find Kamui for the answer. Kamui, we've thought about it. Each of us is willing to take the punishment for the rest of the team. Urza brought everyone to Kamui and said. Is this your answer? Are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? Shinwei said with a smile. No need to think about it, this is our answer, we will not abandon any of our companions. Said Natsu. That means that all of you are willing to help your companions finish the lunchbox made by Mito. Kamui said with a smile. Everyone hesitated for a moment, then spoke in unison. Yes. X12. Well, I declare that during this bell-grabbing training, everyone will not. Shinwei paused deliberately here. All of them failed, all of them failed? Just when everyone thought Shinwei was going to say that all of them failed, Shinwei continued. No one is allowed to leave the lunchbox made by Mito. You all passed the bell-grabbing training this time. Shinwei announced the results of the bell-grabbing training, and everyone cheered. Also, starting tomorrow, your 4 teams will begin to carry out missions in Konoha village. With your strength, I think you should be able to skip D-level missions and carry out C-level or B-level missions. Shinwei announced that the 4 teams would go on a mission together tomorrow. Although the members of the 4 teams had more or less experience in carrying out missions in their original worlds, they still did not feel bored. Perhaps it was because they had new companions around them. Brother Shinwei, we are going to carry out the mission, so what are you doing? Asked Shinwei's duplicate. I am your team leader, so naturally I have to go on the mission with you. However, I will not take any action during the mission. Everything depends on you. When you return to the village to submit the mission, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to send you back. Kamui replied. Kamui, what mission are we going to carry out? Natsu asked. Are you guys going on a mission too? Mito walked over and said, carrying a lunchbox. Mito, you're here and brought so many lunch boxes. Thank you for your hard work. Kamui looked at the bento in Mito's hand with mixed feelings. It's not hard at all. By the way, you just said you were going to carry out a mission. Have you decided what mission it is? If not, I happen to have a mission to do here, but I don't have enough manpower. We can go together to carry it out. Mito suggested that 5 teams go together to carry out the mission she mentioned. What level of mission do you want to take? Shinwei asked. It's a B-rank mission, to wipe out the bandits within the borders of the Land of Fire, Mito replied. Are all bandits so valuable nowadays? Have they reached the standard of B-level tasks? Shinwei exclaimed. It's not because the bandits are valuable, but because the mission requires us to wipe out the bandits in the Land of Fire. It's not difficult, but we need to travel all over the Land of Fire. And there are only 2 months left until the Chunin exam, so we simply don't have enough time. Mito explained. So you propose to let 5 teams take the mission together in order to kidnap their leading jonin and use them as laborers for you? Kamui said with sudden realization. What, you have an opinion? Mito saw that Kamui had seen through his little thoughts, so he pretended to be tough and asked back. Of course I have objections. Since everyone is going to carry out the mission together tomorrow, we should let the 5 teams get to know each other today. I suggest that we go to eat barbecue together. Mito, you bring your team and we will meet at the barbecue restaurant. As soon as Kamui said this, the eyes of his 12 genin lit up instantly, and they looked at Mito expectantly, hoping that she would agree quickly. Okay, I'll go call them right away, and the lunchbox will be left to you. After saying this, Mito threw the lunchbox to Kamui, then ran off to find the genin from his team. Chapter 74. Brother Shinwei, you are so awesome. We can finally stop eating the bento made by Mito. Shinwei's duplicate said excitedly. Don't be too happy too soon. You won't get a penny for this mission. All the money will be used to treat everyone to a barbecue. Shinwei announced. After the Chunin exams, we will return to our original world anyway, so it doesn't matter whether we get these rewards or not. Laxus said. That's right. These rewards can't be spent in our world. Natsu said. Since everyone has no objection, let's set off immediately to the barbecue restaurant. At Shinwei's command, everyone headed towards the barbecue restaurant in a mighty manner. Shinwei looked at the lunchbox in his hand. After all, it was made by Mito with great effort. It would be a pity to throw it away. Shinwei threw them into his personal space, but he didn't expect that one day in the future, he would eat them all. Shinwei and his 4 teams walked through the streets and alleys and arrived at the barbecue restaurant. In front of the barbecue restaurant, Mito and her team were waiting for Kamui and his 4 teams. Kamui, you are here. Let me introduce my team to you. You know Uzumaki Suzuna, Hitaki Kazama, and Metron. He is Uchiha Kamui. He will be going on the mission with us this time. You can just call him Teacher Kamui. Mito introduced. Hello, Teacher Kamui. The 3 members of Mito's team greeted Kamui politely. Hello. Kamui responded with a smile on his face, secretly thinking about the last names of Hitaki and Might, and what their relationship was to Hitaki Sakumo and Might Dai. Mito, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you go in and take a seat? Kamui asked. I'm waiting for you to come with me. After Mito finished speaking, he felt a little embarrassed and lowered his head again. That's not the case. Teacher Mito was afraid that Teacher Kamui would not come, so he was waiting for Teacher Kamui at the door. Metron said. I want you to talk more. Mito, who just looked like an ostrich, now transformed into a Tyrannosaurus and punched Metron on the head. Ahem, let's go in first. Shinwei quickly changed the subject and led everyone into the barbecue restaurant. The barbecue restaurants at this time were quite simple and the decorations were extremely monotonous, but the taste was still among the best in Konoha village. Let's sit here. There are many of us and this place is spacious so we won't feel crowded. Kamui chose a seat and sat next to Mito, with the 5 teams sitting around them. Shinwei asked everyone to order food, and the team under Shinwei did not hesitate to order almost everything on the menu. After everyone ordered their dishes, Shinwei began to introduce the members of his 4 teams. After Shinwei introduced everyone, the dishes were almost all served and everyone started eating. Kamui originally thought that among these people, the one who ate the most would be Natsu or Kamui's doppelganger, but he didn't expect that the ones who ate the most were the girls at the table. A plate of barbecue was served, and in less than 3 seconds only the bare plate was left, most of which went into the stomachs of several girls. The meal brought the 5 teams closer together. Shinwei promised that he would treat everyone to a barbecue after completing the mission. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, Kamui stood up to pay the bill. Before leaving, he asked everyone to gather at the gate of Konoha village tomorrow, and then he let the 5 teams go home. After paying the bill, Kamui and Mito walked hand in hand through the streets of Konoha village. After the Chunin exams are over, how about we go to Uzushio village? We can live there for 10 or 8 years, and then return to Konoha. Kamui took the initiative to bring Mito home to visit, and planned to stay in Uzushio village for a long time. I should go to Uzushio village, but I don't need to stay that long. If I do, what will happen to your work in the police department? Mito was tempted by Kamui's proposal, but she didn't plan to live in Uzushio village for a long time because she didn't want to delay the work of Kamui's police department. After the Chunin exam, I have decided to resign from the position of chief of police. We can stay in Uzushio village as long as we want. If we get tired of living here, we can travel around the ninja world. If we get tired of playing in the ninja world, we can go to other worlds. Kamui told Mito about his vision for the future. Does Madara know that you are going to resign from your position as chief of police? Even if he knew, he wouldn't agree. Although Mito said that he was afraid that Madara would not agree to Kamui's resignation, he was very surprised that Kamui was willing to resign from his position as the head of the police department and accompany him to travel. Don't worry about him. I'll leave my resignation letter with you and take you away from Konoha village. He will have no choice but to accept it. Kamui proudly told Mito his method of dealing with Naruto's Madara. That's not a good idea. Mito said deliberately in the opposite way. There's nothing wrong with that. If I had told Madara in person, we wouldn't have been able to leave. Kamui said. Okay then. Mito finally went with the flow and agreed to Kamui's approach. We have arrived at the mission department. Let's take the mission to eliminate the bandits. Then we will go to other places to have a look. Ah! Mito agreed, and completed the mission with Kamui with ease, and accepted the mission to eliminate the bandits. Mito put away the mission scroll and left the mission department with Kamui to hang out somewhere else. In this way, Kamui and Mito wandered around Konoha village until the evening before returning home, and they were still holding a lot of things in their hands when they returned home. The next day, Kamui and Mito, along with a few genin who lived at home, arrived at the gate of Konoha village. Kamui called out the names of everyone one by one, and after confirming that everyone was present, he led everyone out of Konoha village to carry out the mission. On the way, Kamui distributed the forehead protectors to the 12 Konoha villages, asked his 4 teams to wear them, and then said, "From today on, you will officially become genin of Konoha village." On Mito's side, she gathered her team together and handed them the things she had prepared. "Hatake Kazama, this short sword is given to you. I hope you can carry forward your family's swordsmanship." Mito gave the dagger to Hatake Kazama, and this dagger was the famous White Fang in the hands of the future Hatake Sakumo. Yesterday, when Kamui and Mito were strolling in Konoha village, Kamui accidentally discovered this White Fang short sword and immediately bought it and decided to give it to Hatake Fuzuma. "Thank you, Mr. Mito. I really like this short sword you gave me. Does it have a name?" When Hatake Kazama saw the tantrum for the first time, he fell in love with it. He took the tantrum from Mito and asked Mito the name of the tantrum. "White Fang, its name is White Fang." When Mito heard Kamui call it that, she followed suit and told Hatake Kazama the name White Fang exactly as it was. From then on, the short sword was named after White Fang. Since the White Fang dagger was given to Hatake Kazama, Mito naturally cannot favor one over the other. Uzumaki Suzuna is a member of the Uzumaki clan, so it would be enough to teach her some new sealing techniques and the skills to use them. But when it comes to Metron, Mito is in a dilemma. In fact, with Metron's conditions, it would have been impossible for him to enter the ninja school during the time of the third Hokage in the original work. However, the newly built Konoha village, in order to ensure the smooth enrollment and operation of the ninja school, made an exception and enrolled all children of school age into the ninja school. This resulted in many students in the ninja school being waste who did not know ninjutsu or genjutsu. So Mito asked Kamui for help to see what to give to Metron. Kamui wanted to give the 8 gates to Metron, but considering that he was about to set out on a mission, he decided to customize a green tights of the same style as Kai's and give it to Metron. After the mission is over, he will explain the 8 gates and the concept of self-discipline to him. So Kamui went to customize this green tights. After the clothes were made, Kamui gave it to Mito and asked her to give it to Metron. Mito refused to agree no matter what, saying that the clothes were too ugly and many other reasons. Of course, Kamui finally succeeded in convincing Mito. "Metro, this suit is for you. I hope you like it." Mito also gave Metron a set of green tights. The style of this green tights was exactly the same as the green tights of Might Guy, and Rock Lee. After Mito took out the green tights, he felt that everyone was laughing at him. He secretly blamed Kamui for making him look bad in front of so many people. He would teach him a lesson when he got back. "Thank you, Mito-sensei," Metron said as he quickly took the green tights from Mito and ran into the woods without looking back. Mito thought that Metron didn't like the gift she gave him, but she couldn't refuse, so she hid in the woods and cried alone. "These are all crappy gifts you chose," Mito said as he glared at Kamui before heading into the woods to comfort Metron. Mito had just taken 2 steps when Metron walked out of the woods, wearing the green tights that Mito had given him. "What do you think of it, Mito-sensei? Will it look good on me?" Metron said as he continued to show off his green tights. Mito looked at Metron, who was already wearing a green tights, and said insincerely, "It looks good." Then Metron walked up to each person and asked the same question again, almost driving the group of people crazy. "Brother Shinwei, they all have gifts, where are our gifts?" As soon as the doppelganger of Shinwei started asking for gifts, everyone started asking Shinwei for gifts. "Didn't I give you a forehead protector? Why do you want a green tights too?" As soon as Shinwei said this, everyone immediately quieted down and stopped talking about the gifts. "Of course I have prepared a gift for you." Shinwei changed the subject and everyone began to look forward to his gift again. Chapter 75. Divine Power. The moment the double of Shinwei looked at him, Shinwei cast an illusion, and the double of Shinwei was stunned on the spot. In the illusion, Kamui imitated the method in the original work where Madara asked Obito to open the Manjiki Sharingan, allowing himself to use Chidori to pierce the heart of the little girl Kagura, and let the Kamui's doppelganger witness this scene with his own eyes. When the Kamui duplicate saw his most respected elder brother Kamui killing his sister, he became very emotional, and a special chakra flowed into his eyes. The Kamui's doppelganger successfully opened the Manjiki Sharingan, and at the same time, the Kamui's illusion was also lifted. The doppelganger of Kamui woke up from the illusion, gasping for breath. "Brother, are you okay?" the little girl Kagura asked with concern. I'm fine." The Kamui doppelganger wanted to tell everything that happened in the illusion, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips, and finally just said, "I'm fine." "Kamui, what is the ability of your Manjiki Sharingan?" asked Madara's duplicate curiously. "Its ability is it divine power?" The duplicate Shinwei was very confused. He didn't know why he had the same eye technique as his elder brother Shinwei. "The ability is Kamui? Isn't that the eye technique that brother Kamui used when he transferred the fire style, spiral burst bomb?" said the little girl Kagura. It seems to be it." The doppelganger of God replied. Kamui is not surprised by the ability of Kamui duplicate's Manjiki Sharingan. In the original work, Obito also opened the Manjiki Sharingan and obtained the eye technique Kamui in this way. Kamui duplicate, which is the template of Obito and Naruto, has a pretty high chance of obtaining Kamui. "Kamui, I want to say sorry to you. Although it was just an illusion, I think it must have hurt you." "Kamui, I'm sorry," Kamui said as he bowed deeply to the Kamui doppelganger, his behavior leaving everyone confused. "It's okay, brother Kamui. I know you set up the illusion like that in order to let me open the Manjiki Sharingan." The double of Shinwei helped Shinwei up and said that he did not mean to blame Shinwei. Everyone was very curious about what the double of Kamui had experienced in the illusion, so they asked, but both Kamui and the double of Kamui kept their mouths shut, so everyone had to give up. "Kagura, your Chidori Ryu ninjutsu can be used with weapons to make it more effective. This Kusanagi sword is for you." Kamui took out the Kusanagi sword from his personal space and gave it to the little girl Kagura. "What? It turns out to be just a sword. I thought brother Kamui would also help me open the Manjiki Sharingan." The little girl Kagura reluctantly took the Kusanagi sword from Kamui's hand. "If you don't like it, I can give it to someone else." Kamui deliberately frightened the little girl Kagura. When Kagura heard what Kamui said, she quickly tied the Kusanagi sword around her waist. "Madara, I have a weapon for you too." Kamui gave the Uchiha fan he exchanged from the mall to Madara's duplicate. When Madara's duplicate took the Uchiha fan, he felt like it was destined. "Thank you." After saying this, Madara's duplicate put the fan behind his back. "Tobirama, since you have already learned the Flying Thunder God technique, I hope this secret book that records the Flying Thunder God technique can be of help to you." Kamui took out a scroll recording the Flying Thunder God technique and gave it to Tobirama's duplicate. "Thank you." After Tobirama's doppelganger finished speaking, he took the scroll from Kamui's hand and walked aside to study it. "Urza, this is the demon sword Benizakura. It can be used in conjunction with your transformation magic." Kamui gave Urza the weapon that Urza would have obtained in the original story from the mall. Urza took the demon sword Benizakura from Kamui's hand, swung it a few times, and cut off a big tree with one blow. During this process, Urza did not feel any blockage. "Shinwei, thank you for the gift." After Urza thanked Kamui, she put the demon sword Benizakura into her own magic space. "Kamavish, where is my gift?" Natsu looked at the others who had received gifts one by one, so he couldn't help but ask Kamui. "Natsu, I have indeed prepared a gift for you, but if you want to accept this gift, you need to endure extreme pain." "Are you sure you want it now?" Kamui said mysteriously. "I'm not afraid of extreme pain. Where is my gift?" Natsu couldn't wait to see his present. "Here comes your gift." Kamui suddenly took off Natsu's clothes and then carved a magic circle on his body. The moment the magic circle was completed, Natsu felt an unbearable pain in his body and couldn't help but scream. When everyone heard Natsu's roar, they hurried forward to check on Natsu's condition and asked Kamui. "Kamui, what happened to Natsu?" "I'm helping him open the second source of magic," Shinwei explained. "The second source of magic?" Everyone asked in confusion. Inside the body of a wizard, there is something like a container that determines the limit of magic power. It is used to store magic power. Even if it is empty, the body will absorb the magic power in the air and restore it to its original state. But there is also a part that is not used normally. It is a potential ability that everyone has. I call it the second source of magic. Shinwei explained the concept of the second source of magic to everyone so that they could understand what they were doing, and then Shinwei continued. It's not that easy to open the second source of magic. You have to go through such pain. Shinwei said calmly. Natsu, how much pain is he in? Gray said to himself. Gray, since you are curious, why don't you try it too? Kamui suggested to Gray that he also feel the pain of opening the second source of magic. Don't be ridiculous, I don't want it. Gray quickly rejected Kamui's proposal, staring at Natsu who was struggling and screaming on the ground, and remained silent for a long time. Izuna, these are all the recorded medical ninjutsu in Konoha village. I give them to you in the hope that you can become a well-rounded ninja in the future. Kamui didn't know whether the incident in the original work, in which Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God Slash to seriously injure Izuna, would happen again in their world, so he had to leave a life-saving skill for Izuna's doppelganger in advance to prevent him from being seriously injured and dying. Izuna's doppelganger took the scroll recording the medical ninjutsu from Kamui, said thank you politely, and then put it into the ninja tool bag. Laxus, this is the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. I know that your Dragon Slayer magic was not taught by a dragon himself, but was acquired after a Dragon Slayer magic crystal was implanted in your body. Although it is not of much help to you, you can use it as a reference. Kamui revealed the secret of Laxus's Thunder Dragon Slayer magic and gave Laxus the scroll that recorded the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. Laxus held the scroll that recorded the Lightning Dragon Slayer magic and said thank you vaguely. Hashirama, this is the experience of wood release ninjutsu. I give it to you. I hope you can make good use of it. Kamui gave Hajira's doppelganger his experience in using wood release ninjutsu, hoping that he could perform better in the Chunin exam. Gray, this is a lost magic, the Ice Demon Exterminating Magic. I hope you can make good use of it. Kamui exchanged the Ice Demon Destroying Magic from the mall and gave it to Gray. This was originally the magic that Gray inherited from his father Silver in the later part of the original work. Lost magic, the Ice Demon Killing Magic. Gray muttered as he looked at the scroll in his hand. Demon Slayer magic and Dragon Slayer magic are both lost magics. Different Dragon Slayer magic restrains dragons, while Demon Slayer magic restrains demons. Shinwei explained. The magic that restrains the devil. Gray's thoughts seemed to go back to that winter, and he saw the woman who used absolute ice to seal Deliura at the cost of her life. Misten Ge, this bottle of sad breeze and this bottle of antidote are for you. It can save your life when your magic power is exhausted. Shinwei gave the sad breeze that he had exchanged from the mall before to Misten Ge. He was really worried that this man who had no magic power in his body might suddenly run out of magic power in his magic crystal one day, putting him in danger. Misten Ge understood the hidden meaning of Shinwei's words, thanked Shinwei very much, and put away Baisu Qingfeng. Myra. When Myra heard Shinwei calling her name, she looked at Shinwei with anticipation, wondering what Shinwei would give her. This Thunder God's sword is given to you. As long as you inject magic power into the Thunder God's sword, the blade will stretch out by itself. Come and try it. Kamui exchanged the Thunder God's sword from the second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, in the original work from the mall and gave it to Myra. Kamui gave the Thor's sword to Myra and asked her to try the power of the Thor's sword. Myra took the Thor's sword and poured magic power into it, and the yellow blade of the Thor's sword stretched out from the hilt. Myra was very satisfied with the Thunder God sword given to him by Kamui, or in other words, as long as it was given by Kamui, she liked it no matter what it was. Myra stopped injecting magic power and the blade disappeared. Myra carefully put away the sword of Thor and returned to the team. After Kamui gave out all the gifts, he went to check on Natsu. Natsu's process of opening the second magic source is nearing completion. As long as the second magic source is opened, the two magic sources will have room to grow in the future as Natsu develops. Natsu's struggle and roar ended, which meant that his second source of magic had been successfully activated. Did I succeed? Natsu said weakly. You succeeded, which is amazing. While praising Natsu, Kamui condensed flames for Natsu to eat, allowing him to replenish his physical strength and magic power. After Natsu ate the flames of Kamui, his mental state improved a lot. As Natsu continued to eat the flames, he found that the magic power in his body became more abundant. When Natsu was full, he found that the magic power in his body had increased fivefold.